CDH Films presents an animated storybook retold with Legos. The Battle of the Labyrinth. Book 4 of Percy Jackson and the Olympians, from the original novel by Rick Riordan. Monday morning, the first week of June, Percy Jackson, son of Poseidon, and his mom Sally Jackson sat in her car in front of Percy's school. The good high school. Actually, it wasn't even his current school just yet. The school year was already over, and this is where Percy would be going the following school year. Today, they were just arriving for the orientation. And of course, he probably wouldn't have gotten into this school if it weren't for Mom's current boyfriend, Paul Blofus, who worked there as the school's English teacher. And there he was, standing out in front of the entrance, greeting future ninth graders as they came up the steps. Despite the fact that Percy had gotten kicked out of every school he ever attended, Paul managed to convince the school to accept him. "Just think positive," Sally said. "Remember, you've got your date with Annabeth later." "It's not a date, Mom," Percy said. "We're just seeing a movie." Percy got out of the car, said goodbye, and his mom left. When he looked back, he saw Paul greeting a red-haired girl with paint-splattered pants. Oh, gods of Olympus, Percy really hoped that wasn't who he thought it was, but he didn't take the chance. He ran around to the side entrance, only to run into two cheerleaders in purple and white uniforms who were standing in the doorway, waiting to ambush freshmen. "Welcome to Good," the blonde girl said. "You are so gonna love it here." But as she looked him up and down, Percy could tell her expression said something more like, "Who is this loser?" The other girl stepped uncomfortably closer to him. He studied the stitching on her uniform and made out Kelly. She got so close to him, she looked like she was trying to make him fall over. "What's your name, freshman?" she asked. Percy. Now, can you excuse me, please?" The girls exchanged looks. Then Kelly said, "Oh, we've been waiting for you." That sent a major chill up Percy's spine. They were still blocking the entrance and smiling in a not very friendly sort of way. Then, as if on cue, Paul Blofus peeked outside the door. "There you are, Percy," he said. "I've been looking for you. Can you come with me, please?" The girls thankfully stood aside. Percy accidentally bumped his knee into Kelly's leg as he passed her. "Hey, watch it," she said. For some reason, Percy's leg felt like it bumped into a metal table, quite literally. But Kelly's leg looked like perfectly real skin tissue. Percy was too freaked out to ask questions, so he kept following Paul. He looked back, but the cheerleaders were gone. "You okay, Percy? You look like you've seen a ghost," Paul said. "Yeah, I know," Percy said. "Listen, I know you're nervous, but don't worry. We get a lot of kids here with ADHD and dyslexia. The teachers know how to help." Hearing that almost sounded good enough to laugh at. If only he'd known more about Percy's problems, more than just his ADHD and dyslexia. Percy figured if he learned the truth, he'd either think Percy was crazy, or he'd run away screaming. Being a child of a Greek god like Poseidon was easy to keep from mortals. But just trying to explain the problems that your ADHD causes you without trying to reveal the fact that it's really your godly-like reflexes can really drive you crazy. Percy looked back at the end of the hall to see if the cheerleaders would come back, but instead, he saw the red-haired girl. He saw her eyes widening. She noticed him. He thought he could lose her through the gym, where all the new students crammed in just waiting to be welcomed. But it didn't work, because after walking in a few feet, someone grabbed Percy's shoulder. It was his red-headed nightmare. "What are you doing here?" she asked. "Rachel Elizabeth Dare," Percy said. "And you're Percy Gotta Go," she replied. "Yeah, never really got that last name after you just ran off like that." "What are you doing here?" Percy asked. Same as you, I hope, for the orientation. You live in New York? What, you thought I lived at the Hoover Dam? Well, this was quite the surprise, considering the fact that they had met for the first time at the Hoover Dam during the holidays. Percy would have never thought that someone he met from that far away would actually live in his hometown. Next to that, he just assumed he'd never see Rachel again. Boy, was he wrong. But the weird part about her was that she was able to see the monsters Percy had been chased by during that time. They only saw each other for a few minutes, and she managed to help him escape. "Hey, would you guys shut up?" a guy said behind them. "The cheerleaders are talking." The same cheerleaders from outside stood at their microphone. As they talked, Rachel just stared at them in horror. Then she looked at Percy and whispered, "Run!" Only then did he remember she could see through the mist, so she must have seen something seriously bad. Percy didn't ask, and just followed her out of the gym. She led them into the band room and crouched behind a drum, as if hiding ever did anything. "Rachel, what did you see?" Percy asked. "You wouldn't believe me if I told you," she said. "I'm pretty sure I would," Percy said. "I know you can see through the mist." "The what?" "Well, it's like this magic that hides the way things really are. Some mortals are born with the ability to see through it, like you." She studied him carefully. "You did that at the Hoover Dam. You called me a mortal like you're not." Big whoops. What was he thinking? Should he have even tried to explain it all? "Tell me," she begged. "You know what it means, all these horrible things I see?" "Look, Rachel, this is going to sound weird. Do you know anything about Greek myths? Like the Minotaur and the Hydra?" "Yeah, just try not to say those names around me, okay? Anyway, all those things you hear about the Greek myths, they're real." "I knew it," she said. "You don't know how hard it's been for me. For years, I thought I was going crazy. I couldn't tell anybody." "So, what are you really?" she asked. "I mean, you look human, but you're not really, are you?" Even though he had 3 years to get used to what he was, he never talked about it with a regular mortal before, except for his mom, but she already knew since the day he was born. He didn't know why, but he took the plunge. "I'm a half-blood," he answered. "I'm half human, and the door slammed open. And right there, in the doorway, was Tammy and Kelly. Rachel's eyes went big. "What is it? What do they look like?" Percy asked her. But Rachel seemed too stunned to speak. "Oh, forget her," Tammy said. "How about a kiss?" Percy must have been lost in another world, because his jaw hung wide open and kept staring at Tammy. "Percy, no! Snap out of it!" Rachel warned. "She's trying to bite you! Can't you see it?" Percy must have snapped, because then he pulled out his pen, uncocked it, and magically turned it to his sword, Riptide. "Get back!" he demanded, while pointing the tip of their chest. "Freshmen," she said with disgust. "This is our school, half-blood, and we feed on whom we choose." They both began to change. The color drained from their skin until they turned as white as chalk. Their eyes were completely red. "Vampire!" Percy gasped. Then he noticed her legs. Below her skirt, her left leg was brown and shaggy with a donkey's hoof. Her right leg was shaped like a human's, but it was made of bronze. And her head was on fire. This must have been the weirdest and creepiest monsters next to the Furies and Medusa combined. "And of course that silly legend about vampires was based on us, you fool," Kelly said. "We are the empousai, the servants of Hecate. Dark magic formed us from animals, bronze, and ghost. We exist to feed on the blood of young men," Tammy said. "Now how about that kiss?" She bared her fangs. Percy was so paralyzed he couldn't move. But Then, Rachel threw a drum at Tammy's head. The demon hissed and threw the drum away. Rachel threw a guitar, but the demon made a perfect catch and threw it back. The guitar flew over their heads and crashed through the window.
I usually don't kill girls, Tammy growled, but now I'm thinking I'm starving.
No, you don't, Percy said, and he swung his sword and she exploded into dust.
Foolish boy, you don't even know what's about to come, do you? Kelly chuckled. Soon your pretty little camp will be up in flames. Your friends will be made into slaves to the Lord of Time, and there's nothing you can do to stop it. Why don't you just choose to die now so you don't have to see that?
From down the hall, they could hear the loud footsteps rumbling closer. Well, they did break a window.
Excellent. We're about to have company,
Kelly hissed. She ran just outside the door and turned towards Percy like a cowering victim. Percy pointed his sword at her throat.
No, please, have mercy,
she begged. But Percy didn't fall for anything. He was about to jab his sword into her chest, but right before the blade could touch her skin, her body evaporated into a splash of fire. Percy never seen a monster do that before. "Percy, what have you done?" said a voice next to him. Only then did he notice that he had done all that right in front of Paul and some other students. Only then did he realize Kelly had tricked him into looking like a bad kid all over again. He knew other mortals couldn't see through the mist, and it would probably look like he had just attacked a helpless cheerleader in front of a group of witnesses. He couldn't think of anything else except to jump out through the window and run. Great. Now Percy would get expelled from yet another school, and this time before the school year was even close to starting. That had to be an unbreakable record. After only reaching the next block, he ran into Annabeth. "Careful, seaweed braid," she said, smiling. "You got out pretty early." For a split second, she sounded like she was in a good mood. Only then did he remember that they were going to catch a movie together. Then Rachel caught up to them. Annabeth's smile melted. Percy? Who is this?" she asked. "Annabeth, Rachel, Annabeth," he said quickly. "You realize you're in a lot of trouble now, and you still owe me an explanation," Rachel told Percy. Police sirens wailed in the distance. Percy, we better go," said Annabeth. "Wait," Rachel said. "I want to know more about half-bloods and monsters and the stuff about the gods." She grabbed his arm, and with a marker, she wrote her phone number on his hand. "Now go on," she said. "I'll tell them it wasn't your fault, and please remember to call me." And she ran back toward the school. Annabeth gave him a look of disapproval. "Percy, you told a mortal about half-bloods?" "She can see through the mist," Percy explained, "and she saw the monsters even before I did." "So you just told her the truth?" "She kind of found out the hard way at the Hoover Dam last winter, and she sort of knew before I met her, so I thought..." "You've met before?" "Well, I didn't really think I'd see her again, but seriously, I barely know her." "She does look kind of cute," said Annabeth. "For a mortal." They managed to avoid getting caught, and the next thing Percy knew, he was in a cab heading to Camp Half-Blood with Annabeth, who kept her eyes off him. He had no idea what got into her, but she listened when he explained about the fight with Kelly. Then she told him that she had a monster-infested spring in San Francisco and had to come back to camp twice since Christmas. Neither of them still had any clues about the whereabouts of Nico D'Angelo. Long story. "Any word on Luke?" Percy asked. As soon as he said it, he felt stupid. He knew it was a touchy subject for her. She would never admit it, but Percy knew Annabeth had always liked Luke Castellan, and apparently that didn't change even after he had betrayed them and joined the evil Titan Lord Kronos. "What about Grover?" Percy asked. He's at camp, she said. We'll see him today. He's not having much luck lately, with the search for Pan, that is. Percy borrowed Annabeth's phone to send his mom a voicemail explaining what happened. He told her he was fine, and she shouldn't worry, but he was going to stay at camp until things cooled down. And he asked her to tell Paul he was sorry. Usually demigods try to avoid using phones since the broadcast attracts monsters, but this was important. Minutes later, they were rolling into the countryside of northern Long Island. The taxi exited on Route 25, leading into the woods along the north shore until a low-rigged hill appeared on the left, and Annabeth asked the driver to stop.
There ain't nothing here, miss," said the driver. "You sure you want out?"
Yes, please, she said. She paid up, and they stepped out in front of Half-Blood Hill. They saw Peleus the dragon, who was hired to guard the golden fleece as it hung on the pine tree, maintaining the camp's magic borders. He let Annabeth scratch under his chin, and steam hissed from his nostrils. Keeping everyone safe, boy? That's good, she said. Camp Half-Blood was looking really peaceful today. Annabeth said she had to go talk to Clarice, and she just jogged her way down the woods, leaving Percy alone again. That seemed too weird even for words. Since Clarice LaRue was the #1 bully at the camp, why would Annabeth have any reason to go near her unless it depended on the fate of the world? Percy decided things got weird enough today that it was time for sword practice in the arena. That always cheered him up in times like this. When he got there, he almost peed his pants. In the middle of the arena was a big, scary, hairy, black hellhound. He wondered how it got past the magic boundaries created by the Golden Fleece's magic. On top of that, how did it even sneak past all those people in the camp and into the arena? But he had no time to worry. He pulled out his sword and charged. Right when he was about to bring down his blade, it was blocked by another blade.
Whoa, hold on there, lad. This one's no threat. She is my pet,"
the man said. Who are you? Percy asked.
"I am Quintus, and this is Mrs. O'Leary."
Woof! From just seeing the way the dog replied to the sound of her name, Percy realized she wasn't angry. She was excited. And the man seemed in pretty good shape for an older guy. He looked like he was somewhere in his 50s. He had short gray hair and a clean gray beard. He wore black mountain climbing pants and a bronze breastplate strapped over an orange Camp Half-Blood shirt. Sorry. My name's Percy. So, how exactly did you even manage to get a hellhound for a pet?
"A lot of close calls with death and giant chew toys," Quintus answered. "I'm a sword instructor, you see, and I volunteered to help out while Dionysus, or Mr. D, is away."
You mean he's not here at camp? Percy asked.
"I believe he's gone to find some old friends and see if they're on the right side," said Quintus.
Despite the fact that Mr. D usually worked here as the camp's director and always tried to make the campers' lives miserable, if he was gone, that was the best news Percy had all day.
"You're going to love all the activities I've planned," said Quintus. "They didn't have camps like this when I was a boy."
Wait, you mean you're a half-blood? Percy asked.
"Yes," Quintus said. "Why does that surprise you so?"
Sorry, said Percy. It's just that I thought I never really...
"Seen a demigod as old as me? Yes, I know. It's quite rare."
The guy was pretty smart, and he was right. Percy heard how most demigods die very young. That all depended on how many monsters you came across, and if you still had enough strength left to fight. But Percy never really imagined running into an adult demigod in person. Quintus could have easily been at the right age to be a father of fully grown children.
"We're not all the big subject of a big prophecy, you know," Quintus said.
You know about that?
"I've heard a few things." Percy wanted to ask more, but something on Quintus's neck caught his eye. A strange mark, a purplish blotch shaped like a quail with folded wings. It seemed burned right onto his skin. Before Percy could ask about it, Chiron appeared behind him. "Ah, Percy, there you are. I've been looking for you," he said. "I see you've met our new instructor. Quintus, do you mind if I borrow Percy?" "Not at all, Master Chiron." "No need to call me Master," Chiron said, though he sounded pleased. "Come, Percy, we have much to discuss." As they were walking away, Percy whispered to Chiron and said, "Quintus seems kind of..." "Mysterious? Yes, maybe," Chiron said, "but he is a very qualified half-blood and an excellent swordsman. I just wish I understood... Well, it doesn't matter right now. First things first, Percy. Annabeth told me you've met some empousai." He explained to him about the fight at the school and how Kelly had exploded into flames. But Chiron said that exploding into flames is a way for empousai to escape. In other words, she didn't die. He also said that men usually don't survive going up against them and fall right under their spell. Percy also mentioned that he probably wouldn't have escaped if it hadn't been for Rachel. "Quite ironic to be saved by a mortal, but we owe her a debt. But for now, we must attend the Council of Cloven Elders. Grover will want you there." He let Percy ride on his back, and they galloped into the woods. A minute later, they stopped in front of a glade with wildflowers. Percy would have thought he'd already seen this place after playing Capture the Flag in these woods so many times. 3 old satyrs sat in throne chairs made of plants. Their names were Marion, Linnaeus, and Silenus. Grover stood in the middle and seemed to be telling them a story. Over on the right stood Annabeth, Clarice LaRue, and another girl who Percy didn't recognize. Then Percy realized that this girl wasn't human. She was a nymph, a tree nymph, or a dryad, as they called him. But why was she crying? Annabeth looked at Percy, and she mouthed the words, "Grover's girlfriend." Or at least that's what Percy thought she said. He never really even thought about Grover ever having a girlfriend. He wondered if Grover had just recently met this girl, or maybe he hadn't had much time to be with her since he'd been protecting so many half-bloods and searching for Pan. "It's going terribly," she sniffled. No, he'll be fine, Juniper," Annabeth said, patting her shoulder. "Master Underwood," the council member on the right shouted, cutting off whatever Grover was trying to say, "do you seriously expect us to believe this?" "It's the truth, Silenus," Grover said. Percy remembered he was an honorary member of the council, but he never thought about it much. He wasn't sure why Grover looked so nervous. "Master Underwood, for 6 months, we have been hearing these scandalous claims that you've heard the wild god Pan speak." "But I did," Grover said. "I've had it up to my horns with this nonsense, as if the wild god would speak to Master Underwood out of all members of the Cloven Elders," said the satyr on the left. Juniper looked like she wanted to charge the old satyr and beat him up, but Annabeth and Clarice held her back. "Wrong fight, girl," Clarice muttered. Percy didn't know what was more surprising, Clarice holding someone back from a fight, or the fact that she and Annabeth, who despised each other, almost seemed like they were working together. "For 6 kicking months," Silenus continued, "we have indulged you, Master Underwood. We let you travel. We allowed you to keep your searcher's license. We waited for you to bring proof of all your preposterous claims. And what have you found in 6 months of travel?" "I just need more time," Grover pleaded. "Nothing," the elder in the middle chimed in. "You have found nothing but Linnaeus." Silenus raised his hand to silence Grover. Then the 3 old satyrs muttered and argued among themselves, but then Chiron walked up to them and said something which they didn't look too happy about.
But Silenus took a deep breath and said,
Master Underwood, we will give you 1 more week.
What? But sir, that's impossible.
1 more week. If you cannot prove your claims, it will be time for you to pursue another career, something to suit your dramatic talents. Public theater, perhaps, or tap dancing?
But sir, I can't lose my searcher's license my whole life.
This meeting on the council is adjourned, Silenus said, and now let us enjoy our noonday meal.
Grover walked dejectedly to Percy. Well, that went well, Grover muttered.
Oh, Grover, they have no idea how hard you've been trying,
said Juniper. There is another option, Clarice said darkly.
No, please, Grover, I won't let you,
Juniper said. I'll have to think about it, Grover said, but we don't even know where to look. What are you talking about? Percy asked. But then they were interrupted by a loud horn in the distance. That's a signal for cabin inspection, Annabeth said. I'll fill you in later, Percy. We have to get back. It seemed unfair to have to do cabin inspection when he just got to camp, but it was just that time of the day. Every afternoon, a senior council member came around with a papyrus scroll checklist. Best cabin got shower hour, which meant hot water guaranteed. Worst cabin got kitchen patrol after dinner. As the only member of cabin 2, Percy had to worry about cleaning the cabin all by himself. The cleaning harpies came to clean up the cabins every year, but that was only at the end of summer break. So the Poseidon cabin was probably the same when Percy left it after he visited during winter break. But as soon as he dashed inside, he got a surprise visit from Tyson.
Percy!
As soon as he saw Percy, he dropped his broom and ran up to him and gave him a godly-sized bear hug. Tyson clapped happily.
Yay! Now we can fight monsters together, and we can visit Annabeth, and we can ride fish ponies, and eat peanut butter, and make things go boom!
Okay, but first we have to worry about cabin inspection, said Percy.
All cleaned up,
Tyson said. Percy didn't notice at first, but it was true. There wasn't a speck of junk or misplaced belonging anywhere. Even the fountain in the corner was shiny. And hanging on the wall was the shield Tyson gave Percy last summer. The shield was badly damaged back in the winter, but now it looked as if it never had been. All the pictures of Percy's adventure with Tyson and Annabeth in the Sea of Monsters were polished and gleaming. You fixed it, Percy said. Percy had no idea how to thank him. Then somebody behind him said,
Oh my!
Selena Beauregard was standing in the doorway with her inspection scroll. She stepped inside, did a quick twirl, then raised her eyebrows. Well, I had my doubts, she said, but you cleaned up nicely, Percy. I'll remember that. She winked at him and left the room. The Poseidon brothers spent the afternoon catching up and just hanging out, which was nice after a morning of getting attacked by demon cheerleaders. They went down to the forge and helped Beckendorf and his cabin mates with their metalworking. Tyson showed how to craft magic weapons. He fashioned a flaming double-bladed war axe so fast, even Beckendorf was impressed. While they worked, Tyson told Percy about his year under the sea. Percy's eyes widened when he described the Cyclops forges, but he also mentioned how tense things were. Older gods of the sea who ruled during the Titan times were starting to make war on their dad. When Tyson left, battles had been raging all over the Atlantic. Hearing that made Percy feel anxious, like he should be helping out, but Tyson assured him that Dad wanted them both to stay at camp for their own safety. After the forges, they spent some time at the canoe lake with Annabeth. She was really glad to see Tyson, but Percy could tell she was distracted. She kept looking over at the forest. What was she
thinking about Grover's problem with the council. Percy felt really bad for him. Finding the lost god Pan had been his lifelong goal. His father and uncle had both disappeared following the same dream. Last winter, Grover heard the god's voice in his head saying, "I await you." That apparently made the search lead to nowhere. If the council took away a searcher's license now, it would crush him. "So, what's this other way?" he asked Annabeth. "Something Clarice scouted out," she answered. "I helped her a little this spring, but it would be too dangerous, especially for Grover."
"Goat boy scares me,"
Tyson murmured. Percy just stared at him and said, "Seriously? You fought fire-breathing bulls and sea monsters and cannibal giants. How does Grover scare you?"
"The horns and hooves and his goat fur makes my nose itchy,"
Tyson answered. Then it was time for dinner, and for once, after so long, it felt like a normal day at camp. While they ate, Percy explained to Tyson about Nico D'Angelo. It was supposed to be a secret that only Percy, Annabeth, and Grover knew, but he couldn't keep it from his brother. He explained how last winter Nico made skeleton warriors go away by willing the ground to swallow them and make the ground seal up again. Percy told him that Nico could do that because he was a son of Hades, and no one else could know for Nico's safety.
"The bad prophecy," Tyson said. "Titans may use them if they knew."
Percy stared at him. Sometimes it was easy to forget that as big as and childlike as he was, Tyson was pretty smart. He knew that the next child of the big three gods were prophesied to either save or destroy the gods. Most people assumed that meant Percy, but if he died before he turned 16, then the prophecy could just as easily apply to Nico.
"Lips sealed," Tyson said, "like the crack in the ground."
Percy had trouble falling asleep that night. He laid in bed listening to the waves on the beach and the howls and monsters in the woods. Percy was afraid to fall asleep because he didn't want to have any more dreams. Demigods never go to sleep and wake up without having dreams or nightmares. The scariest part about it was that they weren't really dreams or nightmares. It was always something that was actually happening in present time, somewhere else. Maybe something that the dreamer could connect to. Sometimes it could even be a glimpse of the past or the future. Even in the safety of the camp's borders, the dreams were always more vivid and frequent. He was still awake around midnight when he realized the fountain in the corner was glowing. Rainbow colors shimmered in the water. There was no light in the room except for the moonlight from out the window. Then, a pleasant female voice spoke from the water and said, "Please deposit 1 drachma." Percy didn't know what to think. No one ever sent an Iris message to him before. He scooped up a drachma from the bottom and dropped it in again, and the coin disappeared. "Oh, Iris, goddess of the rainbow, please, show me what it is you need to show me," he said. The mist shimmered and revealed Nico standing near a dark riverbank. Then Percy realized there were dark cave walls in the back. He quickly recognized it as the underworld. Nico was standing at the edge of the river Styx. It hadn't even been a year since Nico ran away, and he looked so much older. He'd grown taller and had a wild look in his face. He wore dark pants and an aviator's jacket. He didn't seem to notice Percy. If he didn't send Percy the message, then who did? He was throwing small pieces of paper into a blue campfire. "Stupid, useless card game," Nico said to himself. "I can't believe I ever liked this. I failed. I couldn't bring her back." "It has never been done, but there may be a way," said a voice next to him. Percy wasn't sure how he didn't notice before, but a ghost was standing across from Nico. The man simply looked like he was made out of blue smoke. "Tell me how," Nico demanded. "An exchange," the ghost said. "A soul for a soul," But I offered, said Nico. Not yours, the ghost said. You cannot offer your father a soul he will eventually collect anyway, nor will he be anxious for the death of his son. It must be one that should have died already, someone who has cheated death.
Nico's face darkened.
Not that again. You're talking about murder. I am talking about justice, vengeance, the ghost said.
Those are not the same thing.
You will learn the difference as you get older, the ghost chuckled.
Nico stared at the flames. Why can't I at least summon her? I want to talk to her. She would help me.
I will help you, the ghost promised. Have I not so many times? Did I not lead you through the maze and teach you how to use your powers? Do you want revenge for your sister or not?
Percy didn't like the ghost's tone. It reminded him of a school bully who used to convince other kids to do stupid things like steal lab equipment or vandalize the teacher's cars. The bully never got in trouble himself, but he did get tons of other kids suspended. So do you have a plan or what? Nico asked.
Oh yes, the ghost said, sounding pleased. We have many dangerous roads to travel. We must start.
The iris image faded, and Nico was gone. The voice in the water said, "Please deposit 1 drachma for another 5 minutes." There were no more coins in the fountain. He checked the nightstand, but it was empty, and the iris message already faded. Nico was alive. He was trying to bring his sister back from the dead, and Percy had a feeling he knew what soul he wanted to exchange, someone who had cheated death. Nico would come looking for Percy. The next morning there was a lot of excitement at breakfast. Apparently around 3 in the morning, an Ethiopian draken had been spotted at the borders of camp. Lee Fletcher and the rest of the Apollo cabin scared it off with a couple of arrows. Lee said that it was still out there, just waiting for the right time to come back. Chiron assured him that they could expect a lot more to come, possibly real soon. They had expected this since Christmas. Luke would lead an army to destroy the camp, and they all had to prepare to stop them. Quintus said this would be the perfect opportunity to try out the new war games he had planned. After breakfast, Percy dropped the last bit of his cereal into the bronze brazier as an offering to Poseidon. "Dad," he said to the brazier, "please help me with Grover's problem, and Luke, and Nico." Breakfast hour was over, but Percy decided to sit for a while. Then Chiron and Grover came over.
I brought Grover over because I thought you two might want to discuss matters, Chiron said. Now if you'll excuse me, I have some iris messages to send. I'll see you later.
"What's he talking about?" Percy asked him. "I'll tell you what it's about," said Annabeth. "It's the Labyrinth." It was hard to concentrate on what she was saying because campers in the distance were stealing glances at them as soon as Annabeth sat down right next to Percy. They knew as well as anyone that the rules said the campers weren't allowed to switch tables. Satyrs were different because they weren't really demigods, but the half-bloods had to sit at the table that represented their godly parent the same way their cabins do. Percy wasn't even sure what the punishment was for switching tables, and Chiron had already left. Quintus looked over and raised an eyebrow, but he didn't say anything. "Look," Annabeth said, "Grover's in trouble, and there's only one way we can help him. It's the Labyrinth. That's what Clarice and I have been investigating." "You mean the maze where they kept the Minotaur back in the old days?" Percy asked. "Exactly," said Annabeth, "but it's not under the palace in Crete anymore." "Let me guess," Percy said. "It's hidden under a building somewhere right here in America, right?" He'd only guessed that because of his previous experiences. For the past 2 years, he learned that important places moved around to Western civilization. Like Mount Olympus was floating over the Empire State Building, the underworld was under Los Angeles, and the Mount Othrys Fortress was on Mount Tamalpais. He was feeling pretty proud of himself.
Annabeth rolled her eyes.
Under a building? Please, Percy, the labyrinth is huge. It wouldn't fit under a single city, much less a single building. That made him think about the dream with Nico at the river Styx. So, is the labyrinth part of the underworld? He asked. No, Annabeth frowned. Well, there may be passages from the labyrinth down into the underworld. I'm not sure, but the underworld is way, way down. The labyrinth is just right under the Earth's surface. It's kind of like a second skin. It's been growing for thousands of years, lacing its way into western cities, connecting everything together underground. There's entrances everywhere, so you can go anywhere through the labyrinth. If you don't get lost, Grover muttered, or die a horrible death. There has to be a way, Grover, said Annabeth. Clarice lived, barely, and Chris Rodriguez was driven insane just from being in there for so long. Whoa, back up, Percy said. You mean Chris Rodriguez, the one from the Hermes cabin who joined Luke's army? Yes, said Annabeth. Clarice found him just wandering around in Arizona, babbling about string. String? Percy asked. He was driven insane, but the only thing that Clarice got out of him was that Luke's men had been exploring the labyrinth. What would they expect to find in the labyrinth? Percy asked. I don't know, said Annabeth. That's why Clarice went on a scouting mission in the winter. Chiron never said anything, so no one would panic. He got me involved because, well, the labyrinth has been one of my favorite subjects. If Luke can navigate it, he could move his army around with incredible speed. The problem is it's not just a maze, Grover said. Its rooms and doorways change, and it's full of traps and illusions and go-killing monsters. But it would help if you had Ariadne's string, said Annabeth. Percy remembered that story. Ariadne gave the hero named Theseus some long string to get in and out of the labyrinth. Annabeth said the string was made by the same man who created the labyrinth, Daedalus. Luke's trying to find the string and find a hidden entrance into the camp, Percy said. Maybe, said Annabeth, but Clarice said the closest one she found was somewhere in Manhattan. But the point is, the labyrinth may be the key to Grover's problem. You think Pan is underground? Percy asked. It might explain why he's been so hard to find. Satyrs hate going underground, said Grover. No searcher would ever dare go in there. There's no flowers, no sunshine, no coffee shops. But the maze can read your thoughts, said Annabeth. It was designed to trick and kill you, but if you could find a way to make it work for you, it could lead you to the wild god, Percy finished. I can't do it. I feel like I'm just going to barf out my own stomach, Grover said. It's your last chance, Grover, said Annabeth. You got one more week to find him, or you got to learn to tap dance. That evening, right after dinner, Quintus had all the campers dressed for Capture the Flag. All right, everyone, gather round, Quintus said. For tonight's game, you will all be in teams of 2. Your goal is simple. Collect a laurel wreath without dying. The wreath is wrapped in a silver package like this. There will be 1 silver package on each of the 6 monsters I've released into the woods. But only one holds the wreath, and you must find it before the other teams. And of course, you'll have to slay the monster to get it and stay alive. The task sounded pretty straightforward. After all, slaying monsters was what they trained for. I will call out 2 names at a time, so listen up, please. He took out a big scroll and read the names. The Stoll brothers are together, as usual. Selena Beauregard with Charles Beckendorf. They both seemed to like that, and Selena's cabin mates giggled. Clarice LaRue with Lee Fletcher. Annabeth Chase with Percy Jackson. Nice, Percy thought. Grover Underwood with Tyson, What? Grover panicked.
No!
Tyson shouted.
Big mistake!
No complaining, Quintus ordered. You all have 2 minutes to prepare, so get with your partners.
It was still light when they made it far into the woods, but the tree shadows didn't make it look any better. Percy and Annabeth followed a trail of footprints which seemed to be made by something with a lot of feet. They trailed into the west, and they stopped near the giant pile of rocks which they called Zeus's Fist. Percy remembered making this the base for when they played Capture the Flag with the Hunters of Artemis last winter. Then Percy said, "I gotta tell you something." "What?" Annabeth asked. He explained how an iris message in the fountain automatically showed Nico talking with a ghost, and he was giving Nico bad advice. "Spirits are never good advisors. They resent the living," Annabeth said. "He's coming for me," said Percy. "And the ghost said something about leading Nico through a maze." "That settles it then," said Annabeth. "We had to figure out the labyrinth." "I still don't know who sent the message to me," Percy said, "or even if Nico was aware, or..." A bush rustled behind him. It was just Juniper. "Juniper? What are you doing in there?" Annabeth asked. "I live here, of course," she answered. "This is a juniper bush." "I thought you were Grover when I heard you coming. I'm worried about him. He seems so distraught. Every year he searches for Pan, and every year it gets worse. I thought at first he was seeing another nymph." "What? No, Grover's not that kind of guy," Annabeth said. "I saw him once picking berries from a blueberry bush." "Juniper, Grover would never bother trying to talk to another nymph," said Annabeth. "He's just stressed about his searcher's license." "Please," said Juniper, "you can't let him go underground." "It may be the only way to help," said Annabeth. "If only we knew where to start." About that..." There was another rustling sound nearby, and she yelled, "Hide!" She vanished into green mist. Coming out from around the corner was a giant amber scorpion with a silver package tied to its tail. Then 2 other scorpions appeared on the other side. "3," said Annabeth. "That's not possible. The whole woods and half the monsters come to us?" Percy thought about that for a moment. 1 was no problem, 2 would take a bit of luck, and 3 was doubtful. They backed up against Zeus's fist, and Percy suggested to climb the top. But Annabeth convinced him it was no good. Those tails would be long enough to reach them. They both ran around the boulder, but the scorpions caught up to them. Percy tried to think. If he stabbed at the front of the body, the stinger would just hit him from above. Even if he could slice it at the stinger, the claws would attack him on either side. They could do nothing but defend, and they couldn't keep that up for very long. Percy took another step back, and then there was nothing behind him. There was a huge opening in the rocks, which Percy was sure was not there before. "In here," he told Annabeth. She dodged a claw and crawled in. Then Percy's mind took a few seconds to process when she pulled him in a little too fast, and they tumbled into a pit. The next thing they knew, they were both inside a dark cavern, and the opening was gone. They both would have thought anybody would have discovered this cavern under Zeus's fist by now. Percy raised up his glowing sword and realized the cave was longer than they expected. "It's a hallway," Annabeth said. "Don't take another step," she said, sounding afraid. "We have to find the exit again. We have to find the mark of Daedalus." "The mark of what?" "Over here, found it," she said. She pressed her hand on a small delta symbol printed on the wall, and it glowed blue. The wall slid open, and there was a night sky outside, and they could hear voices calling their names. Seconds later, they ran into Clarice, who was wearing the laurel wreath. The campers behind her were carrying torches. "Where have you 2 been?" Clarice asked. "We've been searching for you forever." "We were only back there for a few minutes," said Percy. Then Chiron, Tyson, and Grover appeared.
Percy, Tyson said. You're not dead. Yay!
We're fine, said Percy. There were 3 scorpions, so we hid underneath the rocks in Zeus's fists. It was barely 2 minutes.
Percy, Chiron said, you've been missing for almost 2 hours. The game ended after the first 20 minutes.
We would have won if a Cyclops hadn't sat on me,
Grover said, looking at Tyson.
It was an accident,
Tyson said.
So you found it, didn't you?
Clarice asked.
You found...
Tonight is not the night, Chiron said. It's not the time or place. Everyone back to your cabins now, and get some sleep.
And so they did. As everyone walked back, they all started talking among one another, and Clarice said,
This explains a lot. A lot about what Luke's after.
What do you mean? Percy asked.
Percy, we found an entrance to the Labyrinth,
said Annabeth. But the fact that it leads straight into camp? That's not good. It was hard for Percy to fall asleep that night. But when he finally did, he dreamed of a boy crouching alone in a Greek prison. Wooden crates sat around the room with bronze tools spilled out. There was a compass, a saw, and a bunch of other things Percy didn't recognize. Then the door opened, and an old man was thrown inside to join the boy.
Father, what did they do to you? I'll kill you,
he yelled at the guards.
There will be no killing today,
said the man in the white robes.
You helped the Athenian kill my Minotaur, Daedalus. You turn my own daughter against me.
You did that yourself, your majesty,
the old man croaked. A guard planted a kick in the old man's ribs, and he groaned in agony.
Stop it,
the young boy cried.
You love your mace so much, the king said, I've decided to let you stay here. This will be your new workshop. Make new wonders for me. Amuse me. Every maze needs a monster, and you shall be mine.
I do not fear you,
the old man groaned.
But a man who cares so much about his son displeases me, old man, and the next time my guards inflict punishment, it will be on him.
The king swept out of the room, and his guards slammed the door shut, leaving the boy and his father alone in the darkness.
What will we do, Father? They will kill you.
Take heart, my son. I will find a way.
Percy was still feeling shaky the next morning when Chiron called a war council. Chiron and Quintus sat at the front. Clarice and Annabeth sat right next to each other and led the briefing. Tyson and Grover sat as far away from each other as possible. Also present around the table were Juniper, Selena, the Stoll brothers, Beckendorf, and Lee Fletcher. Even Argus, the 100-eyed security chief, was present, which let Percy know how serious the situation was.
Luke must have known about the Labyrinth entrance, Annabeth said. He knew everything about camp.
Percy thought he heard a little pride in her voice, like she still respected the guy as evil as he was.
And that's what I was trying to tell you last night, Juniper said. The cave entrance has been there for a long time. Luke used to use it.
Selena frowned. You mean you knew about the entrance, and you didn't even say anything? Juniper's face turned green, quite literally.
I didn't know it was important. It's just that I don't like caves.
She has good taste, Grover said.
Interesting, Quintus said. And you believe this young man Luke would dare use the Labyrinth as an invasion route?
Definitely, Clarice said. If he could get a whole army of monsters inside camp, just pop up in the middle of the woods without having to worry about the magical boundaries, we wouldn't stand a chance. He could wipe us out easily. He must have been planning this for months.
He's been sending scouts into the maze. Annabeth said. We know because we found one. We found Chris Rodriguez.
Ah, yes, Quintus said. The one in the... Yes, I understand now.
The one in the what? Percy asked. Clarice glared at him. The point is, Luke has been looking for a way to navigate the maze. He's searching for Daedalus's workshop. Percy remembered his dream the night before, with the bloody old man in the tattered robes. You mean the guy who created the maze? He asked. Yes, said Annabeth, the greatest architect and greatest inventor of all time. If the legends are true, his workshop is in the center of the labyrinth. He's the only one who knew how to navigate the maze perfectly. If Luke managed to find the workshop and convince Daedalus to help him, Luke wouldn't have to fumble around searching for paths or risk losing his army in the maze's traps. He could navigate anywhere he wanted to quickly and safely, first to Camp Half-Blood to wipe us out, then to Olympus. The room was silent. Finally, Beckendorf spoke up.
Back up a second, Annabeth. Shouldn't Daedalus be dead by now?
Quintus grunted.
I believe so. He lived, 3,000 years ago? And even if he were alive, don't the old stories say he fled from the labyrinth? That's the problem, my dear Quintus. No one knows, Chiron said. There are many disturbing rumors about Daedalus, but the one is that he disappeared back into the labyrinth towards the end of his life. He might still be down there.
Percy thought about the old man in his dream. He looked so frail, it was hard to believe he'd last another week, much less 3,000 years. We need to go in there, Annabeth said. We have to find the workshop before Luke does. If Daedalus is alive, we can convince him to help us before Luke does. If Ariadne's strings still exist, we make sure it never falls into Luke's hands. Now wait a second, Percy said. If we're worried about an attack, why not just blow out the entrance, seal the tunnel? Great idea, Grover said. I'll get the dynamite. It won't be that easy, stupid, Clarice growled. We tried that with the entrance we found in Phoenix. It didn't go well. The labyrinth is magical architecture, Percy, Annabeth said. It would take huge power to seal even one of its entries. In Phoenix, Clarice demolished the whole building with a wrecking ball, and the maze entrance just shifted a few feet. The best we can do is prevent Luke from learning to navigate the labyrinth. We could fight, Lee Fletcher said. We know where the entrance is now. We can make a defense line and wait for them. Even if the army tries to come through, they'll find us waiting with our bows.
We will certainly set up defenses, Chiron said, but I fear Clarice is right. The magical borders have kept this camp safe for hundreds of years. If Luke manages to get a large army of monsters into the center of camp by passing our boundaries, we may not have the strength to defeat them.
Nobody looked real happy with that news. Chiron usually tried to stay upbeat and optimistic, but if he was predicting that they couldn't hold off an attack, that wasn't good. We had to find Daedalus's workshop first, Annabeth insisted. We had to find the string and prevent Luke from using it. But wait, if nobody can navigate in there, what chance do we have? Percy asked. I've been studying architecture for years, she said. I know Daedalus's labyrinth better than anybody. From reading about it? Well, yes. That's not enough. It has to be. It isn't. Are you going to help me or not? They both barely realized everyone was watching the two of them like a tennis match.
Chiron cleared his throat and said, First things first, we need a quest. Someone must enter the labyrinth, find the workshop of Daedalus, and prevent Luke from using the maze to invade the camp.
We all know who should lead this quest, Clarice said. Annabeth, of course. Percy knew Annabeth had been waiting for her own quest since she was a little kid, but now she looked uncomfortable. You've done as much as I have, Clarice, she said. You should go too. No way, Clarice said. I'm not going back in there. Travis Stoll chuckled. What's wrong, LaRue? Don't tell me you're chicken. Clarice got to her feet. It looked like she was going to pulverize Travis. But then she just said in a shaky voice,
You don't understand anything, punk. I'm never going back in there again. Ever.
She stormed out of the room, and Travis looked around sheepishly.
I didn't mean to. The poor girl has just had a difficult year, Chiron said. Now, do we have agreement that Annabeth should lead this quest?
Everyone raised their hands in agreement, except for Quintus, who just stared at the table. Percy wondered if anyone else noticed.
Very well, Chiron said. Annabeth, my dear, it's your time to visit the oracle, assuming you return to us in one piece. Now we shall discuss what to do next.
Waiting for Annabeth was harder than Percy thought, even more than his own visit to the oracle. He heard it speak prophecies twice before, the first time in the dusty attic of the big house. The second time, the oracle had come down from there for a little stroll in the woods to deliver a prophecy, and he still had nightmares about that. Percy never felt threatened by the oracle's presence, but he heard stories about campers who had gone insane, who'd seen visions so real they died of fear. Chiron was in deep conversation with Quintus and Argus. It looked like they were disagreeing about something. Quintus kept shaking his head. It was a little more than 5 minutes now. What could have been taking Annabeth so long? Percy was sure it hadn't taken him this long when he visited the oracle. "Percy," Juniper whispered. She appeared behind him and said, "You should know, it wasn't just Luke that I saw around that cave." "What do you mean?" "I was trying to say something, but he was right there." "Who?" "The sword master," she said. "He was poking around the rocks." Percy's stomach clenched. "You mean Quintus? When?" "I don't know. We nymphs don't pay too much attention to time. It might have been a week ago, when he first showed up." "Well, what was he doing? Did he go in?" "I'm not sure. He's creepy, Percy. I didn't even see him come into the glade. Suddenly, he was just there. You have to convince Grover. It's too dangerous." "Juniper," Grover called. "I better go," she said. "Just remember what I said, Percy. Don't trust that man." And she disappeared. Percy felt more uneasy than ever. If Quintus was up to something, he needed Annabeth's advice. She might know what to make of Juniper's news. But where the heck was she? Whatever was happening up there with the oracle, it shouldn't have been taking her this long. Finally, Percy couldn't stand it anymore. It was against the rules, but then again, nobody was watching. But when he got to the attic steps, he heard some sobbing noises from behind the steps. Behind the steps was another door, going down to a basement. Percy was sure he never noticed that there all the other times he'd been back here. Inside, Clarice was feeding someone nectar. It was Chris Rodriguez. "It's okay, just try a little more nectar," Clarice said. "You're an illusion, Mary," he sobbed. "My name is not Mary," said Clarice. Her voice sounded gentle and a bit sad. "My name is Clarice, remember?" For someone like her, Percy never knew she could sound that way. "It's so dark," Chris said. "Then come outside. The sunlight will help you," Clarice said. 1,000 skulls. The earth keeps healing him. "Please, Chris, you have to get better. You have to. Please," Clarice pleaded. "Mr. D will be back soon. He's an expert in madness. Please just hang on." Chris's eyes were like a cornered rat's, wild and desperate. "There's no way out, Mary. No way out." Then he seemed to get a glimpse at Percy. "The son of Poseidon. He's horrible." Percy backed away, hoping Clarice hadn't seen him. He listened for her to come charging after him. But instead, she just kept talking to Chris and tried to feed him more nectar. Percy couldn't believe all this. Chris was shivering in a dark basement, afraid to come out, and mumbling about someone named Mary. No wonder Clarice didn't want anything to do with the labyrinth. And maybe she thought it was part of
Chris's hallucinations, but son of Poseidon? He had been looking at Percy, and yet why did Percy get the feeling Chris hadn't been talking about him at all? And Clarice's tenderness? It never even occurred to Percy that she might like someone. The way she said Chris's name, she'd known him before he changed sides. She'd known him a lot better than Percy realized. What could have happened to Chris while in the labyrinth? Then he heard a creaking noise from above, like the attic door opening. Percy would have been so dead if he was caught sneaking around, and he ran back to the living room. Thank the Olympians, Chiron, Quintus, and Argus still didn't notice. Seconds later, Annabeth appeared in the door behind Percy.
My dear, Chiron said, you've made it. What did she have to tell you?
I got the prophecy. I will lead the quest to find Daedalus' workshop.
Nobody cheered. Well, everyone liked Annabeth, and they were all happy for her that she finally got a quest, but this seemed insanely dangerous.
What exactly did the prophecy say, my dear? The wording is important, you know, Chiron told her.
Annabeth took a deep breath.
Well, it said, "You shall delve in the darkness of the endless maze, the dead, the traitor, and the lost one raise. You shall rise or fall by the ghost king's hand, the child of Athena's final stand."
The lost one! That must be Pan,
Grover said. With the dead and the traitor, Percy added. Not so great, and not to mention the final stand part. Everyone looked around uncomfortably. Annabeth was a daughter of Athena, and a final stand didn't sound good.
Hey, we shouldn't just jump straight to conclusions, Selena said. Annabeth isn't really the only child of Athena, you know.
But who's this ghost king? Beckendorf asked. No one answered. Percy thought about the iris message he had seen of Nico summoning spirits. He had a bad feeling the prophecy was connected to that.
Are there any more lines? Chiron asked. The prophecy does not sound complete.
Annabeth hesitated.
I don't remember exactly.
Chiron raised an eyebrow. Annabeth was known for her memory. She never forgot something she heard.
Something about destroy with a hero's final breath, she said.
And?
Chiron asked.
Look, the point is I have to go in, find the workshop, stop Luke, and I need help.
She turned to Percy.
Will you come with me, Percy?
Yes, he said, without even hesitating. She smiled, and for the first time in days, that made it all worthwhile.
Grover, you too, she said. The wild god is waiting.
Grover seemed to forget how much he hated being underground. The line about the lost one had completely energized him.
I'll go pack extra recyclables for snacks.
And Tyson, I'll need you too.
Yay! Now wait a second, Annabeth, Chiron said. This goes against the ancient laws. A hero is allowed only 2 companions.
I need them all, she insisted. It's important, Chiron.
Percy wasn't sure why she seemed so certain, but he was happy she included Tyson. He couldn't imagine leaving him behind. He was huge and strong and great at figuring out mechanical things. Unlike satyrs, Cyclopes had no problem underground.
Annabeth, Chiron said, consider well. You would be breaking the ancient laws, and there's always consequences. Last winter, 5 went on a quest to save Artemis, and only 3 of those heroes survived. Think on that. 3 is a good number. There are 3 Fates, 3 Furies, and 3 Olympian sons of Kronos, even 3 daughters. It is a good, strong number that stands against many dangers. 4 is risky.
Annabeth took a deep breath.
I know, but we have to. Please.
Percy could tell Chiron didn't like it. Quintus was studying both Percy and Annabeth back and forth, like he was trying to decide which one of them would come back alive. Chiron sighed and said,
Very well, let us adjourn. The quest members must prepare themselves. Tomorrow at dawn, we'll send all 4 of you into the labyrinth.
Quintus pulled Percy aside and said, "I have a bad feeling about this." Percy remembered what Juniper said about him scouting out the maze. Percy wouldn't trust him, but when Quintus looked at him, Percy saw real concern in his eyes. "I don't like the idea of you going down there, or any of you," Quintus said, "but if you must, I want you to remember something. The labyrinth exists to fool you and distract you. That is very dangerous for half-bloods. We are easily distracted."
"You've been in there?"
Percy asked. "A long time ago," he answered. "I barely escaped with my life. Most who enter aren't that lucky. Percy, just remember, while you're in there, keep your mind on what matters most. If you could do that, you might find your way out." Then he pulled out a silver tube and gestured Percy to take it.
"A dog whistle?"
"Not just any dog whistle," Quintus said. "It's made out of Stygian ice from the river Styx. You can use it to call Mrs. O'Leary for help wherever you are, anywhere in the world. I'm not sure if it'll work while in the maze, but it's worth a try. I'd be happier if you had it. The ice won't melt, but you can only use it once, because once it's blown, it will shatter, so you must make it count."
This made Percy remember the time when Luke gave him flying shoes which backfired just before Luke ran away. He also thought about when Juniper warned him not to trust Quintus. But Percy just said, "Thanks." He shoved the whistle in his pocket, left the room, and promised himself he would never use it. Then he went to catch up with Annabeth. He found her in the back of her cabin, completely alone and surrounded by piles of books and papers. Obviously research on the labyrinth. Knock knock," he said. "You okay?" "None of these stories are helping," Annabeth said. "They're leading me to nowhere." Percy thought about what Quintus had said about how the maze would try to distract someone, and wondered if Annabeth knew that for herself. "We'll figure it out," he promised. "I've wanted to lead a quest since I was 7 years old, Percy," she said. "You're going to do awesome." She smiled at him. Then she stared back at all the books and maps that she pulled down from the shelves. "I'm worried, Percy. Maybe I shouldn't have asked you to do this. Or Tyson, or Grover." "Hey, we're your friends. We wouldn't miss it." "But—" She stopped herself. "What is it?" he asked. "The prophecy?" "I'm sure it's fine," she said in a small voice. "What was the last line, then?" Then she did something that really surprised him. She blinked back tears and put her arms around him. Percy felt 100 butterflies in his stomach. "Hey, it's okay," he said. Annabeth was shivering. "Chiron might be right," she muttered. "I'm breaking the rules, but I don't know what else to do. But having you with me, it just feels right." "Don't worry about it. We've had plenty of problems before. We can solve them. But this time is different. I don't want anything to happen to—" Behind them, someone cleared their throat. It was Annabeth's half-brother Malcolm. Sorry," he said. Archery practice is starting, Annabeth. Chiron told me to come get you." Percy stepped away from Annabeth. "We were just looking at maps," he said stupidly. Malcolm stared at him awkwardly. "Okay, tell Chiron I'll be right there," said Annabeth, and Malcolm left in a hurry. Annabeth rubbed her eyes. "You go ahead, Percy. I better get ready for archery." He nodded, and he felt more confused than he ever had in his life. He wanted to run from the cabin, but he didn't. "Annabeth," he said, "about your prophecy, the line about a hero's last breath." "You were wondering which hero? I don't know." "No, something else. The last line usually rhymes with the one before it. Was it something about... Did it end with the word death?" Annabeth stared down at her books. "You better go, Percy. I gotta get ready for the quest. I'll see you in the morning." So he left her alone again with the books and maps that led from nowhere to nowhere, and he couldn't shake the feeling that one of them wasn't coming back from the quest alive. You might think he got a good night's sleep before the quest, right? Wrong. That night, he dreamed about Luke in his quarters, and the Princess Andromeda, knelting in front of the golden sarcophagus of Kronos. He wore an ancient Greek toga and a cape. It made him look timeless, like he was one of the minor gods who lived on Mount Olympus. The last time Percy saw him, he'd been broken and unconscious after a nasty fall over Mount Tam just 6 months ago. Now, he looked perfectly fine, almost too healthy.
"Our spies report success, my lord," he said. "Camp Half-Blood is planning a quest as you predicted. Our side of the bargain is almost complete."
"Excellent."
The voice of Kronos didn't so much speak as pierce Percy's mind like a dagger. It was freezing with cruelty.
"One more heart shall join our cause, and then it will be sufficient. At last I shall rise fully from Tartarus."
"But the form, my lord." Luke's voice started shaking.
"Show me your sword, Luke Castellan."
A chill went through Percy, and he realized he never really heard Luke's last name actually spoken before. It never even occurred to him. Luke drew his sword, the Backbiter. Its double-edged blade glowed wickedly with half steel and half celestial bronze. It was forged with both metals so it could kill monsters and mortals, which made it a really evil weapon. Percy didn't miss being nearly killed several times by that sword. It was the only blade he really feared.
"You pledged yourself to me," Kronos reminded him. "You took this sword as proof of your oath."
"Yes, my lord. It's just..."
"You wanted power, and I gave you that. You are now beyond harm. Soon you shall rule the world of gods and mortals. Do you not wish to avenge yourself and see Olympus destroyed?"
A shiver ran through Luke's body. "Yes," he said.
"Then make ready the strike force. As soon as the bargain is done, we shall move forward. First, Camp Half-Blood will be reduced to ash."
The coffin glowed. Its golden light filled the room.
"Once those bothersome heroes are eliminated, we will march on Olympus."
There was a knock at the door. The light of the coffin faded, and Luke took a deep breath.
"Come in."
The doors opened, and Kelly the empousai walked in, and she was back in her human disguise. Her red dress seemed a little distracting. "Hello, Luke," she said. Luke's voice was cold.
"What do you want? I told you not to disturb me."
"Oh, that's not very nice," she said. "You look tense. How about a nice shoulder massage?"
"If you have something to report, then spit it out. Otherwise, beat it."
"I don't know why you're so hot these days. You used to be so fun to hang around."
"That was before I saw what you did with that boy in Seattle."
"Oh, he meant nothing to me," Kelly said. "Just a little snack, really. You know my heart belongs to you, Luke."
"Thanks, but no thanks. Now report or get out."
"Fine. The advance team is ready as you requested. We can leave..." She frowned.
"What is it?" Luke asked.
"Perseus!" Kelly said. She looked straight at Percy, bared her fangs, and lunged. Percy woke with his heart pounding. He could have sworn the demon's fangs were an inch from his throat. Tyson was snoring on the other end of the room. The sound calmed Percy down a little. He had no idea how Kelly could sense him in a dream, but he heard more than he wanted to know. An army was ready, and Kronos would lead it personally. All they needed was a way to navigate the labyrinth. Then they could invade and destroy the camp, and Luke apparently thought that was going to happen real soon. He was tempted to go wake up Annabeth and tell her everything, middle of the night or not. Then the fountain in the corner was glowing again. It had a bluish-green glow, a lot brighter and more urgent than the night before. Percy got out of bed and looked in the fountain. No voice spoke from the water this time. He got the feeling the fountain was waiting for him to make the first move. He probably should have gone back to bed. Instead, he thought about what he had seen last night when Nico was at the bank of the river Styx. "You're trying to tell me something," he told the fountain, but there was no response. "All right, show me Nico D'Angelo," he said. He didn't even throw a coin inside, but this time it didn't matter. It was like some other force had control of the water besides Iris the rainbow goddess. In the water, Nico appeared, and he was no longer in the underworld. He was sitting in a graveyard. He was watching some grave diggers at work. A large store bag sat next to Nico's feet. "Is it deep enough yet?" Nico asked, sounding irritated. "Nearly, my lord," said the same ghost from the last Iris message. "But my lord, I tell you this is unnecessary. You already have me for advice." "I want a second opinion," Nico said. He snapped his fingers and the digging stopped. 2 skeletons climbed out of the hole. "Thank you. You are dismissed," Nico said. The skeletons collapsed into piles of bones. "You might as well thank the shovels," the ghost complained. "They have as much sense." Nico ignored him. Then he reached into his bag and pulled out a soda. Instead of drinking it, he poured it into the grave. "Let the dead taste again," he murmured. "Let them rise again and take this offering. Let them remember." He dropped the can into the grave. Then he turned his bag upside down and shook out some more soda cans and some hamburgers into the grave. "In my day we used animal blood," the ghost said. "Quiet!" Nico ordered, and he began chanting in Greek. Percy caught only some of the words. A lot about the dead and memories and returning from the grave. Real happy stuff. Dark red liquid rose to the top like the whole thing was filling with soda. Dozens of bluish human figures began to appear among the gravestones. Nico had summoned the dead with soda and hamburgers. "There are too many," the ghost said nervously. "You don't know your own powers." "I've got it under control," Nico said. He drew his solid black sword. It wasn't celestial bronze or steel. Iron, maybe? "One at a time," Nico told the ghost. A single figure of a teenage boy appeared in front of him. "Who are you?" Nico asked. "I am Theseus." Percy thought, no way, this kid was Theseus. He heard many stories about him, but always pictured him as a huge buff guy. He seemed no older or stronger than Percy was. "How can I retrieve my sister?" Nico asked. Theseus's eyes were as lifeless as glass. "Do not try it. It is madness." "Just tell me." "My stepfather died by throwing himself into the sea because he thought I was dead in the Labyrinth," Theseus remembered. "I wanted to bring him back, but I could not." "My lord, ask him about the soul exchange," Nico's ghost hissed. "That voice," Theseus said. "I know that voice." "No, you don't. Answer the Lord's questions and nothing more," the ghost said. "Look, I want to hear about my sister," Nico said. "Will this quest into the labyrinth help me win her back?" Theseus was looking for the ghost, but apparently couldn't see him. Slowly, he turned his eyes back on Nico. "The labyrinth is treacherous. There's only one thing that saw me through, the love of a mortal girl. The string was only part of the answer. It was the princess who guided me." "We don't need any of that," the ghost said. "I will guide you, my lord. Ask him if it's true about the soul exchange. He will tell you." A soul for a soul, is it true? Nico asked.
I must say yes, but the spectre... Just answer the questions, please, the ghost said.
Suddenly, the other ghosts started whispering in nervous tones, but Percy or Nico couldn't hear what they were saying exactly.
I want to see my sister, Nico demanded. Where is she?
He is coming, Theseus said fearfully. He has sensed your summons. He comes to find the source of the power. You must release us.
The water in the fountain began to tremble and started humming with power. Percy realized the whole cabin was shaking. The noise grew louder. The image of Nico in the graveyard started glowing until it was too painful to watch. Stop, Percy said out loud. Stop it! Purple light threw horrible ghostly shadows out of the fountain and flew around the cabin as if the specters were escaping right from out of the fountain. In desperation, Percy uncapped Riptide and slashed at the fountain. The water spilled on the floor, and the specters disappeared. After all that noise, Tyson was still sleeping. Percy sank to the ground, shivering from what he'd seen. Tyson found him there in the morning, still kneeling in front of the shattered remains of the fountain. Just after dawn, the quest group met up at Zeus's Fest. Chiron, Quintus, and Mrs. O'Leary stood with the other campers who all came to wish them well, but there was too much activity to feel happy. Chiron had made it clear that the entrance to the Labyrinth had to be guarded at all times. So he had Beckendorf and some other campers set up a line of defense just in case. Since they had no idea what they would encounter, Grover was once again dressed in his human disguise. He had his favorite hat on to hide his horns and pants to hide his goat legs. Before they were off, Percy asked Chiron if he could tell him something in private, so they walked out of earshot. "Can I ask you a favor?" he asked Chiron.
Of course, my boy.
He told them about his dream with Luke and Kronos and what they were planning, and the bargain that they mentioned.
I feared this, Chiron said. Against my father Kronos, we couldn't stand a chance in a fight.
Do you have any idea what they meant about a bargain? Percy asked.
I'm not sure, but I fear they seek to make a deal with Daedalus. If the old adventurer is truly alive, and if he hasn't been driven insane by his isolation for this long, either way, Kronos can find ways to twist anyone to his will.
Not everyone, Percy promised.
Yes, you're right. Perhaps not everyone, Chiron said, smiling. But beware, Percy. I feared for some time now that Kronos may seek Daedalus for other reasons, not just passage through the maze.
What else could he want? Percy asked.
Something me and Annabeth were discussing before. Do you remember what you told me about your first trip to the Princess Andromeda, the first time you saw the golden coffin?
Yeah, Luke was talking about raising Kronos, little pieces of him appearing in the coffin every time someone new joined his cause.
And what did Luke say he would do when Kronos had risen completely?
A chill went down Percy's spine. He said they would make Kronos a new body worthy of the forges of Hephaestus.
Indeed, Chiron said. Daedalus was the world's greatest inventor. He created the Labyrinth, but much more. Automatons, thinking machines. What if Kronos convinces Daedalus to make him a new form?
That was a really unpleasant thought. We've got to get to Daedalus first, Percy said, and convince him not to. Chiron stared off into the trees.
One other thing I do not understand. This talk of a last soul joining their cause.
Percy kept his mouth shut. He felt guilty, but he already made the decision not to tell Chiron about Nico being a son of Hades. But he was worried about the mentioning of a last soul part. What if Kronos knew about Nico and tried to make him turn evil? It was almost enough to make him want to tell Chiron. But he didn't for one reason. He wasn't sure Chiron could do anything about it. He had to find Nico himself and explain things to him and make him listen. "I don't know," he said at last. "But there's something Juniper said maybe you should hear." He told Chiron everything Juniper told him.
"That does not surprise me,"
he replied. "You mean you knew?"
"Percy, when Quintus showed up at camp offering his services, well, I would have had to be a fool not to be suspicious."
"Then why did you let him in?"
"Because sometimes it is better to have someone you mistrust close to you so that you can keep an eye on him. He may be, just as he says, a half-blood in search of a home. Certainly he has done nothing openly that would make me question his loyalty. But believe me, I will keep an eye out."
Annabeth trudged over, probably curious about what was taking so long. "Percy, you ready?" "Yeah," he said. "Let's get going." They walked up to the pile of rocks, and Percy felt his pocket where he kept the ice whistle. Then he looked over and saw Quintus watching him carefully. He raised his hand in farewell.
"Our spies report success," Luke had said.
The same day they decided to start a quest, Luke had already known about it.
"Take care," Chiron told them, "and good hunting."
"You too," Percy said.
"Hello, rocks,"
Tyson said.
"Goodbye, sunshine,"
Grover sobbed. Percy stared at the dark tunnel, then stared up at the sky, afraid whether or not he would ever see it again. Then he crawled through the opening, and the four heroes descended into darkness. Once they were inside, the tunnel had changed. The pitch-black cavern Percy and Annabeth had stumbled into before was now replaced with a red brick hallway. Annabeth tried her best to guide them, and she had this idea that they should stick to the right wall. "If we keep one hand on the right wall and follow it," she said, "we should be able to find our way out again by reversing course." Unfortunately, as soon as she said that, the right wall moved, disassembled, and revealed 4 different exits. Which way did we come in?" Grover said, nervously. "Just turn around," said Annabeth. But when they did, it was just as confusing. It was ridiculous. None of them could decide which way led back to camp.
"Walls are mean," Tyson said. "Which way now?"
Annabeth pointed her flashlight in one of the tunnels. As far as anyone could tell, they were identical. "That way," she said. "How do you know?" Percy asked. "Deductive reasoning." "So you're guessing." "Just come on," she said. The tunnel she'd chosen started getting narrow. The walls turned to gray cement, and the ceiling got so low that pretty soon they were all hunching over. Grover's hyperventilating was the loudest in the maze. "I can't stand it anymore," he complained. "Are we there yet?" "We haven't even been down here for like 5 minutes," Annabeth told him. "It's been long enough," Grover insisted. "And why would Pan even be down here at all? This is the complete opposite of the wild." They kept shuffling forward. Just when they thought the tunnel would get small enough to squish them, it had opened into a huge room with an old fountain. But they were not alone. What Percy noticed first were the man's 2 faces. Both of them jetted out from either side of his head. He was dressed like a New York City doorman with a navy blue overcoat and a matching hat. "Well, Annabeth," said his left-faced, "hurry up." "Oh, don't mind him," said the right face. "He's terribly rude. Right this way, miss." Annabeth's jaw dropped. I don't..." "Come along now, miss," the left face scowled. No, the right face said. "This way, miss. Talk to me, please." The 2-faced man regarded Annabeth as best he could, out of the corners of his eyes. It was impossible to look at him straight on without focusing on one side or the other. And suddenly Percy realized that's what he was asking. He wanted Annabeth to choose.
A second later, the doorman held up a key. Behind him were two exits, both blocked by wooden doors with huge iron locks. Behind them, the tunnel they had come through was now replaced by a blank wall. They couldn't go back the way they came in. "The exits are closed," said Annabeth. "Well, duh," the man's left face said. "Well, where do they lead?" she asked. "One probably leads to the way you wish to go," the right face said, encouragingly. "The other leads to certain death," said the left face. I know who you are," said Annabeth. "Oh, really? Well, you're a smart one," the left face sneered. "But do you know which way to choose? I don't have all day." "Why are you trying to confuse me?" Annabeth asked. "You're in charge now, my dear," said the right face. "All decisions are on your shoulders. That's what you wanted, isn't it?" "We know you, Annabeth," the left face said. "We know what you wrestle with each day. But you'll have to make your choice sooner or later." Percy didn't know what they were talking about, but it sounded like it was more than just a choice between the doors. "Leave her alone," Percy said finally. "Who are you anyway?" "I'm your best friend," the right face said. "I am your worst enemy," said the left. "I am Janus, god of beginnings, choices, doorways, and endings." "I'll see you soon enough, Perseus Jackson," said the left face, "but for now, it's Annabeth's turn. Such fun this is going to be." "Shut up," said the right face. "This is serious. One bad choice can ruin your whole life. It can kill you and all your friends. But no pressure, Annabeth. Go ahead, make your choice." With this sudden chill, Percy remembered the words of the prophecy, the child of Athena's final stand. "Don't do it," he said. "I'm afraid she has to," the right face said cheerfully. I choose." Before she could point to a door, a deadly light flooded the room. When the light died, a woman was standing at the fountain. She was tall and graceful, with long hair the color of chocolate. Her white dress was most likely the source of the brightness. "Janus," she said, "are we causing trouble again?" "No, my lady," Janus's right face stammered. "Oh, yes, we are," the left face said. "Shut up," said the right. "Excuse me?" the woman asked. "Not you, my lady. I was talking to myself." "I see," the lady said. "Well, you know very well your visit is premature. The girl's time is not yet to come. Now be gone, or I shall turn you into a door and break you down." The left face muttered, "Party pooper," and disappeared. When the woman looked at the kids, fear closed around Percy's heart. Her eyes shined with power. For a second, he almost wished they could have taken their chances with Janus. But then the woman just smiled and said, "You must be hungry. Come, sit with me, and we can talk." Percy wasn't sure how long it had been there, but he was pretty sure the woman just made a picnic table appear out of thin air while they weren't paying attention. Not to mention the table was filled with sandwiches. Then Percy finally realized he'd seen her once before on the Council of the Olympians. They hadn't paid much attention to each other at the time, but he knew right away that this woman was Hera, Queen of Olympus, bride of Zeus, goddess of marriage and family. He didn't remember her acting so normal, maybe because now she wasn't on Olympus, but now Hera acted like a regular mom. She served them sandwiches and poured lemonade. "Grover, dear," she said, "use your cup, don't eat it." "Yes, ma'am," Grover said. "Tyson, you're wasting away. Would you like another peanut butter sandwich?"
"Yes, nice lady,"
Tyson said. "Queen Hera," Annabeth said, "if I may ask, what are you doing in the labyrinth?" Hera smiled and said,
Why, I came to see you.
Percy and Grover exchanged nervous looks. Usually when the gods come looking for you, it's not at all in the goodness of their immortal hearts. It was usually because they wanted something.
Well, I thought you didn't like heroes, Annabeth said. Is that because of my little misunderstanding with Hercules? Honestly, I get so much bad press because of one disagreement. But didn't you try to ruin his life, like dozens of times? Annabeth asked. That's water under the bridge, my dear. Besides, he was one of my loving husband's children by another woman. I'll admit my patience were thin, but Zeus and I have had some excellent marriage counseling sessions since then. We've aired our feelings and come to an understanding, especially after that last little incident.
You're talking about Thalia, Percy guessed. But immediately, he regretted even mentioning their friend's name in front of the goddess because her eyes focused on him sharply.
Percy Jackson, isn't it? One of Poseidon's children.
He got the feeling she was thinking about a word more insulting besides children.
As I recall, I voted to let you live at the winter solstice. I hope I voted correctly.
She turned back to Annabeth with a sunny smile.
At any rate, you will bear no ill will, my girl. I appreciate the difficulty of your quest, especially when you have troublemakers like Janus to deal with.
Why was he trying to drive me crazy like that? Annabeth asked.
Oh, you must understand, my dear. Minor gods like Janus have always been frustrated by the small parts they play in the universe. Some of them, I fear, have little love for Olympus, and they can easily be persuaded to support the rise of my father Kronos. We must always keep an eye out for them, like for Janus, Hecate, my brother Hades, and lots of others. They give lip service to Olympus, and yet...
That's where Dionysus went. He was checking on them, Percy said.
Indeed, Hera said. In times of trouble, even gods can lose faith. They start putting their trust in the wrong hands. They stop looking at the big picture and start being selfish. But I'm the goddess of marriage, you see. You have to rise above the squabbling and chaos and always keep your mind on your goals.
What are your goals? Annabeth asked.
She smiled. To keep my family, the Olympians, together, of course. The best way I can do that is by helping you. Zeus does not allow me to interfere much, I'm afraid, but once every century or so, for a quest I care deeply about, he allows me to grant a wish.
A wish?
Before you ask it, let me give you some advice which I can do for free. I know you seek out Daedalus' workshop. It is as much of a mystery to me as it is to you. But if you want to know his fate, I would visit my son Hephaestus at his forge. Daedalus was a great inventor, a mortal after Hephaestus' heart. There has never been a mortal Hephaestus has admired more. If anyone would have kept up with Daedalus and could tell you his fate, it is Hephaestus.
But how do we get there? Annabeth asked.
That's my wish. I want a way to navigate the labyrinth.
Hera looked disappointed.
So be it. You wish for something, however, that you have already been given.
I don't understand.
The means is already within your grasp.
She looked at Percy.
Percy knows the answer.
I do?
But that's not fair, Annabeth said. You're not telling us what it is. Getting something and having the wits to use it, those are two different things, Hera said. I'm sure your mother Athena would agree. Then the room rumbled like distant thunder. That would be my cue, said Hera. Zeus grows impatient. Just think on what I have said, Annabeth. Seek out Hephaestus. You will have to pass through the range, I imagine, but keep going and use all the means at your disposal, however common they may seem. She pointed to the doors, and they disappeared, revealing two corridors, both open and dark. One last thing, Annabeth. I have postponed your day of choice, but I have not prevented it. Just as Janus said, you will have to make a decision. Farewell.
She waved goodbye and disappeared in another flash of light along with the table and food. Annabeth stomped her foot. What sort of help was that? Here, have a sandwich. Make a wish. Oops, I can't help you. Then poof. Well, Grover said, she did say Percy knows the answer. Then all eyes were on Percy. But I don't, he said. I don't know what she was talking about. Annabeth sighed. All right then, we'll just keep going. Which way? He asked. Left, Grover said. Annabeth frowned. How can you be sure? Because I smell something coming from the right, Grover said. Something big, Tyson said. Left sounding pretty good, said Percy, and altogether, they were moving on. After about 100 yards, an enormous boulder completely blocked their path. Sounds of dragging footsteps and heavy breathing echoed behind them. Tyson pushed against the rock and they all dashed into a small room. Whatever was chasing them wailed in frustration. Yeah, we trapped it, Percy said. Or trapped ourselves, said Grover. Only then did they realize that they were in a 20-foot square cement room. And on the opposite wall was a door with metal bars. What the Hades? Said Annabeth. A prison, Percy said. Maybe Tyson could break... But Tyson was already way ahead of them. They walked onto a catwalk and saw that they were actually on the second floor. I know this place, said Annabeth. This is Alcatraz. You mean that island near San Francisco? Percy asked. Yeah, my school took a field trip here once. It didn't seem possible that they could have popped out of the labyrinth on the other side of the country. But Annabeth had been living in San Francisco all year, keeping an eye on Mount Tamalpais just across the bay. She probably knew what she was talking about. Tyson kept going, but then Grover grabbed his arm and pulled him back with all his strength. Stop, Tyson, he whispered. Can't you see it? They all looked to where he was pointing, and Percy's stomach did a somersault. On the opposite side of the hallway was a monster more terrifying than anything they've ever seen before. It was kind of like a centaur, only female, and instead of the body of a horse, it had the body of a dragon. The woman's hair was also made of snakes like Medusa. Percy got the feeling he was looking at something half-formed, a monster so old that it was probably from the beginning of time, like even before shapes were fully defined. It's her, Tyson whimpered. They crouched into the shadows, but the monster wasn't paying them any attention. It seemed to be talking to someone inside his cell. The dragon lady said something in a weird rumbling language. What's she saying? Percy asked. What's that language? The tongue of the old times, said Tyson. A language Mother Earth spoken back when she and the Titans were around before the gods. You understand it? Can you translate? Percy asked. Tyson closed his eye and began to speak in a horrible, raspy woman's voice. You will work for the master or suffer. I hate it when he does that. It's so creepy, said Annabeth. Like all Cyclopes, Tyson had superhuman hearing, an uncanny ability to mimic voices. I will not serve, Tyson said, in a deep, wounded voice. He switched back to the woman's voice again and said, Then I shall enjoy your pain, Briareus. Tyson's jaw dropped when he said that name. Percy had never seen him like that when he was mimicking somebody. But then he continued in the woman's voice. If you thought your first imprisonment was unbearable, you have yet to feel true pain. Thank goodness until I return. The dragon lady disappeared around the corner. Ugh, I never smelled a monster so horrible, Grover said. She's every Cyclops' worst nightmare, Tyson murmured. Who is she? Percy asked Tyson. Campe, Tyson answered. Every Cyclops is told about her when we are babies.
I remember that, said Annabeth. When Titans ruled, they imprisoned Gaia and Ouranos' earlier children, the elder Cyclopes and the Hecatoncheires. The heck what now? Percy asked. The 100-handed ones, she said. They call them that because, well, they have 100 hands.
Very powerful, Tyson said. As tall as the sky and so strong they could break mountains.
Cool, said Percy, unless you're a mountain.
Campe was their jailer, Tyson said. She worked for Kronos and kept our brothers locked in Tartarus and tortured them until Zeus came. He killed her and freed the Cyclopes and 100-handed ones so they could help the gods fight against the Titans in the big war.
So, like all monsters, Campe is back from the dead, said Percy. Great. So who's in the cell?
Briareus, Tyson answered. He's a 100-handed one.
Percy wondered if this sort of monster was as tall as the sky, how could he fit in a human-sized cell? Maybe he had size-changing powers like the gods? I guess we should check on him, Percy guessed. As they approached the cell, Percy wasn't sure what he was looking at. He wore a loincloth like a big diaper, and his feet seemed too big for his body. But the top of his body was the weird part. He made Janus look downright normal. For one thing, he didn't seem to have 100 arms exactly. Either he had really bad scrapes, or probably lost a lot of arms. Either way, Percy didn't want to know what was the cause of all those deep wounds all over his body. Tyson fell to his knees.
Briareus, he said, the 100-handed one. Help us. Run while you can, young Cyclops, said Briareus. I cannot even help myself. You're a 100-handed one. You could do anything,
Tyson insisted.
I cannot, Briareus moaned. Campe is back, and the Titans will rise again and throw us back into Tartarus. What happened to all your arms? Tyson asked. They were all the prices I paid for refusing Campe's offer to join her every time, Briareus said. Use your brave face, Briareus, Tyson said.
Immediately, Briareus' face morphed into something else. His expression looked like the type of certified face that a superhero would have. But then it turned back to what it had been before.
No good, he said. My sad face keeps coming back.
How did you do that? Percy asked. 100-handed ones have like 50 different faces, Annabeth told him. Must make it hard to get a yearbook picture, Percy said.
Don't worry, Briareus, Tyson said. We'll get you out. Can I have your autograph? Do you have 100 pens?
Guys, Grover interrupted. We have to get out of here. Campe will be back. She'll sense us sooner or later. Break the bars, said Annabeth.
Yes, Tyson said, smiling proudly. Briareus could do it. He's even stronger than Cyclopes.
If he could do that, why didn't he do it earlier? Percy asked. Because he's scared, duh, said Annabeth. How would you feel if you were locked up in Tartarus for 1,000 years? Tyson, I think you should break the bars. Tyson grabbed the cell door and ripped it off like it was made of wet clay. Come on, Briareus, said Annabeth. Let's get you out of here.
I cannot, he said. She will punish me.
It'll be all right, Annabeth promised. You fought Titans before and you won, remember?
I remembered war, Briareus said. Lightning shook the world. We threw many rocks. The Titans and monsters almost won. Now, as Campe says, they are getting stronger.
Don't listen to her, said Percy. Come on. He still didn't move. Grover was right that they didn't have much time before Campe returned. But they couldn't just leave him. Tyson would cry for weeks. One game of rock, paper, scissors, Percy blurted out. If I win, you come with us. If I lose, we leave you here.
I always win at rock, paper, scissors.
Then let's do it. They both pounded their fists 3 times, and Briareus made enough rocks, papers, and scissors to outnumber a whole group of players. Percy pointed his index finger. He had only learned this from seeing Paul Blowfist making the same move on him once before.
What is that?
Briareus asked. A gun, Percy answered. It beats everything.
That's not fair, said Briareus. That's not even in the game.
I never said anything about fairness. Campe's not going to be fair if we stick around. Now come on. It all started feeling hopeful again, but then they all froze. Campe was right there! They bolted down the catwalk, down the stairs, through a corridor, and into another hall of prison cells. Follow me, said Annabeth. I remember this from the field trip. They burst outside and found themselves in the courtyard. Tourists were looking around, taking pictures. Percy pointed across the yard at a small doorway in the wall. Campe's too big to get through there, he said hopefully. He spoke too soon, because then the wall exploded, which made the tourists start screaming and running. Campe stood there holding 2 swords that glowed with a weird green aura. Those blades are poison, Grover warned. On top of that, a single touch will burn you to dust. Then Annabeth said what Percy was thinking. Run! That was the end of the debate. There was no fighting that thing. They ran out of the jail yard, down the path, around the island, and to the docks. They made it to the docks just as the tour boat was coming in. But Campe was still right behind them. Whatever the mist was making the tourists see, it couldn't have been good. The boat, Grover suggested.
Too slow, Tyson said. Back into the maze. Only chance.
We need a diversion, Annabeth said.
I'll distract Campe. You run ahead, he told the others.
I'll help you, said Percy.
No, said Tyson. Poison may hurt Cyclopes a lot, but it won't kill me.
Are you sure?
Go, brother. I'll meet you inside.
Percy hated the idea of letting Tyson run off to handle a problem alone. He'd almost lost Tyson once before that way, and he never wanted to risk that again. But there was no time to argue, and he had no better idea. So he, Annabeth, and Grover took Briareus and ran down another path while Tyson had a showdown with Campe. He blocked her swords with his shields every time she tried to jab at him. Before turning the corner, the last thing Percy saw was Tyson picking up an ice cream stand and throwing it at Campe. Ice cream exploded everywhere. When they made it back up to the jail yard, they heard a shriek that shook the ground.
We're not gonna make it,
Briareus said miserably. Don't say that, Percy told him. Tyson is risking his life to help you. You will make it. As they ran down the first floor, Tyson thought he could buy the others time by beating up Campe. When they turned a corner, Percy heard an angry roar. He glanced back and saw Tyson catching up to them at full speed. But Campe was still right behind them. Hurry, Annabeth shouted, as if they needed to be told that. They finally found their way back to the cell, where they had come in, but the back wall was completely smooth, no sign of a boulder or anything. Look for the mark, Annabeth said. Then Grover touched a tiny scratch on the wall, and a blue delta symbol glowed in its place, and the stone wall slid open. Tyson was coming down the catwalk with Campe still charging behind him. Percy knew he wasn't going to make it without help. All he needed was a distraction. Then, he threw his shield at the monster's face. She faltered just long enough for Tyson to make it into the tunnel. Campe charged, but she was too late. The stone door slammed shut and its magic sealed the opening. They felt the whole tunnel shake as Campe pounded against it and roaring furiously. They didn't stick around to play knock-knock, so they raced into the darkness. For the first time, and probably the last time, Percy was glad to be back in the maze.
They walked down a new path that led to a room full of waterfalls leading into one big pit.
"This pit goes straight to Tartarus," said Briareus. "I should jump in and save you the trouble."
"Don't talk that way," Annabeth told him. "You can come with us back to camp. You can help us prepare. You know more about fighting titans than anybody."
"I have nothing to offer," Briareus said. "I have lost everything. Even all my brothers have completely faded."
"Wait, what exactly do you mean, they faded?" Percy asked. "I thought monsters were immortal like the gods." "Percy," Grover said weakly, "even immortality has limits. Sometimes monsters get forgotten and enough that even they lose their will to stay immortal." Looking at Grover's face, he wondered if he was thinking of Pan. Then Percy remembered something Medusa had told them once, how her sister, their two other Gorgons, had passed on and left her alone. Then last year, Apollo said something about the old god Helios disappearing and leaving him with the duties of the sun god. Percy never thought about it too much, but now, looking at Briareus, he realized how terrible it would be to be so old, thousands and thousands of years old and totally alone.
"I must go,"
Briareus said.
"Kronos' army will invade camp," Tyson told him. "We need help. You are strong." "Not anymore."
"Hey," Percy said, "in case you haven't noticed, Tyson believes in you." Then he explained to him about their situation. Luke and his army, Daedalus' workshop, Kronos' coffin.
"I cannot help you," Briareus said. "I don't have enough finger guns for this battle."
"Maybe that's why the monsters fade," said Percy. "Maybe it's not just because of what mortals believe. You just give up on yourself." Then he turned and trudged down the corridor until he was lost in the shadows. Tyson sobbed. "It's okay, big guy," Grover said, which must have taken all of his strength. Tyson sneezed and said, "He was my hero." Percy wanted to make him feel better, but wasn't sure what to do. "Guys," Annabeth said, "we really should get moving. This pit is making me nervous. Let's find a better place to camp for the night." Minutes later, they found a corridor made of marble. It looked like it could have been part of a Greek tomb. It had to be an older part of the maze, and Annabeth decided that that was a good sign. "We must be close," she said. "Let's get some rest. We'll keep going until the morning." How exactly do we know when it's morning?" Grover asked. "I don't know," said Annabeth. "We'll just keep resting until we feel rested." Annabeth took the first watch. Grover dozed off almost immediately, but Tyson and Percy took a little longer. "I'm so sorry I lost the shield," Percy told him. "You worked so hard to repair it."
"Don't worry, brother. You saved me. You wouldn't have had to if Briareus had helped."
Percy tried to fall asleep, but Campe was stuck in his head, which made it real hard to relax. He got up and scooted his bedroll next to where Annabeth was sitting. "Percy, you should sleep," she said. "I can't," he said. "You doing all right?" "Sure. First day leading the quest? Just great." "Hey," he said. "We'll get there. We'll find the workshop before Luke does." She brushed a hand through her hair, and Percy imagined what she must have looked like when she was little, wandering around the country with Luke and their old friend Thalia Grace, back when she was only 7. Even when she looked scared, like now, he knew she had a lot of guts. "I just wish the quest was logical," she complained. "I mean, we're traveling through the Labyrinth, but we have no idea where we'll end up. How can you walk from New York to California in a day?" "Space isn't the same in the Labyrinth." I know, it's just... Percy, I was just kidding myself with all that planning and reading. I don't have a clue where we're going." "We never know what we're doing anyway,"
Percy said, "but it always works out, and you're doing great. Remember Circe's island?" She snorted. "You made a cute guinea pig." "And Waterland? How you got us thrown off that ride?" "I got us thrown off? That was totally your fault." "See? It'll be fine." She smiled, which he was glad to see, but the smile faded quickly. "Percy, what did Hera mean when she said you knew the way through the maze?" "I honestly don't know," he answered. Maybe what? Maybe if you tell me the last line in the prophecy, it might help." "Not here," said Annabeth. "Not in the dark." "What about the choice Janus mentioned? You know, 'cause Hera said..." "Stop!" Annabeth snapped. "I'm sorry, Percy. I'm just stressed, but I gotta think about it." They sat in silence, listening to the creaks and groans in the maze, also the echo of stones grinding together as tunnels changed, grew, and expanded. The dark made Percy think of the visions he'd seen of Nico, and suddenly realized something. "Nico's down here somewhere," Percy said. "That's how he disappeared from camp. He found the labyrinth. Then he found a path that led down even further to the underworld, but now he's back in the maze. He's coming after me." Annabeth was quiet for a long time. "I just hope you're wrong, Percy. But if you're right..." She stared into the dark hallway. He had a feeling she was thinking about her prophecy. He'd never seen her look more tired. "How about I take the first watch?" he said. "I'll wake you if anything happens." Annabeth looked like she wanted to protest, but she just said, "All right." Then she slumped down on her bedroll and closed her eyes. When it was Percy's turn to sleep, he dreamed about the same old man and his son in the same prison from the last dream. Only this time, the prison cell looked more like a workshop now. Percy saw the man holding up what looked like a set of human-sized wings. Metal wings constructed from thousands of interlocking feathers.
"It is done,"
he announced. The boy smiled. "You're a genius, Father."
The old man smiled. "Tell me something I don't know, Icarus. Now come, let's get strapped in."
"You first, Father," Icarus said. "You made them. You should have the honor of wearing them first." Icarus helped his father get strapped in, but then... boom! Something heavy was banging on the door. Daedalus helped Icarus put on his wings just in time before the king's guards broke in with a battering ram.
Well, the king said cruelly. "I was curious to see how far you'd get in this little project before I dashed your hopes. And I must say I'm impressed." "We're leaving, Minos," the old man said. "You let my daughter escape, old man. You drove my wife to madness. You killed my monster and made me the laughingstock in the Mediterranean. You will never escape me." Icarus grabbed the wax gun and sprayed it at the king and his guards in their faces. Together, the inventor and his son shot into the sky on their bronze wings carried by the updraft. "Shoot them!" the king yelled, but his guards had no bows. They soared away from their tower prison and beyond the shores of Crete. "Icarus," Daedalus called, "keep your wings as still as possible. Don't flap, glide."
But Icarus couldn't hear him with the wind in his ears and kept flapping, and soon all his feathers started falling off until there were none left. "Father!" Percy woke with his heart beating fast. He felt like he'd just been falling. The corridor was dark in the constant moaning of the labyrinth. He thought he could hear the anguished cry of Daedalus calling his son's name as Icarus, his only joy, plummeted toward the sea 300 feet below. After eating some granola bars and juice boxes for breakfast, they were moving on until Percy stopped underneath what looked like a drain pipe. He could see daylight behind the bars and something that looked a lot like a cow.
It's a cattle guard, Grover said. A what? You know, those bars that people put on the ground so cows can't escape the ranch. They just get stuck if they tried. They're beyond annoying. Believe me, I know just from having hooves. Percy turned to Annabeth. Didn't Hera say something about a ranch? We should check it out. Nico might be up there. She hesitated. All right, but how do we get out? Tyson solved that problem by punching the cattle guard. It popped up and went flying out of sight. They were on a ranch all right, one with rolling hills that stretched to the horizon. But the cows they saw weren't normal cows. The cows were cherry-colored cows. Red cattle, said Annabeth. They're sacred to Apollo. Holy cows? Percy asked. Exactly. But what do they do? A two-headed greyhound jumped out from out of the bushes, snapping and snarling. Nice Janus, doggy, Tyson said. Good Janus, doggy. Arf, Grover said, but apparently his doglish wasn't helping, even if the dog could understand. Then a middle-aged guy popped out of the bush, probably the dog's master. He had white hair and a beard. He was wearing a cowboy hat, jeans, a denim jacket, and a shirt that said, "Don't mess with Texas." "Heel, Orthus," he told the dog in a southern accent. "Half-bloods," he said, staring at the kids. "I know half-bloods when I see 'em. I'm a half-blood myself, you know. I'm Eurydion, son of Ares, and I work in this here ranch. Y'all came in here through the Labyrinth, I reckon, just like the other one." "The other one?" Percy asked. "You mean Nico D'Angelo?" "We get loads of visitors through the Labyrinth," the man said. "Not many ever leave." "Wow," said Percy. "I feel welcome." "I'll only say this once, demigods," the man said. "Leave now and back to where you came from before it's too late." "We're not leaving," said Annabeth. "Not until we see this other demigod. Please?" "Then you leave me no choice, missy. I'll have to take you to the boss." Why do I feel like there's something familiar about this? They walked down a dirt path that led to a big house which didn't really match well with the environment. All white stone and wood and big windows, almost like a Frank Lloyd Wright design. "Now remember," said Eurydion, "don't break the rules. No fighting, no drawing weapons, and don't make any comments about the boss's appearance." "Why? What does he look like?" Percy asked. Before Eurydion could reply, a new voice said, "Welcome to the Triple G Ranch." The man on the porch had a normal head, which was a relief. He had tan skin, silk black hair, and a thin mustache. He smiled, but his smile wasn't friendly. But the weird part of him was that his body had 3 torsos. Each of them had their own Western shirt. And in the collars of his other 2 shirts, Percy couldn't tell if they were bumpy shoulders or maybe he had 2 other heads that had been cut off. The sight of it looked disturbing either way. Maybe he'd been recently attacked and his other 2 heads were taking really long to regenerate. "Say hello to Mr. Geryon," said Eurydion. Hi," said Percy. Nice ranch you have." Before the 3-bodied man could reply, Nico came out of the house and onto the porch. "You!" "Oh, put that thing away, Mr. D'Angelo," Geryon demanded. "I ain't gonna have my guests killing each other." "But that's..." "Percy Jackson," Geryon said, "and Annabeth Chase, and a couple of nymphs." Nico's voice trembled with rage. "They let my sister die! They're here to kill me!" "That's not true, Nico," Percy told him. "What happened to Bianca was..." "Don't speak her name!" You're not worthy to even talk about her. Wait a second, Annabeth said, pointing to Geryon. How do you know our names?
I make it my business to keep informed, darling, Geryon said. Everybody pops into the ranch from time to time. Everyone needs something from old Geryon. Now, Mr. D'Angelo, why don't you put that sword away before I have Eurydion take it from you?
Nico hesitated. His eyes were dark and full of hate as he looked at Percy. He was too young to look so angry. If you come near me, Percy, I'll summon help. I promise you don't want to meet my helpers. I believe you, Percy said.
There now, we've all made nice, said Geryon. Now come along, folks. I want to give you a tour of the ranch.
Geryon guided them over to one of those kiddie trains.
We have a huge operation here, as you could see, Geryon boasted. We provide mostly cattle, but we also include horses, hippolectrians, and all sorts of big exotic varieties, too. Now over here we have our fire-breathing horses. They're breeded for war, naturally.
What war? Percy asked. Geryon ignored the question. You sure had a lot of red cattle back there, Rover said.
Yes, well, Apollo's too busy to see them, Geryon explained, so he leaves them in our care. We breed them vigorously because there's such a demand.
For what? Percy asked.
Meat, of course, Geryon answered. Armies have to eat.
You killed the sacred cows of the sun god for hamburger meat? Grover said. That's against the ancient laws.
Oh, don't get so worked up, Satyr. They're just animals.
Just animals?
Yeah, and if Apollo cared, I'm sure he would tell us.
If he knew, Percy muttered. Enough, Nico shouted. I don't have time for this, Geryon, and I don't even care. We have business to discuss.
All in good time, Mr. D'Angelo. Now look over here.
They passed huge wired cages, which contained giant scorpions. They reminded Percy of the ones they fought in the camp games. That made him wonder, what if this is where Quintus got them from? Did a man named Quintus ever come here to buy scorpions? He asked Geryon.
Quintus? Geryon asked. Middle-aged man, muscular, gray hair?
Yeah.
Never heard of him. Now, coming around this hill are my prized stables. You must see them.
They didn't need to see them, because they could easily smell them from around the hill. On the other side of the hill, they saw a huge horse corral next to a river. The whole place was infested with disgusting muck. And by muck, it was horse poop. It was the most disgusting thing they'd ever seen. Like a poop blizzard had come through and dumped 4 feet of the stuff overnight. It reeked like you wouldn't believe, worse than the garbage boats on the East River. Even Nico gagged. What is that? He asked.
My stables, Geryon said.
Well, actually, they belong to Aegis, but we watch over them for a small monthly fee. Ain't they lovely? They're disgusting, said Annabeth. How can you keep animals like that? Grover said.
Y'all are getting on my nerves now, Geryon said. These are flesh-eating horses, see? They lack these conditions. Plus you do cheap to have them clean,
Eurydion said.
Quiet,
Geryon snapped.
Alright, perhaps the stables are a bit challenging to clean. Perhaps they do make me nauseous when the wind blows the wrong way, but so what? My clients still pay me well.
What clients? Percy demanded.
Oh, you'd be surprised how many people will pay for a flesh-eating horse. They make great garbage disposals, wonderful way to terrify your enemies, and great at birthday parties. People rent them out all the time.
You're a monster, said Annabeth.
What gave it away? Was it the 3 bodies?
You have to let these animals go, Grover said. It's just not right. And the clients you keep talking about, said Annabeth. You work for Kronos, don't you? You're supplying his army with horses, food, whatever they need. Geryon turned off the engine and said, I work for anyone with gold, young lady. I'm a businessman, and I'll sell anything I have to offer. Nico stormed over to Geryon. Hey, I came here for business, Geryon, Nico said, and you haven't answered me. My ghost told me you could help me. He said you could guide me to the soul I need. Wait a second, Percy said. I thought I was the soul you wanted. Nico looked at him like he was crazy. You? Why would I want you? Bianca's soul is worth 1,000 of yours. Now can you help me, Geryon, or not? Oh, I can imagine I could, Geryon said. Where is your ghost friend anyway? Nico looked uneasy. He can't form in broad daylight. It's hard for him, but he's around here somewhere. Geryon smiled. I'm sure Minos likes to disappear in difficult times. Minos? Percy asked. You mean that evil king? That's the ghost who's been giving you advice? It's none of your business, Percy, Nico said. Then he turned back to Geryon. And what do you mean, things getting difficult? Well, the truth is, Lucas Dallin is offering good money for half-bloods, and I'm sure he'll pay a pretty good price for you. Once he learns how powerful you are, that is. Nico drew his sword, but Eurydion knocked it out of his hand. Before Percy could get up, Orthus pounced on his chest and growled. Unless any of you want Orthus to bite Mr. Jackson's throat out, I'd stay seated if I were any of you, Geryon warned. Now, Eurydion, if you would be so kind to secure Nico. Do I have to? He asked. Yes, you fool. He wrapped a rope around Nico like wrangling a cow. Well, Geryon said cheerfully, now that we've had the tour, let's go back to the lodge, have some lunch, and send an Iris message to our friends in the Titan army. You fiend! Annabeth cried. Oh, don't worry, my dear. I don't really interfere with quests, but y'all be free to go once I've delivered Mr. D'Angelo. Besides, I've been paid well to give you a safe passage, which I'm afraid does not include Mr. D'Angelo. Paid by whom? Annabeth said. What do you mean? Never mind that. Now, let's be off, shall we? Wait, Percy said. Orthus growled, but Percy stayed perfectly still so he wouldn't tear out his throat. Geryon, you said you're a businessman. Make me a deal. Why should I? He asked. You got nothing I want. You could make him clean the stables, Eurydion suggested innocently. I'll do it, Percy said, and if I fail, you get all of us. Trade us all to Luke for gold. Assuming the horses don't eat you, Geryon said. Either way, you get my brains, Percy said. But if I succeed, you've got to let us all go, including Nico. Forget that last part, Nico screamed. I don't need any favors, and I don't need your help. Geryon chuckled. Oh, Percy Jackson, those stables haven't been cleaned in centuries. Though it's true I might be able to make more stable space if all that manure was cleared away. So what do you got to lose? The rancher hesitated. All right, I'll accept your offer, but you get it done by sunset. If you fail, your friends get sold, and I get rich. Deal. I'll just take your friends with me back to the lodge now, Geryon said. We'll wait for you there. Eurydion whistled and the dog jumped off Percy and onto Annabeth's lap, which made her yelp. Percy knew Tyson and Grover would never try anything as long as Annabeth was a hostage. Percy locked eyes with her. I hope you know what you're doing, she said quietly. I hope so too. Remember, by sunset, Geryon reminded him. No later. Percy lost hope when he saw the horse's teeth. One stallion whinnied angrily at him, with his teeth showing, which were pointed like a bear's. Percy tried talking to him in his mind like he did with most horses. "Hi," he told him. "I'm going to clean your stables. Doesn't that sound great?" "Yes," the horse said in his mind. "Come inside so we can eat you, tasty half-blood." "But I'm Poseidon's son," he protested. "He created horses." "Yes," the horse agreed enthusiastically. "Poseidon could come in too. More the merrier. We always wanted to taste seafood." "Seafood," said the other horse. Percy was really starting to regret this decision. Why he believed he could do this challenge was mainly because he remembered how Hercules had done it. He had washed out the manure by channeling a river into them. Being a son of Poseidon and being able to control water, Percy figured it could be twice as easy. But there was one problem. The river was downhill from the stables. The problem with the manure was that it looked a lot bigger up close. He picked up a rusted shovel and scooped some away, which didn't really make any difference. Great, he told himself. Only 4 billion scoops to go. The sun was already sinking a few hours at best, and he decided the river was his only hope. At least it would be easier to think at the riverside than surrounded in poop, so he headed down the hill. When he got to the river, a girl appeared in front of him. She had a stern look on her face. "Oh, no, you don't," she said. He stared at her and asked, "Are you a naiad?" "Well, duh, of course I am." "But you speak English, and you're out of the water," said Percy. "What, you think we can't act human if we want to?" Percy honestly never thought about it, and he kind of felt stupid. He'd seen plenty of water nymphs at camp, and they'd never done much more than giggle and wave at him from the bottom of the canoe lake. "Look," he said, "I just came to ask." "I know who you are," she said, "and I know what you want, and the answer is no. I'm not going to have my river used again to clean another filthy stable." "But, oh, save it, son of Poseidon. You ocean god types always think you're so much more important than some little river, don't you? Well, let me tell you, this water nymph is not going to be pushed around just because your daddy is Poseidon. This is freshwater territory, mister. The last guy who asked me this favor... Oh, and he was way better looking than you, by the way. He convinced me, and that was the worst mistake I ever made. Do you have any idea what all that horse manure does to my ecosystem? Do I look like a sewage treatment plant to you? Me and my plants will be sick for years." The way she talked reminded him of Rachel, kind of like she was punching him with words. Who could blame her? Now that he thought about it, he'd be pretty mad if somebody dumped 4 million pounds of manure in his home, but still. "My friends are in danger," he told her. "Well, that's too bad, but it's not my problem, and you're not going to ruin my river." She looked like she was ready for a fight. Her fists were clenched, but he thought he heard a little quiver in her voice. Suddenly he realized that despite her angry attitude, she was afraid of him. She probably thought he was going to fight her for control of the river, and she was worried she would lose. The thought made Percy sad. He felt like a bully, the son of Poseidon throwing his weight around. Then he just sighed and said, "Okay, you win." The naiad looked surprised. "Really?" "I'm not going to fight you," he said. "It's your river." "Well, good. I mean, good thing for you. But my friends and I are going to get sold to the Titans if I don't clean those stables by sunset, and I don't know how." Then the naiad sighed and said, "I'll tell you a secret, son of the sea god. Scoop up some dirt." "What?" "You heard me." He crouched down and scooped up a handful of Texas dirt. It was dry and spotted with tiny clumps of white rock. No, something beside rock. Those are shells, the naiad said, petrified seashells. Millions of years ago, she continued, when Gaia and Ouranos ruled this world before the gods and titans, this land was underwater. It was part of the sea. Okay, Percy said, so how does that help me? You're not so different from me, demigod. Even when I'm out of the water is within me. It is my life source. She stepped back, put her feet in the river, and smiled. I hope you find a way to rescue your friends. And with that, she turned to liquid and melted into the river. Somebody must have came by and fed the horses, because there was a huge bloody carcass on the ground. Percy couldn't tell what kind of animal, and honestly didn't want to know. If there were any way possible for the stables to get more disgusting, seeing the horses tear into raw meat just made it disturbing.
Seafood, one thought. Come on in. We're still hungry.
What was he supposed to do? He couldn't use the river, and the fact that this place had been underwater 1,000,000 years ago didn't exactly help. He looked at the little seashell, then at the huge mountain of droppings. Frustrated, he threw the shell into the muck. He turned around, but just as he was about to storm off, there was the sound of a water geyser coming from behind him. He looked back and saw the water shooting out of the shell like a fountain. No way, he muttered. Get bigger, he told the water spout. The water shot 3 feet in the air and kept bubbling. It was impossible, but there it was. It was seawater in the middle of a Texas ranch. He bent down and split up the shell. He didn't really know what he was doing, but he threw the pieces into the piles of muck. Everywhere one landed, saltwater springs erupted. As the water spread around the ground, the menorah looked like it all started to sink. It dissolved into the ground as if it were never there. The muck was completely gone. Tons of it just dissolved into the earth, but now the salt water rolled its way down the hill. Stop, Percy told the water, but nothing happened. A pain in his gut was building. If he didn't get control soon, the water would run into the river and poison the fish and plants. Stop! He concentrated with all his might. Finally, the water was sucked into the dirt, and Percy collapsed to his knees. The task was done, and the place was squeaky clean. The only messy spot remaining was the bloody carcass.
We won't eat you, the horses wailed. Please, Lord, no more salty washes.
On one condition, he said, you only eat the food your handlers give you from now on, not people or wandering animals, or I'll be back with more seashells. The horses made him a whole lot of promises that they would be good flesh-eating horses from now on, but he didn't stick around to chat. Percy smelled the barbecue before he even reached the house, and that just made him madder than ever, because he really loved barbecue. He saw his friends all tossed in a corner, tied up like rodeo animals. Let him go, Geryon, he said. I cleaned the stables.
Did you now? How did you manage it?
Percy was still out of breath, but he explained everything.
Very ingenious. That would have been better if you just poisoned that pesky nymph, but no matter.
Let my friends go, he said. We had a deal.
Yeah. I've been thinking about that. The problem is, if I let them go, I don't get paid.
You promised.
Yeah, but did you make me swear on the river Styx? No, you didn't. So, it's not binding. When you're conducting business, Sonny, you should always get a binding oath.
Percy raised up his sword and ready to fight.
Eurydion, Geryon said, the boy's starting to annoy me. Kill him for me, will ya?
Percy didn't like his odds against Eurydion and his huge club.
Kill him yourself,
Eurydion said.
Excuse me?
You earned me, Eurydion grumbled.
You keep sending me out to do your dirty work. You pick fights for no good reason. I keep dying for you. You want to fight the kid? Do it yourself.
It was the most unlikely thing Percy could ever hear from a son of Ares. Geryon kicked away the grill and threw down his spatula. You dare defy me? I should fire you right now.
Then who'll take care of your cattle?
He asked. Fine, Geryon snarled. I'll deal with you later, after the boy is dead. Percy dodged 2 carving knives. Then Geryon lunged at him, but Percy jabbed him right through his middle chest. He laid flat on the ground. Percy waited for him to disintegrate the way monsters usually do. But instead, he just sat up. Nice try, sonny, he said. Thing is, 3 hearts is the perfect backup system. 3 hearts, the perfect backup system. Stabbing one at a time was no good. He might as well have been sticking the sword in a teddy bear for all that reaction he showed. Percy could only think of one thing. He avoided Geryon and ran into the house. Coward, Geryon cried. Come back and die right. Geryon had a lot of gruesome trophies in his living room. Some were ancient weapons Percy could use. He drew 2 swords from the wall display. Your head's going up right there, Jackson, right next to my grizzly bear. Percy had a crazy idea. He dropped Riptide and grabbed the bow from the wall. Percy knew himself well enough that he was no archer. He couldn't hit targets at camp, much less a bullseye, but he had no choice. He couldn't win this fight with a sword. He prayed to Artemis and Apollo, hoping they might take pity on him. Please, guys, just one shot. Please. You fool, Geryon laughed. 1 arrow's no better than 1 sword. He raised his 2 swords and charged. Percy flipped through the air. Before Geryon could make a move, Percy shot his arrow into the side of his right chest. The arrow passed clean through all 3 chests and flew out of his left side, embedding itself in the wall. Geryon dropped his swords and turned to Percy. You can't shoot. They told me you couldn't. He collapsed to his knees and crumbled to dust until all that was left were 3 cooking aprons. Percy went back outside and untied his friends. Eurydion didn't even try to stop him. Then he threw the barbecue into the flames as a burnt offering for Artemis and Apollo. Thanks, guys, he said. I owe you one. Percy looked at Eurydion, who was still relaxing on the picnic table. How long will it take Geryon to reform? Percy asked him.
100 years, give or take,
He answered.
He's not one of them fast reformers, thank the Olympians, so you've done me a good favor.
You said you died before, Percy remembered. How? Eurydion explained how he worked for Geryon for centuries because he accepted the offer of immortality from his father, Ares. Ever since then, he could never leave the ranch, and he had been dying from fighting enemies for Geryon and coming back to life over and over.
Worst mistake I ever made, accepting immortality,
he said. Percy suggested that he could change things by being nice to the animals. Taking better care of them, stop selling them for food, and stop dealing with the Titans. If he could do that, he could get the animals on his side, and they'd help him. Then, once Geryon would come back to life, maybe he would work for Eurydion this time.
Now that I could live with,
he said, grinning. So you won't try to stop us from leaving?
Heck no.
Your boss said something about someone paying for our safe passage, Annabeth said. Who was it?
Oh, well, he didn't say who. Maybe he was just saying that to fool you.
What about the Titans? Percy asked. Did you iris message them about Nico?
Nah, Geryon was waited until after the barbecue.
They know nothing about him.
Nico was glaring at Percy now. Percy wasn't sure what to do about him, and he doubted he would agree to come with him. On the other hand, he couldn't just let Nico roam around on his own. You could stay here until we're done with our quest, he told him. It'll be safer. Safe? What would you care if I'm safe? Nico asked. You got my sister killed. Nico, that wasn't Percy's fault, said Annabeth. And Geryon wasn't lying about Kronos coming to capture you. If he knew who you were, he'd do anything to get you on his side. I'm not on anyone's side, and I'm not afraid. You should be, Annabeth said. Your sister wouldn't want... If you cared about my sister, you'd help me bring her back. A soul for a soul, Percy said. Yeah. But if you didn't want my soul, I'm not explaining anything to you. He blinked tears. And I will bring her back. Bianca wouldn't want to be brought back, Percy said. Not like that. You didn't know her? He shouted. How do you know what she wanted? Why don't you ask Bianca herself, Percy suggested. I've tried, Nico said miserably. She won't answer. Try again. I got a feeling she'll answer with me here. Why would she? Because she's been sending me iris messages, Percy said. I don't know how, but it seems so obvious. She's been trying to warn me about what you're up to, so I can protect you. Nico shook his head. That's impossible. One way to find out. You said you're not afraid, Percy said. Then he asked Eurydion for some food and drinks, and where they could find a pit. Then he mentioned a hole dug out back for a septic tank. They did their summons after dark, and stood in front of a pit next to the septic tank. The tank didn't quite go with the mood of summoning the dead. Minus should be here by now, Nico said. It's still dark. Maybe he got lost, Percy said hopefully. Nico threw the root beer and barbecue into the pit, and began chanting in ancient Greek. Immediately, the bugs in the wood stopped chirping. The Stygian ice dog whistle started to grow colder in Percy's pocket, freezing against the side of his leg. But before he could say anything, the first spirit appeared. It solidified into the shape of a bearded man in white robes, a gold crown, and even in death, his eyes were alive with malice. Minus? Nico said. What are you doing?
My apologies, Master, the ghost said, though he didn't sound very sorry. This sacrifice smelled so good I just couldn't resist. It feels so nice to be in almost solid form again.
You're disrupting the ritual, Nico protested. Then, more spirits of the dead appeared and began shimmering and dangerously bright, and Nico had to take up the chant again to keep them at bay.
Quite right, Master, Minus said with amusement. You keep chanting. I've only come to protect you from these liars who've deceived you.
He looked at Percy as if he were some kind of cockroach.
Percy Jackson, my, the sons of Poseidon have not improved over the centuries, have they?
Percy wanted to punch him, but he figured his fist would just go right through his face. We're looking for Bianca D'Angelo, he said. Get lost. The ghost chuckled.
I understand you killed my Minotaur with your bare hands, but worse things await you in the maze. Do you really believe Daedalus will help you?
The other spirits stirred in agitation. Annabeth drew her knife. Grover got so nervous he jumped into Tyson's arms.
Daedalus cares nothing for you half-bloods, Minus warned. You can't trust him. He's old beyond counting. He is bitter from the guilt of murder and is cursed by the gods.
The guilt of murder? Who did he kill? Percy asked.
Do not change the subject. You're hindering Nico, trying to make him give up his goal. I would make him a lord. Please, Master, you cannot trust these demigods. They are the true enemy. I will mix their minds to madness just as I did the others.
The others? Annabeth said. You mean Chris Rodriguez? That was you?
The maze is my property, not Daedalus's, the king said. Those who intrude deserve madness.
Be gone, Minos, Nico said. I want to see my sister. The king bit back his rage.
As you wish, Master, but I warn you, you cannot trust these heroes.
With that, the evil king disappeared. Bianca, appear, Nico called. He started chanting faster and the spirits got a little shaky. Any time now, Grover said. Then, a silvery light appeared over the pit and the other spirits retreated. When the light dimmed, the ghostly form of Bianca appeared in its place. She was in the same hunter's outfit she wore when she died. Hello, Percy, she said. Her tone sounded so peaceful, as if there were no evil in the world. Percy had felt guilty of her death for months, but seeing her in front of him was 5 times as bad. Bianca, Percy said in a small voice. I'm so sorry. You have nothing to apologize for, Percy, she said. It was my choice, and I don't regret it. Then she turned to her brother. Hello, Nico. You've gotten taller. Why didn't you answer me sooner? He cried. I've tried to reach you for months. I was hoping you would move on. How can you say that? Why would I do that? I'm trying to save you. You can't, Bianca said. Percy is right. No, he let you die. He's not our friend. She reached out to touch his face, but her hand just felt like cold wind. Please, Nico, you must listen. Holding grudges is dangerous for a child of Hades. It is our fatal flaw. You have to forgive. You have to promise me this. And you can trust Percy. He can help you, for I have let him see what you are up to, hoping he would find you. I knew it. It was you who sent those iris messages, Percy said. Bianca nodded. Why are you helping him and not me? Nico complained. It's not fair. You are close to the truth now, Nico, Bianca told him. It is not Percy you are mad at. It is me you are mad at, not because I left you to become a hunter. It is because I died and left you alone. I am sorry for that, Nico, I truly am. You must overcome your anger and stop blaming Percy for my choices. It would only be your doom. She's right, Annabeth said, and Kronos is rising, Nico. He'll twist anyone he can to join him. I don't care about Kronos, Nico said. I just want my sister back. You can't have that, Nico, Bianca told him gently. I'm a son of Hades. I can. Don't try, she said. If you love me, don't. Suddenly, she shifted, and her eyes glowed. Then she whispered, Danger! Tartarus stirs, Bianca said. Your power draws the attention of Kronos. The dead must return to the underworld. It is not safe for us to remain. Wait, Nico said. Please. Goodbye, Nico, Bianca said. I love you. Remember what I said. And just like that, she was gone. None of them were anxious to travel that night, and Eurydion was kind enough to let them stay the night, so they decided to continue the quest in the morning. One thing was for sure, it was better than sleeping in the maze. but it didn't make the nightmares any better. Percy dreamed he saw the Dark Palace on top of Mount Tam, otherwise known as the current headquarters for the Titans. It was a real building now, not some half-finished illusion like last winter. He saw Luke talking to Campe in the throne room. Campe was begging Luke for help to seek revenge.
Very well, then, Luke said. You will go with us and carry Ariadne's string. It is a position of great honor.
Campe pounded down the hallway on her enormous dragon legs.
We should have left that one in Tartarus, Luke mumbled. She's too chaotic, too powerful.
Kelly laughed and stroked a finger up and down his arm.
You should not fear power, Luke. Use it.
Percy's heart pounded. He waited for Kelly to see him again, to chase him out of the dream again, but this time, she didn't seem to notice him.
The sooner we leave, the better, he said. I want this over with.
Aw, you find it unpleasant to destroy your old camp?
I didn't say that.
You're not having second thoughts about your own special part, are you?
I know my duty, he said.
That's good, the demon said. Do you believe our strike force is efficient? Or do I need to call Mother Hecate for help?
We have more than enough, Luke said grimly. The deal is almost complete. All I need now is to negotiate safe passage through the arena.
Kelly said. That should be interesting. I would hate to see your handsome head on a spike if you fail.
I will not fail. And don't you have other matters to attend to?
Oh yes, Kelly smiled. I'm bringing the spare to our eavesdropping enemies.
I'm doing that right now.
She turned directly to Percy, and just like last time, she exposed her talons and ripped through the dream. The dream changed, and Percy saw a stone tower overlooking rocky cliffs and an ocean below. Daedalus was wrestling with some kind of navigational instrument like a huge compass. He looked years older than he did in the last dream. He was talking to a boy about Nico's age. The boy's name was Perdix, and he kept calling the man Uncle. Perdix kept going on about death and how to build a new body for someone. "You've told me about your automatons for bulls, eagles, dragons, and horses of bronze," Perdix said. "Why not a bronze form for a man?"
"No, my boy," Daedalus said sharply. "You are naive. Such a thing is impossible."
"I don't think so," Perdix insisted. "With the use of a little magic and mechanics together, with a little work, one can make a body that would look exactly human, only better. I've made some notes."
He handed the old man a thick scroll. Daedalus read for a long time. His eyes narrowed. He never saw or thought of anything like what he saw in the scroll.
"It would never work, my boy. When you're as old as I, you'll see the reality around you more clearly. Now run along."
Perdix didn't seem to notice the old man's impatience. He snatched a bronze beetle from his box and ran to the edge of the tower.
"Move back,"
Percy wanted to tell him, but his voice didn't work. Perdix wound up the beetle and tossed it into the sky. It flew away, and Perdix laughed with delight.
"Smarter than me, my foot,"
Daedalus mumbled, remembering what people at Perdix's school had said.
"Is it true your son died flying, Uncle? I heard you made him enormous wings, but they failed."
The old man's hands clenched.
"Take my place," he mumbled.
"I would like to fly," Perdix said. "I'd make my own wings that wouldn't fail. Do you think I could?"
Maybe it was a dream within a dream, but Percy suddenly imagined the voice of the two-headed god Janus testing Daedalus the same way he did with Annabeth. "Choose," the right face whispered to the old inventor.
"Choose," said the left.
Daedalus picked up another one of the boy's metal wings. Bugs.
"Oh, Perdix," he called. "Catch!"
He tossed the bronze beetle toward the boy, but the throw was too long, and the boy reached a little too far, and the next thing he knew, he was hanging over the edge. "Uncle, help me!"
Go on, Perdix, Daedalus said softly. Make your own wings. Be quick about it.
But Perdix lost his grip, and he tumbled toward the sea. "Uncle!" Daedalus smiled down at the sea with satisfaction. Then he turned and almost got a heart attack by the sight of a woman who appeared out of nowhere. It was Annabeth's mother, Athena. Thunder shook in the sky. "You will pay for the price for that, Daedalus," she said. Her voice seemed to come from everywhere. Suddenly, she grabbed him by the neck. Percy felt what Daedalus felt. Daedalus was getting branded by Athena's bare hand, and then there was a huge light. Percy woke up in the middle of the night, breathing heavily. Grover was awake and staring at the blank screen. "You okay, Percy?" he asked. What time is it?" he croaked. "It's 2 a.m, Grover said. "I couldn't sleep. I was just watching the Nature Channel." He sniffled. "I miss Juniper." "It'll be okay," said Percy. "You'll see her again soon." Grover shook his head sadly. "No, Percy. Don't you know what today it is?" "The guide said it's June 13th. That's 7 days since we left camp." "What? That can't be right." "Time is faster in the Labyrinth," Grover reminded him. "The first time you and Annabeth went down there, you thought you were only gone for a few minutes, right? It was over an hour." Then it dawned on Percy what he was saying. "Your deadline with the Council of Cloven Elders." Grover took a bite out of the TV remote. "I'm out of time," he said, with a mouthful of plastic. "As soon as I go back, they'll take away my searcher's license. I'll never be allowed to go out again." "We'll talk to them. I'll make them give you more time," Percy promised. Grover looked at him with sad eyes. "You've always been a good friend, Percy, but they'll never go for it. The world's dying, Percy. I can feel it getting worse. I feel it all the time. That's why I have to find Pan." "You will, man, no doubt." "I wish I could be more like you," Grover said. "What you did today for those animals was amazing." "Hey, come on, you're just as much a hero as—" "No, I'm not. I keep trying, but—" He sighed. "Percy, I can't go back to camp without finding Pan. I just can't." "You understand that, right? I can't face Juniper if I fail. I can't even face myself." His voice was so unhappy it hurt to hear. He and Percy had been through a lot together, but Percy never heard him sound so down. "We'll figure out something," Percy said. "You haven't failed. You're the champion goat boy, and Juniper knows that. And so do I." Grover closed his eyes. "Champion goat boy," he muttered dejectedly. The next morning, everyone walked down to the cattle guard and said their goodbyes. "Nico, you could come with us," Percy blurted out. He didn't know why he said that. Maybe he was just thinking about his dream and how much the young boy Perdix reminded him of Nico. He shook his head. Percy didn't think anybody slept well in the ranch house, but Nico looked a lot worse than anybody else. "I need time to think," he said. His eyes wouldn't meet Percy's, but Percy could tell from his tone he was still disappointed. The fact that his sister had come out of the underworld for Percy and not for him didn't seem to sit well with him. "Nico," Annabeth said, "Bianca just wants you to be safe." But Nico just ignored her and trudged back to the ranch house. "I'm worried about him," Annabeth said. "If he starts talking to Minos's ghost again."
"He'll be all right,"
Eurydion promised.
"The boy can stay here and gather his thoughts as long as he needs."
"What about you?" Percy asked.
"Things are gonna run a little different around here from now on.
No more sacred cattle meat. I'm thinking about soybean patties. And I'm thinking those fire-breathing horses need to get out more. Maybe I'll sign them up for the next rodeo.
Well, good luck.
Yep. So I reckon you'll continue looking for that old workshop now.
Can you help us? Annabeth asked.
Don't know where it is, but Hephaestus might.
That's what Hera said, Annabeth agreed. But how do we find him? Eurydion pulled something out of his pocket. It was a smooth silver disc with a button in the middle. He handed it to Annabeth.
A little something Hephaestus gave me after the last time I did him a favor. An old gizmo he used to play a prank on my dad and Aphrodite. He said if I ever needed to find him, the disc would lead me to his forges. It'll only work once, but I don't have any reason to go there. Heck, haven't had any reason at all after all these centuries.
He pressed the button and the disc sprang to life. It sprouted metallic legs which made Annabeth shriek and jump into Percy's arms. "Spider!" she screamed. "She's one of Athena's kids," Percy explained. Eurydion looked embarrassed.
Oh, sorry, miss. Well, you better stay close, 'cause I don't think it's gonna wait once you start running.
And indeed he was right. Percy only wished they had put a leash on the metal spider, because it ran down the tunnel so fast most of the time they couldn't even keep up. If it hadn't been for Tyson and Grover's excellent hearing and smelling, they never would have known which way it was going. They ran down the tunnel and dashed to the left. They kept moving until they found the spider stopping in front of a door next to a pile of skeletons. Some were old and bleached, while others were more recent and a lot grosser. The tunnel opened up into a larger room, and a blazing light hit them. Once their eyes adjusted, the first thing they noticed was the monster. A Sphinx. A huge monstrous cat with the head of a woman. She stood on a huge stone dais. The opening behind them was gone, and the only exit left in the room was a tunnel right behind the dais. The metal spider scuttled around the dais and disappeared down the tunnel without even waiting for the demigods. "Welcome, lucky contestants," the Sphinx announced. "Let's get ready to play. Answer that riddle." Spotlights swept across the room. "Pass your test, and you'll get to continue your voyage and expect fabulous prizes. Fail to pass the test, and I get to eat you." Her exciting tone made it sound like that was supposed to be a good thing. "Who will be our contestant?" "I got this," Annabeth whispered. "I know what she's going to ask." He didn't argue. If this carnivorous cat lady was going to ask riddles, Annabeth was the best one in the group to try. "Welcome, Annabeth Chase!" Okay, that was creepy. How did the Sphinx even know who she was? "Are you ready for your test?" "Yes," she said. "Ask me a riddle." 20 riddles, actually, the Sphinx said. "What? But back in the old days..." "Oh, we've raised our standards. To pass, you must succeed in all 20. Isn't that great?" Annabeth glanced at Percy nervously. He gave her an encouraging nod. "Okay," she told the Sphinx. "I'm ready." A drum roll sounded from above. "What is the capital of Bulgaria?" For a moment, Annabeth felt a little confused. "Sophia?" she said. "But correct," the Sphinx shouted. "Next question." "Wait a second," Annabeth protested. "What about what walks on 4 legs in the morning?" "I beg your pardon," the Sphinx said, clearly annoyed now. "You know, the one where you ask what walks on 4 legs in the morning, 2 legs in the afternoon, and 3 legs in the evening?" "The answer is man, right? He crawls on his hands in the morning like a baby, 2 legs in the afternoon like an adult, and 3 legs in the evening as an old man with a cane. That's the riddle you always ask." "Oh, yes," the Sphinx chuckled. "That silly riddle became so old and so many people passed the answer on We had to change it. Now the second question. What is the square root of 16? 4, Annabeth said, but... Correct! Which U.S. president signed the Emancipation Proclamation? Annabeth, Abraham Lincoln, but... Correct! What's the... Stop! Annabeth shouted. These aren't riddles. They're just a bunch of random facts. Riddles are supposed to make you think. How am I to test whether you can think? The Sphinx asked. That's ridiculous. Now, how much force is required to... Stop it! Annabeth insisted. This is a stupid test. Annabeth, what are you doing? Percy asked. They're gonna let us go as long as you get everything right. No, I am a child of Athena, she insisted, and this is a complete insult to my intelligence and my mother. I will not allow this. Part of him was impressed with her standing up like that, but another part of him thought her complaining was going to get them all killed. Right then, my dear, the monster said calmly. If you won't pass, you failed. The Sphinx bared her claws, which gleamed like stainless steel. She pounced off the podium. No! Tyson shouted. He hates it when people threaten Annabeth. It was about to pounce on her, but then Tyson tackled the Sphinx mid-air, and he crashed sideways into a pile of bones, but the Sphinx got up again and pushed Tyson aside and charged for Annabeth. It was about to pounce on her, but then the Sphinx's own dais squashed right down on her head. Tyson saved the day again. They thought they'd lost the spider until Tyson heard a faint banging sound. Around the corner, the spider was banging its tiny head on a metal door. The door looked like one of those old-fashioned submarine hatches. A big brass plaque hung on the middle with a picture of a hammer on it. They all looked at each other. Ready to meet the god of forges? Grover asked. No, Percy admitted. Yay, Hephaestus! Tyson said gleefully. He excitingly turned the wheel. As soon as the door opened, the spider scuttled inside, climbed on a table, and powered down. The room was enormous. It looked like a mechanic's garage with some lifts. Under one lift, which was holding a '98 Toyota Corolla, stuck out the lower half of a man. The sounds of banging stopped, and the mechanic pushed himself from underneath the car and stood up. Well, well, what do we got here? He said in a deep voice. Percy immediately recognized the man from his last visit on Olympus. Just as expected, it was Hephaestus, god of forges and fire. He studied Percy and Annabeth. Half-bloods, eh? He grunted. I believe we met, sir, last winter, Percy told him. Have we now? They got the feeling he didn't care one way or the other. He just kept staring at them, like he was trying to figure out how their organic bodies worked. Then he looked at Grover. Satyr. Then he looked at Tyson. A Cyclops, that's good. So what are you doing traveling with this lot? Tyson said, staring in wonder at the god. Yes, well said. The forge god disagreed. Well, there better be a good reason you're disturbing me. The suspension on this Corolla is no small matter, you know. Sir, Annabeth said hesitantly, we're looking for Daedalus. You see, we thought... Daedalus! The god roared. You dare seek that old scoundrel? Yes, sir, Annabeth said. Please? Oh, you're wasting your time. He stared back at Tyson. I sense you got something to tell me, young Cyclops. Tyson's smile faded. Yes, Lord. He told the god about meeting Briareus, and how Briareus left them because he was scared. Hephaestus looked surprised. There was a time I admired the 100-handed ones, back in the days of the First War. But everyone attempts to change, young Cyclops. Monsters, mortals, even gods change. You cannot trust them.
Take my mother Hera. She'll smile at your face, talk about how important family is, but that didn't stop her from throwing me off the side of Olympus all because of my face. The problem with her is, she likes families, but she likes certain kinds of families, perfect ones, you know? Believe me, young Cyclops, all you can trust is the work of your own hands.
It seemed like a pretty lonely way to live, but Percy deep down didn't exactly trust the work of Hephaestus. He still remembered the time in Denver 2 years ago when his mechanical spiders attacked him and Annabeth. And last winter, when they fought the giant defective statue, Talus, his defeat ended up costing Bianca's life. The last thing they needed was a fight with another one of Hephaestus' projects. He focused on Percy, narrowing his eyes as if reading his thoughts.
This one doesn't like me, he mused. No worries, I'm used to that already. So what do you need, little demigods?
We told you, Percy said. We need to find Daedalus. There's this guy Luke who's working for Kronos. He's trying to find a way to navigate the Labyrinth so he can invade our camp. If we don't get to Daedalus first...
And I told you, boy, looking for Daedalus is a waste of time. He won't help you.
And why not? The god shrugged.
Some of us get tossed over mountainsides, some of us, well, the way we learn not to trust people is even more painful. Ask me for gold or a weapon or a golden weapon or a golden dragon or even some super protective costume, these I can grant you easily. But the way to Daedalus, that's an expensive favor.
You know where he is then, Annabeth said.
It is unwise to go looking, girl.
My mother says looking is the nature of wisdom. Hephaestus raised an eyebrow.
Who's your mother again?
Athena?
Ah, Athena, that figures, he said. Such a fine goddess, Athena. Such a shame she pledged to never marry. She would have made the perfect bride. All right, I can tell you what you want to know, but there's a price. I need a favor.
Name it, Annabeth said. Hephaestus chuckled.
You heroes always making rash promises now.
He pressed a button on his workbench and the wall opened up to reveal a TV screen. The screen showed an image of Mount St. Helens. Hephaestus explained that it was the current prison for the monster called Typhon. Originally, his prison used to be under Mount Etna until the gods moved to America. He also explained that it was also one of his old forges, and lately he sensed intruders in the mountain.
I send my automatons over to investigate, he said, but they do not return. Something ancient and evil lurking about down there. I want to know who dares invade my territory, and if they mean to free Typhon.
You want us to find out who it is, Percy said.
They may not sense you 'cause you're not gods. Go and find out what you can, Hephaestus said. Report it back to me, and I'll tell you what you need to know about Daedalus.
All right, Annabeth said. How do we get there? The forge god snapped his fingers, and the spider bot sprung to life again.
My creation will show you the way, he said. It's not that far through the labyrinth. And try to stay alive, will you? Humans are much more fragile than automatons.
They were doing okay until eventually Grover stopped dead in his tracks. Grover spotted a tunnel off to the side that had dirt walls and wrapped in thick roots. He stared into the dark tunnel with his mouth wide open. Grover, come on, Annabeth said. We have to keep moving. This is it, Grover said in awe. This is the way. What way? Percy asked. You mean to Pan? Yes, this is the way. I'm sure of it. We'll come back, Annabeth promised, on our way back to Hephaestus. The spider's not going to wait for us. But the tunnel will be gone by then, Grover said. I have to follow it. A tunnel like this won't stay open. We can't, Annabeth said. The forge is. Grover looked at her sadly. I have to, Annabeth. Don't you understand? She looked desperate, like she didn't understand at all. The spider was almost out of sight, but Percy thought about his conversation with Grover last night, and he knew what he had to do. "We'll split up," he said. "No," Annabeth said. "That's way too dangerous. How will we ever find each other again? And Grover can't go alone." Then Tyson put up his hand and said, "I will go with him." Percy couldn't believe what he was hearing. "Tyson, are you sure?" "Yes, I'm not like Hephaestus. I trust friends." "Percy, we'll find each other again," Grover said. "We still got the empathy link. I just have to do this. I just have to." Percy didn't blame Grover. This was his life's goal. If he didn't find Pan on this journey, the elders would never give him another chance. "I hope you're right," he said. "I know I am." Percy never heard him sound so confident about anything. Tyson gave Percy a bear hug, a little more gentle than usual. "You be careful now, big guy," Percy told him, "and take good care of Grover." Then Tyson and Grover ran down the nature tunnel and disappeared into the darkness. "This is bad, Percy," Annabeth said. "Splitting up is never a good idea." "Don't worry, we'll see them again," he said, trying to sound confident. "Now come on, the spider's getting away." It wasn't long before the tunnel started getting hot. The air felt as if they were walking through an oven. As they kept going, Percy remembered what Hephaestus had said earlier about Annabeth's mom, about how she was a maiden goddess. "I never heard that about Athena before," he said, "and if that's true, then how could she have so many kids back at camp?" "Well, yeah. Well, don't you know about the story of how my mother was born? She sprung from the head of Zeus in full battle armor or something, right?" "Exactly. She wasn't born in the normal way. She was literally born from thoughts. When Athena falls in love with someone, a mortal man, her children are born the same way. It's purely intellectual, like the way she loved Odysseus in the old stories. It's a meeting of minds. She would tell you herself that that's the purest kind of love." "So wait, so she and your dad, did they ever actually—" "I was a brainchild, literally," Annabeth said. "Children of Athena are sprung from the divine thoughts of their mother and the mortal ingenuity of their father. We're supposed to be a gift, a blessing from Athena on the men she favors." Percy's eyes must have been wider than ever. "Are you telling me the way you were born, you came out of... Do you have a belly button?" "Percy, the spider's getting away. Do you really want me to explain the exact details of how it was born?" No, that's okay." "I thought not. Now come on." As she ran ahead, Percy wasn't sure he could ever look at Annabeth the same way again, but he continued running and decided some things were better left as mysteries. They emerged in a cavern about the size of an airplane hangar. They arrived at the forges of Hephaestus. There was no floor, just catwalks in the shape of a triangle with a square platform in the middle hanging over a pool of bubbling lava. The spider escort climbed up on a table and went back to sleep again. The platform had all sorts of stuff. There was an operating table, a cauldron, a forge, some old computers, and the largest anvil they'd ever seen. It was so tall and wide it might as well have been as big as a house. A couple of strange shapes stood behind the anvil, but they were too far away to make out details. Without another word, Annabeth put on her cap and turned invisible. Percy didn't dare call after her, but he didn't like the idea of her approaching the forge on her own. If those things out there could sense a god coming, how could a demigod be any better? Looking back at the tunnel, he missed Grover and Tyson already. Finally, he decided he couldn't stay put and tiptoed down the bridge, hoping he could get a better angle to see what was happening. The heat was horrible. Geryon's ranch had been a winter wonderland compared to this. In no time, Percy was drenched with sweat. He crept behind a mining cart like the kind they used in mine shafts. Then he heard voices coming from the anvil.
So shiny,
one voice said.
Yes,
said another.
It's just about done.
Percy panicked. He didn't have time to think. There was nowhere to hide. He lifted the tarp and found that it was half full of scrap metal. He was about to squeeze his way under it, but then the cart lurched forward.
Boy, this weighs a ton,
one voice said.
It's celestial bronze,
the other said.
What did you expect?
Percy could only hope they weren't going to dump the metal into a smelting pot. Then again, he decided he didn't want to find out. He packed up his courage, jumped out of hiding, and sliced at the monster closest to him without even looking at it. He didn't get a good look at the monster, but when he turned to look at the second monster, he saw a dog? Or at least part of it was a dog. The rest of it looked kind of fishy. It had flippers for arms and rubbery-looking skin. A sea dog, maybe? Percy kicked it in the face and ran back the way they came. Thank the Olympians, there was a door sealing off the tunnel. He slammed it shut and turned the wheel, sealing it up. He doubted it would keep the monster busy forever, and who knew if he had any more friends down that tunnel. He didn't know what to do. Annabeth was out here somewhere. As far as he knew, the mission had just been blown. He ran toward the platform at the center of the lava lake. An invisible hand clamped over his mouth and wrestled him down behind the giant anvil. Annabeth took off her cap. "Percy, what were you thinking?" she said. "We're gonna have company," he said. He told her about the dog monsters. "Telekines," she said. "Telekines?" Percy asked. "No, telekines," she corrected. "I should have known." She told him about the story when telekines used to make weapons for the gods until Zeus caught them using dark magic. Then he banished them to Tartarus with Kronos and replaced them with Cyclopes. "We have to get out of here," she said. No sooner had she said it, that's when banging sounds came from the door. It sounded like they were breaking it down with a battering ram. "Put your cap back on and get out," Percy told Annabeth. "What? No!" Annabeth shrieked. No, I'm not leaving you." "I'll distract them," he said. "You can use the metal spider to lead you back to Hephaestus. You have to tell him what's going on." "But you'll be killed." "I'll be fine. Besides, it's your quest." Annabeth looked like she wanted to punch him. Then she did something entirely different. Something that Percy could never, ever expect her to do. Ever. She kissed him! Then she ran for the exit. "Be careful, seaweed brain!" He probably would have sat there for the rest of the day, staring around and trying to figure out why she would do something like that, and in a time like this. Then the door exploded with a whole pack of dogfish monsters pouring out. The entire pack scattered around the catwalks, leaving nowhere for Percy to run. "Half-blood!" one yelled. He ran around the anvil, and to his surprise there was a huge scythe laying against the anvil which he didn't seem to notice before. It was about 8 feet long, with its blade curved like a giant monster's tooth. He'd seen a lot of terrifying things, but whatever this was, it made Percy nervous just from looking at it. The closest telekine, who Percy had guessed was the leader, snarled,
"A son of Poseidon! Yes, we can smell the sea in your blood."
He felt his heart pounding, but he readied Riptide.
"Strike any one of us down, demigod, and the rest of us shall tear you to shreds. And soon your father shall be next, along with the rest of the Olympians." He wished he had a plan.
He was kind of regretting he'd convinced Annabeth to leave now, but he just wanted her safe. It was her quest after all, and he couldn't let her fail. It was now dawning on him that this might be the place where he would die. No prophecies for him. He would get overrun in the heart of a volcano by a pack of sea dogs. And the saddest part? Percy loved dogs. Then he felt something burning against the side of his leg. The ice whistle in his pocket was getting colder. If he ever needed help, now was the time. But he hesitated. He still didn't trust Quintus's gift. Before he could make up his mind, the lead Telekine said, "Let us see how strong he is. Let us see how long it takes him to burn." He threw one of the forge's lava rocks at Percy. It bounced right off his face, but it didn't burn him. It just felt extra hot. "Your father's nature protects you," the leader said. "Makes you hard to burn, but not impossible." The monsters howled in delight. He sat up and then remembered what the river nymph told him at the ranch. "When I'm out of the water is within me. It is my life source." He needed the sea. He felt the same tugging sensation he felt when he unleashed his power at the stables. He remembered that scary moment where it had almost got away from him. He had no choice. He called to the sea. He reached inside himself and remembered the waves and the currents and the endless power of the ocean. Seconds later, explosions of water flooded the room. A tidal wave washed the monsters away. Fire and water collided, and Percy shot upward from the heart of the volcano in a huge explosion. The explosion lifted him so high he was afraid he'd end up in space. He flew so high Zeus would have never forgiven him. Then he began to fall. He couldn't tell where because one minute everything was a blur and the next, Percy was out cold. By the way, you know that nasty explosion from Mount St. Helens back in summer 2008? Surprise! That was New York resident Percy Jackson, mixing earth, water, and fire together. Information that mortals will never know. He woke up feeling like he was still on fire. His skin stinging. His throat as dry as sand. He saw jewels on a cave ceiling. He heard gentle waves in the distance. Percy wondered if he was dead, but he knew better. He had been to the land of the dead, and there was no gentle waves. Unless maybe he'd been sent to Elysium. He tried to find the strength to get up, but his muscles felt like they were melting. "Easy," a girl's voice said. "You're not at full strength yet." "Annabeth?" he asked weakly. He looked to his left to find that it wasn't Annabeth. The girl's face was beautiful. Not Annabeth, but beautiful. She had almond eyes and caramel hair braided over one shoulder. She seemed about 15 or maybe 16. It was hard to tell. She had one of those faces that just seemed timeless. She began singing, and his pain dissolved. She was working with magic. He could feel her music sinking into his skin, healing him up. "Who?" he croaked. "Hush, brave one," she said. "No harm will come to you here. I am Calypso." He sat up, just noticing his clothes. He was wearing a white cotton t-shirt and cotton pants that weren't his. Just then, he panicked about Riptide, until he felt it in his pocket. Thank the Olympians. Not only that, but the Stygian ice dog whistle was back in his pocket too. Somehow it had followed him, and that didn't exactly reassure him. He just noticed the cave entrance off to his right. Straight ahead, he could see a wide-open beach with a sparkling sky. It seemed like a paradise, which he considered suspicious. After his experience in the last couple of years, usually paradises is where he nearly got captured. The girl who called herself Calypso just stood there. He tried to remember what he knew about Calypso from the old myths. He had heard the name before, but he couldn't remember from which story. Was she a monster? Did she trap heroes and kill them? But if she was evil, why did she heal him? "How do you feel, my brave one?" she asked. "How long have I been out?" Time is always difficult here, she said. I honestly don't know, Percy. How do you know my name? You talk in your sleep, but not as much as you let saliva slip from your lips. He blushed. Yeah, I've been told that before. Yes. Who is Annabeth? Oh, friend. We were together when... Wait a minute. How did I get here? Where am I? Calypso reached up to touch his hair, but he stepped back nervously. I'm sorry, she said. I've just grown so used to caring for you. As to how you arrived here, you fell from the sky. You landed in the water just over there. I do not know how you survived. The water seemed to cushion your fall. As to where you are on Ogygia. Is that anywhere near Mount St. Helens? He asked. It isn't near anything, brave one, she said. Ogygia is my phantom island. It exists by itself. It can be anywhere and nowhere. But my friends, Percy said. I have to get back to them. They're in danger. She touched his face, and he didn't back away this time. You're not an evil sorceress, are you? Percy asked. That made her giggle. Why would you think that? Well, I met Circe once, and she had a nice island too, except that she liked to turn guys into guinea pigs. I promise, she chuckled. I will not turn you into a guinea pig. I am no evil sorceress, and I do not wish to be your enemy, brave one. He looked up at the night sky. The stars were brilliant. There were thousands of them, like the way you would see in only countrysides. He could make out all the constellations Annabeth had taught him. Capricorn, Pegasus, Scorpio, Perseus. And nearly touching the horizon was the newest constellation, Huntress, which was a tribute to his friend Zoe, who had died last winter. Percy, what do you see? He brought his eyes back to Earth. However amazing the stars were, Calypso was twice as brilliant. Of course, he had seen Aphrodite, the goddess of love herself, and he wasn't stupid enough to admit this out loud unless he wanted to get blasted to ashes. But in his opinion, Calypso was more beautiful than any girl he'd ever seen, because she just seemed so natural, like she wasn't trying to be beautiful and didn't really care about that. She was just... Well, Calypso seemed like the kind of girl that every girl should be like. I was just looking at... He found himself staring at her face. I forgot. She laughed gently. She sounded really cute when she laughed. Well, I was wondering if you can help me plant these. She was holding a bouquet of little white flowers that seemed to glow. He reached out to take them, and their fingers touched. Her fingers must have been the warmest thing Percy ever felt. She led him to a beautiful garden outside the cave. It's called a moon lace, she said, and it can only be planted at night. What does it do? He asked. Do? Calypso mused. It doesn't really do anything. I suppose it lives, it gives light, and provides beauty. Does it have to do anything else? I guess not, he said. She took the flowers and stuck them in the dirt. I love my garden. It's awesome, he agreed. He wasn't exactly a garden type, but Calypso had so many plants in so many colors. Roses, sunflowers, honeysuckle, and rows of grapevines bursting with purple grapes that would have even made Dionysus jealous. My mom always wanted to plant a garden. Why did she not plant one? Well, we live in an apartment building in Manhattan, so... She stared at him. You don't know what I mean when I say that, do you? I fear not, she said. I have been on Ogygia for a long time. Well, Manhattan's a big city with not much garden space. Calypso frowned. That is sad. Hermes visits from time to time. He tells me the world outside has changed greatly. I did not realize it changed so much so that you could not have gardens. Why haven't you left your island? Percy asked. She looked down. It is my punishment. Why? What did you do? Nothing, but I'm afraid my father did a great deal. His name is Atlas. A shiver went down his back. He had met the Titan last winter, and it was not a happy time. He tried to kill pretty much everyone Percy cared about. Well, it's not fair to be punished for whatever your father's done. I know another one of his daughters. Her name was Zoe, and she was one of the bravest heroes I've ever met. Calypso studied him for a long time. Her eyes were sad. What is it? He asked. Are you healed yet, my brave one? Do you think you'll be ready to leave soon? I don't know. Do you want me to go? Her voice broke. I'll see you in the morning, brave one. Sleep well. And she ran off down the beach. Percy was too confused to do anything but watch her until she was out of sight. On the other hand, he felt really weak. He couldn't stand on his feet for more than a few minutes. Whatever he'd done in Mount St. Helens had drained him like nothing else he had ever experienced. He didn't know exactly how much time had passed. Calypso said it was hard to keep track on the island, and he knew he should be leaving. The very least, his friends would be worried, or worse, they could be in serious danger. He didn't even know if Annabeth had made it out of the volcano. He tried to use the empathy link with Grover several times, but couldn't make contact. He hated not knowing if they were all right. He didn't feel like a prisoner or anything. And Calypso? She never talked much about herself. But that just made Percy want to know more. He would sit around sipping nectar and try to concentrate on the clouds, or the flowers. But he was really staring at Calypso as she worked in her garden. Or brushed her hair, or played music, or did some painting, or read her books. Sometimes she would hold out her hand and birds would fly out of the woods to sit on her fingers. She would talk to them and they would chirp for a while, then they would fly off cheerfully. Calypso's eyes were just beautiful. She would look at him and they'd share a smile. But almost immediately, she would get that sad expression again and turn away. Percy couldn't understand what was bothering her. Then one night, they were eating dinner together at the beach, and invisible servants had set up a table for them. He hadn't even noticed the invisible servants when he first got to the island. But after a while, he became aware of the bed making itself, meals cooking themselves, and clothes being washed and unfolded by unseen hands. He told her about New York and Camp Half-Blood, and about the time Grover ate an apple while they used it to play hacky-sack. She laughed, showing off her amazing smile, and again their eyes met. And again, she dropped her gaze. There it is again, he said. Why do you keep pulling away? It's like you're trying not to enjoy yourself. She kept her eyes on her cup. I told you, Percy, I've been punished. But why? Tell me. I want to help. Percy, Ogygia is my home, my birthplace, but it is also my prison. She explained how she was put under house arrest for supporting her father Atlas in the war with the gods. But that's not fair, Percy said. Just because you're related doesn't mean you support him. But Percy, Calypso said gently, I did support him in the first war. He is my father. But the Titans are evil. All of them? All the time? Tell me, Percy. I have no wish to argue with you. But do you support the gods because they are your family, or because they are good? He didn't answer, but she may have had a point. Last winter, after he and his friends saved Olympus, the Olympians had a debate about whether or not they should have killed them. That hadn't exactly been good, but still he felt like he supported them because Poseidon was his dad. But on the bright side, Calypso said the gods have treated her well. "They visit me from time to time," she said. "They bring word about the outside world, but I can never leave this place." "You don't have any friends?" he asked. "I mean, wouldn't anybody else live here with you? It is a nice place." A tear trickled down her cheek. "I promised myself I would not speak of this, but—" She was interrupted by a shining light somewhere down the beach. As soon as it reached the shore, Calypso stood right in front of it, and the flames died, revealing Hephaestus. "My lord," Calypso said, "this is a rare honor." The fire god grunted.
Calypso, beautiful as always. Would you be so kind to let me have a word with Mr. Jackson, please?"
Percy immediately asked him about Annabeth.
"She's fine," he said. "Resourceful girl, that one. She made it back safely and told me the whole story. Right now, she's worried sick about you."
"You couldn't tell her I'm okay?"
"That's not for me to say,"
Hephaestus said. Then he told Percy that everyone thought he was dead after the explosion. He also mentioned how the explosion affected Tyson.
"It only stirred Typhon in his sleep," the god said, "and thankfully he didn't break loose, but only time will tell."
"I couldn't have freed him, could I? I mean, I'm not that powerful."
"You could have fooled me. You're the son of the Earthshaker, kid. You don't know your own strength."
That was the last thing Percy wanted to hear. He hadn't exactly been in control of himself in that mountain. He used so much energy he almost drained all the life out of himself. He thought maybe he was too dangerous. Maybe it was safer for his friends to think he was dead. "What about Grover and Tyson?" he asked. Hephaestus shook his head.
"No word, I'm afraid. I suppose they're still in the Labyrinth."
"So what am I supposed to do?"
"Never ask an old cripple for advice, lad. But I'll tell you this. You met my wife, Aphrodite. She's a tricky one. Love will twist your brain around and leave you thinking up is down, right is wrong."
He thought about his meeting with Aphrodite back in the desert last winter. She told him that she would make things hard for him in the romance department just because she took an interest in him. "Is this part of her plan?" he asked. "Did she put me here?"
"Possibly. Hard to say with her. But if you decide to leave this place, and I'm not saying what's right or wrong, then I promise you an answer to your quest. I promise you the way to Daedalus. Now here's the bait. It has nothing to do with Ariadne's string. Not really. Sure, the string works, that's what Kronos' army's after. You see, Theseus had the princess's help, and the princess was just a regular mortal. Not a single drop of godly blood in her. But she was clever, and she could see. Boy, did she have a sight for direction. So what I'm saying is, kid, I think you already know for yourself how to navigate the maze."
It finally sank in. Why it had taken him this long to see it? Hera had been right all along. The answer was there the whole time. "Yeah," he said. "Yeah, I do know."
"Then you'll need to decide whether or not you're leaving."
He wanted to say yes, obviously, but for some reason the words were stuck in his throat. He found himself looking out at the ocean, and suddenly the idea of leaving seemed very hard.
"How about I just give you until daybreak? That's a good time for decisions,"
Hephaestus advised. "Will Daedalus even help us?" he asked. "I mean, if he gives Luke a way to navigate the labyrinth, we're dead. I saw dreams about him where he killed his nephew. He turned bitter and angry and—"
"It's not easy being a brilliant inventor," the god said. "Always alone, always misunderstood. It's easy to turn bitter and make horrible mistakes. People are more difficult to work with than machines. And when you break a person, he can't be fixed. Daedalus started well enough. He helped Ariadne and Theseus because he felt sorry for them. He tried to do a good deed, and everything in his life went screwy because of it. I don't know if the man will help you, But you don't go judge someone until you've stood in his forge and worked with his hammer.
I'll try.
Good. I'll leave you to it then. And thanks for destroying the telekinesis. I'll always remember you for that.
Then he erupted into flames and headed back to the outside world. Percy must have spent the rest of the night walking along the beach, struggling to make his decision. He circled back, finding Calypso tending to her glowing flowers. "He has ordered you to return?" Calypso guessed. "Well, not ordered," Percy said. "He gave me a choice." I promised I would not offer," she said. "Offer what?" Percy asked. "For you to stay." "Stay? Like, forever?" "You would be immortal on this island," she said. "You would never age or die. You could leave the fight to others, Percy Jackson. You could escape your prophecy." He stared at her, stunned. "Just like that?" She nodded. "Just like that." "But my friends?" She rose and took his hand. "You asked me about my curse, Percy. I didn't want to tell you, but the truth is, the gods send me a visitor from time to time. Every 1,000 years or so, they allow a hero to wash up on my shores, someone who needs my help. I help him recover, shelter him, give him food, and befriend him. And their arrivals are never random. The fates always make sure whoever it is someone who..." Her voice trembled and she froze. Percy squeezed her hand tighter. "What is it?" he asked. "What have I done to make you sad?" "They send a person who can never stay," she said, "who can never accept my offer of companionship for more than a little while. They send me a hero I can't... just the sort of person that I... "What?" "That I can't help falling in love with." The night was quiet, except for maybe the waves in the ocean. It took him a long time to realize what she was saying. "Me?" "Of course." "So that's why you've been pulling away all this time." "I try very hard, but I cannot help it. The fates are cruel. They send you to me, knowing that you would break my heart." "But I'm just me." "And being you is enough," Calypso said. "I told myself I would not even speak of this. I would let you go without offering, but I could not help it. I suppose the fates knew that too. You could stay with me, Percy. I'm afraid that is the only way you can help me." He stared at the horizon as the first bit of sunlight rose in the sky.
Daybreak is a good time for decisions,
Hephaestus had said. He could stay here and live forever with Calypso. They could grow flowers in the garden and walk on the beach with perfect blue skies. No war, no prophecies, no more taking sides. "I can't," he told her. "Look, I would never want to do anything to hurt you, but my friends need me and I know how to help them now. I have to get back." The moonlace flower's glowing light faded as the sun started rising. "Then come to the beach, my hero, and we will send you on your way." She walked him down to the water where a boat waited. "The boat runs magically," she said, "and will set its course by your demand. I promise it is perfectly safe. Name where you wish to go, and you shall be on your way." He climbed into the boat. "Maybe I can visit you," Percy said. She shook her head. "No, Percy. I'm afraid no man ever finds Ogygia twice. When you leave, I will never see you again. The fates are cruel, Percy." "Then I can't leave," he said. "I can't leave you here all alone." She pulled him forward and she kissed him on the forehead. "Just remember me," she said. Her beautiful smile returned, and then she pulled out a moonlace flower seed and handed it to him. "Plant a garden in Manhattan for me, won't you?" "Okay, I promise," he said sadly. Then the boat began to sail from the shore. As he sailed off, he realized the fates really were cruel. They sent Calypso someone she couldn't help but love, but it works both ways. For the rest of his life, he would be thinking about how Calypso would be his biggest what if. Within minutes, the island of Ogygia was lost in the mist. "I promise I won't forget you, Calypso," he told the horizon, "and I promise I'll get you out somehow." Then he told the raft what to do. He named the only place he could think of. "Camp Half-Blood, please." At some point, the boat washed up on the shores of Camp Half-Blood. However long it took to get there, Percy had no idea. It was late afternoon and the place was empty. No campers were wandering around anywhere. All the cabins were empty. Then Percy noticed smoke rising from the woods. It was coming from the amphitheater. He heard Chiron making an announcement. When Percy realized what he was saying, he stood back. Nobody noticed him since they were all looking forward.
"Assuming he is dead," Chiron said, "after so long, it is unlikely our prayers will be answered. I have asked his best surviving friend to do the final honors."
They watched as Annabeth took a silk burl cloth embroidered with a trident and set it on the flames. They were burning Percy's shroud. Annabeth turned to face the audience. She looked terrible. Her eyes were puffy from crying, but she managed to speak. "He was probably the bravest friend I ever had. He..." Then she saw him, and her jaw dropped. He's right there!" All heads turned and gasped. A couple of friends crowded around him and clapped him on his shoulders and his back. Clarice rolled her eyes like she couldn't believe he had the nerve to survive.
"Well," Chiron said, "I don't believe I've ever been happier to see a camper return. But you must tell me,
Where have you been?" Annabeth interrupted. He had guessed she was going to punch him, but instead, she hugged him so fiercely, she nearly cracked his ribs. Other campers fell silent, and seconds later, Annabeth realized she was making a scene and pushed him away. "I thought you were dead, seaweed brain." "Sorry," he said. "I got lost." 2 weeks, Percy?" she yelled. "Where in the underworld did you—"
"Annabeth," Chiron interrupted, "perhaps we should discuss this somewhere more private." "The rest of you back to your normal activities," he told the others. Percy told them the whole story back at the big house. He explained how he had caused the explosion in Mount St. Helens and was blasted out of the volcano and had been marooned on an island. Also, about how Hephaestus found him and told him he had to leave. Then the magic boat carried him back to camp. He couldn't bring himself to talk about Calypso, especially in front of Annabeth. "You've been gone 2 weeks, Annabeth said. Her voice was steadier now, but she still looked pretty shaken up. "When I heard the explosion, I thought..." "I know," Percy said, "and I'm sorry, but I'm here now. At least now I figured out how to get through the labyrinth. I talked to Hephaestus." "He told you the answer?"
"Well, he should have told me the fact that I already knew, and I do. I understand now." He explained to them about his idea, and Annabeth's jaw dropped. "Percy, that's crazy!"
"Theseus did have help from Ariadne," Chiron said, "and Harriet Tubman, daughter of Hermes, used many mortals for her underground railroads just for this very reason."
"But this is my quest," said Annabeth. "I need to lead."
"And it is still your quest, my dear, but you do need help."
"And this is supposed to help? Please, it's wrong, it's cowardly, it's..." "Hard to admit we need a mortal's help?" Percy suggested. "Yeah, it is, I know, but it's true." Annabeth glared at him. "You are the single most annoying person I've ever met." And she stormed out of the room. He felt like hitting something. So much for being the bravest friend she ever had.
"She will calm down, my boy," Chiron promised. She's just jealous.
What? That's stupid. She's not... It's not like... Chiron chuckled.
It hardly matters. Annabeth is very territorial about her friends. In case you haven't noticed, she was quite worried about you. And now that you're back, I think she suspects where you were marooned.
Percy met his eyes, and he knew Chiron had guessed about Calypso. It was hard to hide anything from a guy who's been training heroes for 3,000 years. He had pretty much seen it all.
We won't dwell on your choices, Percy, he said. You're safe and sound. That's what matters.
Tell that to her. Chiron smiled.
I shall have Argus drive you into Manhattan in the morning. You'll have to stop by your mother's on the way. She is understandably distraught.
His heart skipped a beat. All that time on Calypso's island, he never even thought about how his mom would be feeling. She'd think he was dead. She'd be devastated. Percy thought to himself, what's wrong with me? Then he asked about Grover and Tyson. But Chiron could only tell him that they just haven't yet returned. There hadn't even been any sign of them trying to make contact. He also mentioned that the Council of Cloven Elders had already revoked Grover's searcher's license. If he ever did come back, they will force him into a shameful exile, which really worried Juniper. I shouldn't have let them run off, Percy said.
Grover has his own destiny, Chiron said, and Tyson was brave to follow him. You would know if Grover was in mortal danger, don't you think?
That's what I'm afraid of, Percy said. The empathy link hasn't worked. Then Chiron explained how Chris Rodriguez was in the camp's infirmary and was getting much worse than before. He wouldn't eat or drink anything and no medicines helped. Chris was simply slowly losing the will to live. Percy had completely forgotten how bad Chris looked in the basement. Now that he'd been in the labyrinth, he could understand why it had been so easy for the ghost of Minos to drive Chris mad. He realized that if he'd been wandering around down there alone without his friends to help, he'd probably end up the same way. He also remembered Clarissa's tenderness towards Chris as she took care of him in the basement. Despite all the times Clarissa had bullied Percy, he felt horrible for her. Chiron also explained that Juniper spotted Quintus disappearing into the labyrinth 3 nights ago. He'd left Mrs. O'Leary behind in the arena.
It appears you may have been right about it, Percy, he said.
He's a spy for Luke, Percy said. He bought those scorpions at the Triple G Ranch. He bought them mainly for Kronos' army.
So many betrayals, Chiron sighed. I'd hoped Quintus would prove himself a loyal friend. It seems my judgment was bad. But enough of that. Now you should go and prepare yourself for the morning. You and Annabeth still have much to do.
So Percy left Chiron alone, staring sadly into the fireplace. Percy wondered how many times he'd sat there waiting for heroes that never came back. Before dinner, he stopped by the arena. Sure enough, there he saw Mrs. O'Leary sitting in a corner. When she saw him, she barked and came barreling toward him. He thought he was dead, but he had just had enough time to say, "Whoa!" before she pounded him to the ground and started licking his face. Eventually, he managed to get her off of him. "Where's your master, girl?" he asked her. "How could Quintus just leave you, huh?" She whimpered, like she wanted to know the answer to that too. He was ready to believe Quintus was an enemy, but he still couldn't understand why he would leave his dog behind. If there was one thing Percy was sure of, it was that Quintus really cared for his megadog. Then Clarisse came in with her sword and shield. "You're lucky she didn't bite your head off," she said. "I came here to practice yesterday, and she tried to chew me up." "She's an intelligent girl," Percy said. "Very funny." I heard about Chris," Percy said. "I'm sorry." "Yeah, well, sometimes things go wrong," she said. "Heroes get hurt. Sometimes they die. And the monsters just keep coming back." She had called Chris a hero, like he had never gone over to the Titan side. It reminded Percy of the way Annabeth had sometimes talked about Luke. He decided not to bring that up, and just said, "I hope he gets better." She glared at him.
Then she pointed her sword at him and said, "Just do me a favor, Jackson. If you do find Daedalus, don't trust him. Don't ask him for help, just kill him. Because anybody who can make something as dangerous as the Labyrinth, that person is just plain evil." For a second, she reminded him of Eurydion. She had that same hard look in her eyes, as if she'd been used for the past 2,000 years and was getting tired of it. "Practice time is over," she said. "From now on, it's for real." That night, Percy slept in his own bunk for the first time in weeks, and for the first time since before Calypso's island, he started dreaming of the past again. He saw a king's white marble throne room. Sitting on the throne was a plump guy with a curly red beard. His name was King Cocalus. On either side of him stood 3 lovely young ladies who were obviously his daughters.
"I cannot wait to see the expression on his face,"
the king said, smiling. Minos, the royal creep himself, swept into the room. He was a lot older now. He resembled his ghostly form more here than he did in any of the other dreams. Behind him were 2 guards pulling a wagon filled with gold bricks. Minos told Cocalus he knew he was harboring Daedalus here in his kingdom and was about to offer a trade. He asked Cocalus,
"What makes you think that criminal won't eventually bring disaster upon your family as he did mine?"
But Cocalus refused to believe him. He mentioned that during the time Daedalus had been here, he had proven himself a very useful ally and a good tutor to his daughters.
"I've been searching for him for 10 years, Minos said. "You can accept my trade, or risk making enemies with Crete. Believe me, you do not want all of Crete for your enemy."
Cocalus started to look scared, and the princesses had noticed.
"Very well," said Cocalus. "You shall have your man in chains."
Then the oldest daughter, Aelia, spoke in a sweet tone. "Father, at least let us feast our guest first. And perhaps some nice treatments after such a long, tiring journey? Perhaps a nice warm bath and fresh clothes? I would be honored to draw the bath myself." "Yes, father," said the youngest sister. "It's only fair," said the middle sister.
"I suppose that wouldn't be amiss,"
Minos said, so the princess trio led Minos to the bathhouse. They averted their eyes as the king undressed and climbed in. There was nothing to see anyway, since he was pretty old. And hairy. And wrinkly. And flabby. Yep, totally nothing to see there. Aelia came forward and she held a tiny silver ball. She dropped it in the water, and the ball sprouted bronze threads that began wrapping around the king like a cocoon.
"What are you think you're doing?"
Minos demanded. "Daedalus has been kind to us, your majesty," Aelia said. "We do not like you threatening him any more than we like you threatening our father."
"Then you can tell him I will haunt him even after death," Minos growled. "If there's any justice in the underworld, my soul won't haunt him for eternity."
Then the cocoon of bronze seemed to shrink, and clouds of dust poured out from the sides. Minos was gone. The princesses went to tell Daedalus what they had done. Daedalus told him that he would take the blame and convince the girls to keep their mouths shut.
"If word gets out," Daedalus said, "then the kingdom may never trust any of you or your father again. I cannot ruin your futures like that, my dears."
"But you cannot run forever," Aelia said. "You'll have to face death sooner or later."
"Perhaps," Daedalus said.
He took out one of his nephew's old papers.
"Or perhaps not. I fear no place under the sun is safe for me. My old prison may be my only sanctuary."
Daedalus said his goodbyes to the princesses. Then he put his hand on a wall, making a delta symbol glow, and the wall opened up, revealing a secret entrance to the labyrinth.
"Whatever should happen next, I'm glad I met the 3 of you," he told them.
And ancient Greece's greatest inventor disappeared from the world forever.
The
dream shifted, and Percy saw Luke and another half-blood studying a map in an underground stone chamber. Luke cursed. "It should have been the last turn! Maps are useless here!" "Sir," his companion protested, "is it true that the larger the group, the more likely you'll get lost?" "Of course it is," Luke growled. "Why do you think we send in all those solo explorers to begin with? But don't worry," said Luke. "As soon as we have the thread, we can lead the vanguard through." "But how will we get the thread?" "Oh, Quintus will come through," Luke said. "All we have to do is reach the arena, and it's at a juncture. It's impossible to get anywhere without passing it. That's why we must have a truce with its master. We just have to stay alive until..." "Sir," a new voice came from the corridor. "The Draconic women found another half-blood wandering through the maze all alone, sir. Someone we'd never seen before." Luke looked closer at the boy. Whoever it was, Percy couldn't see his face in the dream. "A blessing from Kronos," Luke said, smiling. "Well, this one may be of some use to us." Percy woke with a start, staring in the dark. A lone half-blood? Wandering through the maze? The next morning, Percy made sure Mrs. O'Leary had enough dog biscuits and asked Beckendorf to keep an eye on her, which she didn't seem too happy about. Then, Percy and Annabeth walked down to the road where Argus was waiting, and they were off to Manhattan. They didn't talk much on the way. Annabeth was too silent even for a demigod, so Percy decided to make conversation just to avoid going insane. "Bad dreams?" he asked her. She shook her head, and she told him about an Iris message she received from Eurydion last night, telling her that Nico left the ranch last night and headed back into the maze. "Why didn't Eurydion try to stop him?" Percy asked. "Nico was gone before he woke up," she said. "Eurydion said he's been hearing Nico talk to himself the last few nights, only now he thinks Nico is talking with Minus's ghost again." "He's in danger," Percy said. "No kidding. Minus is one of the judges of the dead. He's got a vicious streak a mile wide. I don't know what he wants with Nico, but..." "That's not what I meant," Percy said. He told her about his dream with Luke, how he'd mentioned Quintus, and how his men found a half-blood alone in the maze. Annabeth clenched her jaws. "This is really bad." It was Saturday, and traffic was flowing heavy through the city. They arrived at Sally's apartment around noon. When she answered the door, she gave Percy a hug, only a little less overwhelming than having a hellhound jumping on him. "I told them you were all right," she said. But she sounded like the weight of the sky had just been lifted off her shoulders. Percy knew firsthand how that felt. They sat down at the kitchen table, eating chocolate chip cookies while they talked about the quest. Percy tried to water down the frightening parts, which was pretty much everything, but somehow that just made it sound more dangerous. When he got to the part about Geryon's stables, Sally smiled. "I can't get him to clean his room," she said, "but he'll clean 100 tons of horse poop." Annabeth laughed. It was the first time Percy heard her laugh in a long time. It was nice to hear, and to his surprise, she sounded cute when she laughed. Why did that sound so familiar? "So," Sally said, "you went to Alcatraz Island, made Mount St. Helens explode, and displaced 500,000 people. Well, I'm just glad you're safe." That's Percy's mom for you, always looking on the bright side. "I wish Paul were here," she said. "He wanted to talk to you." So much had happened since then, he completely forgot all about the school orientation. "What did you tell him?" Percy asked. "What can I say?" she said. "He knows something is different about you, Percy. He's a smart man. He believes that you're not a bad person. He doesn't really know about the truth about you, but the school is pressuring him. After all, he got you admitted there. He needs to convince them the fire wasn't your fault, and since you ran away, well, that looks bad." Annabeth was studying Percy. She had been in similar situations, after all. Life was never easy for half-bloods in the mortal world. "I'll talk to him," Percy promised. after we're done with the quest, and if you want, I'll even tell him the whole truth. She took his hand. Honey, you would do that? Well, yeah, I mean, he'll think we're crazy. He already thinks that. So there's nothing to lose. Thank you, Percy. I'll tell him you'll be home. Then her smile dropped. So, what happens now? Annabeth swallowed her cookie and said, Percy has a plan, Miss Jackson. Reluctantly, they told her the plan and she nodded. It sounds dangerous, but it might work. Mom, you have the same abilities, don't you? He asked her. You can see through the mist, can't you? Sally sighed. Yes, Percy. I've always been able to see more than what was good for me, but not so much now. It was easier when I was younger. After all, that's how I met your father. Poseidon didn't pretend to be someone else to make me love him. I loved him for who he was. It's the way love should work for everyone. Please just be careful and promise me you'll be safe. We'll try, Miss Jackson, Annabeth said. Keeping your son safe is a big job, though. Sally frowned. What's going on with you two? Have you been fighting? Neither of them said anything. I see, she said. Percy started wondering if she could see a little more than just through the mist. It sounded like she understood what was going on with him and Annabeth, but he sure as heck didn't. Well, just remember, she said, Grover and Tyson are counting on you two. I know, they said at the same time, which embarrassed them both big time. Sally smiled. You can use the phone in the hall, Percy, and good luck. Percy was relieved to get out of the kitchen, even though he was nervous about what they were about to do. He called Rachel, and they met up in a coffee shop in Times Square. She was completely painted gold when they saw her. Even her bikini top and bottom were gold. But nobody looked at her twice as they sat down. So, it's Annabelle, right? She asked. Annabeth, Annabeth corrected. So, do you always dress like that? Not usually, Rachel said. She explained that she did volunteer art projects once a month to help raise money for elementary schools because art was being cut from the schools. But I'm guessing you don't want to talk about that, she said. They told Rachel about the Labyrinth, what Luke was doing, that they needed to find Daedalus, and what had happened the last few times they'd gone in, and much more. So, let me get this straight, she said. You want me to lead you through a place I've never been to before? You could see through the mist, Percy said, just like Ariadne. I'm betting you could see the right path. The Labyrinth won't be able to fool you as easily. And if you're wrong, then we'll get lost. Either way, it'll be dangerous. Though most monsters would ignore you, said Annabeth, but Luke will kill anyone who gets in his way. Nice guy, Rachel said. He's under the influence of a Titan, Annabeth said defensively. He's been deceived. Rachel looked back and forth between the two of them. Then she said, Okay, I'm in. Percy didn't think it would be that easy to convince her. Just like that? Are you sure? Hey, I knew my summer was going to be boring, she said, and this is the best offer I've gotten yet. So where do we go? Where's the entrance? It could be anywhere, Percy said. Well, actually, it's got to be in a place that has a Greek delta printed on it. A Greek delta? Rachel asked. I saw one in my hotel's basement. Let's go. After Rachel changed clothes, she showed them where she found the symbol in the basement of the hotel she was staying in. It was on a metal wall, hidden behind a shelf full of dirty laundry. I tried to open it once, Rachel said, just out of curiosity, but it's rusted shut. Annabeth stepped forward. No, it just needs the touch of a half-blood. Percy wasn't sure how that made sense if Grover could make the doors open previously. Sure enough, as soon as Annabeth put her hand on the mark, it glowed blue, and the metal door opened, revealing a dark tunnel. Wow! Rachel looked calm, but Percy couldn't tell if she was pretending or not. So, after you? You're the guide, Annabeth said with mock politeness. Lead on. The stairs led down into the familiar red brick tunnel. They took a few turns and passed a couple of crossroads. Anytime they found more than one tunnel, Rachel pointed out a safer path and avoided other tunnels that she sensed had traps. They had no idea how she could just know all that, but they didn't stop to ask questions. Eventually, there were no more side tunnels, and they finally slowed down. Is it supposed to be this easy? Rachel asked. I don't know, said Percy. It never was before. So, Rachel, Annabeth said, just exactly where are you from, if I may ask? She said it like she was asking what planet was she from, but Rachel didn't act offended. Brooklyn, she said. Aren't your parents going to be worried if you're out late? I doubt it, Rachel said. I could be gone a week and they'd never notice. Really? Why? That time Annabeth actually did sound curious. Having trouble with parents was something she perfectly understood. But before Rachel could answer, the floor rumbled under their feet. The whole tunnel shook. What's that? Annabeth asked. Run? Percy asked Rachel. Run, Rachel agreed. But they didn't make it too far, because they turned around to find... Kelly! She had two Drachni women on either side of her, and the thing that made all the noise was a Lastrygonian giant. Well, Kelly said. Percy and Annabeth readied their weapons. But before they could make a move, Kelly grabbed Rachel at the speed of light, holding her so tight Rachel was too shocked from the speed to break free. Either way, Kelly might have been too strong for Rachel to get free at all. Taking your little mortal pet for a walk? Kelly asked. Such fragile things. So easy to break. Eat them? The giant asked. No, you dunce, Kelly said. Your master will want these to provide a great deal of entertainment. Now march, half-bloods, or you can all die right here, starting with the mortal girl. All the monsters stayed behind the heroes and kept shoving them forward down the tunnel. Nobody seemed too worried about them running forward since that was the direction they wanted them to go. Up ahead were bronze doors. Behind them came a muffled roar. The giant lifted Annabeth in the air. Go on, Percy, Kelly said. Entertain us. We'll wait here and make sure your friends behave themselves. Percy took one last look at Rachel. I'm so sorry, he told her. Enjoy fighting your brother, one of the Drachni women said. What? They pushed him through the door, and Percy found himself on the floor of an arena. The arena wasn't as big as he expected, but it was terrifying enough. The seats were packed with some demigods and plenty of terrifying monsters. On the opposite end was something that made absolutely no sense to Percy. A green banner with the trident of Poseidon. What was that doing in a horrible place like this? Below the banner, sitting on a throne, was Percy's old enemy, Luke. At his side stood the most misshapen giant Percy ever saw, with blood-red skin, dark eyes, and no nose. Percy wondered if he was Luke's new bodyguard or something. The giant raised his hands for silence. What have you brought me for tonight's match, Master Luke? I believe I have something better than centaurs, Luke said. My fellow monsters, he called, mutants and demons, I present to you the most unique contestant yet. A child of the eldest gods, the annoying, the real barnacle-encrusted pain in the patella. Percy Jackson, son of Poseidon and brother of Antaeus. He pointed to the red giant, who apparently was the one he called Antaeus.
A son of Poseidon, you say?
Antaeus asked.
Then he should fight well or die well.
If his death pleases you, will you let my army cross your territory? Luke asked.
Perhaps,
said the giant. Luke didn't look too pleased by that answer. He glared down at Percy as if warning him that he'd better die in a really spectacular way, otherwise he'd be in big trouble. Luke! Annabeth yelled. Stop this! Just let us go! Luke seemed to notice her for the first time, and he looked stunned for a moment. Annabeth?
Enough times for the female to fight afterward,
Antaeus interrupted.
First, Percy Jackson, what weapons will you choose?
Percy stared up at Antaeus and asked, How can you be a son of Poseidon? Antaeus laughed his ugly head off.
I am his favorite son, he boomed. Behold my arena to the Earthshaker, decorated with the skulls of all those I've killed in his name.
He wasn't thinking about it much, but Percy did notice at some point that the railings were in fact decorated with human-like skulls. Percy hoped the giant was joking and that the skulls were fake, but if they were real, he only hoped they didn't belong to anyone he knew and cared about.
And yours shall be next, the giant growled.
He stared in anger at the banner of Poseidon. How could this be a temple for his dad? Percy knew his dad well enough that he was a nice guy. Poseidon never asked for a Father's Day card, much less somebody's skull. Percy! Annabeth yelled. His mother is Gaia, the mother of... One of the dragging women smacked her in the stomach with her spear, but Percy heard her perfectly. Percy learned that Gaia was the Earth goddess, who gave birth to the Titans. The idea of Percy's dad having a kid with his own unconscious grandmother, however that was even possible, gave an all-new meaning for ew. But the point was, Annabeth was trying to tell him the simple fact that this guy had 2 godly parents instead of 1. That just made it harder to kill him. You're crazy, Antaeus, he shouted. If you think this is a good tribute, you don't know Poseidon at all. The crowd booed at Percy.
Choose your weapon, Antaeus said, and then we shall see how you die.
Was he messing with him? How could Percy choose a weapon? There was none inside the arena, and the Drachni took their weapons before they got here. Then immediately, he finally felt Riptide appear in his pocket again. He looked up at the giant and said, I choose Anaklusmos. Some of the faces in the crowd turned nervous at the sight of the glowing bronze blade. The gates open, releasing a kid? He seemed about Percy's age, maybe a little older, and his left eye was covered with an eye patch. Who are you? Percy asked. I am Ethan Nakamura, son of Nemesis, the goddess of revenge. Why are you doing this? I have to prove myself in order to join up, he answered.
Less talking and more killing already,
Antaeus growled. And with that, he charged. Their swords met in midair. All this didn't seem right. Percy didn't want to have to kill this guy just to entertain a bunch of monsters. But Ethan was giving him no choice. He charged at Percy with his shield, but Percy jumped to one side. Ethan crashed face first into a wall and collapsed on the ground.
What are you doing?
Antaeus complained.
Stand and fight!
Percy held his blade over Ethan's chest. Well, what are you waiting for? Ethan grunted. I'm not going to kill you, said Percy. Not for their entertainment. Don't be stupid, they'll just kill us both, Ethan said. Percy offered Ethan's hand, and he reluctantly took it. No one dishonors the game, the giant growled. We shall have both their heads as tributes to Poseidon. Percy looked at Ethan. When you see your chance, run, he told him. Then he looked back at the giant. Why don't you fight me yourself? If you got Dad's favor, bring your ugly giant butt down here and prove it. The monsters oohed in their seats. Antaeus looked around and apparently realized he had no choice. He couldn't say no without looking like a coward. I am the greatest wrestler that ever was, boy, he warned. I have been wrestling since the first pancreation. Rachel was watching Percy with wide eyes. Annabeth shook her head as if begging Percy not to do it. The last Dragonian was still gripping her hair. Percy pointed his sword at Antaeus and said, Winner takes all. If I win, we all go free. If you win, we die. Swear upon the river Styx. Antaeus laughed. This shouldn't take long. I swear on your turns. He leaped over the railing and into the arena. Good luck, Ethan said. You'll need it. Where's your weapon? Percy asked. Antaeus laughed. I don't need any to finish you. Percy rolled under his legs and stabbed him in his side. But where blood should have came out, there was sand, and the wound closed up in just seconds. He charged again. Fortunately, Percy had some experience fighting giants. He dodged sideways and this time stabbed him in the armpit. The blade was pushed real deep into his ribs. That was the good news. The bad news was that it still wasn't enough to bring down the giant. Percy was thrown across the arena weaponless. Antaeus just wouldn't disintegrate. No monster had ever withstood a direct hit from Riptide like that. The celestial bronze blade had to be destroying his essence. Now you see why I never lose, demigod. Antaeus stood between Percy and his sword. Then, Percy caught Annabeth's eye. He thought about what she had been trying to tell him. Antaeus' mother was Gaia, the oldest Greek goddess ever. His father might have been Poseidon, but Gaia was keeping him alive. Percy couldn't hurt him as long as he was touching the ground. Then, Percy noticed something else when he looked up. Chains were hanging from the ceiling, decorated with skulls of his enemies. Suddenly, Percy had an idea. Percy hopped onto the giant's head and leaped up to grab the closest chain. Hey, Percy shouted to the giant. Come and chase me up here. Or are you too old and slow? Antaeus didn't like that. He jumped up trying to grab Percy. As he kept trying, Percy waited for the right moment, and then he made a loop around the giant's wrist with the chain, and then another around his neck. He was hopelessly snarling and choking in the chains. Percy jumped back down on the floor, grabbed his sword, and threw it up, impaling the giant. This time, sand fell out of the giant until his body completely dissolved. Winner! His mom always said he had a gift for getting stuff tangled up. No! Luke shouted. Jackson! When I get my hands on you, I'm gonna... Save it, Luke, Percy said. We had a deal. I won, now just let us go. That was the deal Antaeus made, Luke said, and now he's dead. But since I'm feeling merciful today, I'll have you killed quickly. He pointed to Annabeth. Spare the girl, he ordered, his voice quavering just a little. I will speak to her before our great triumph. Every monster in the audience drew a weapon or bared their ugly teeth. They were trapped, hopelessly, hilariously outnumbered. Then, Percy felt a freezing sensation in his pocket growing colder and colder. For weeks, Percy avoided using Quintus's dog whistle. It had to be a trap, but now he had no choice. He pulled it out and blew. It made no audible sound as it cracked into shards of ice and melted in his hand. Luke laughed. And what was that supposed to do? His answer came from behind Percy, and Mrs. O'Leary threw Kelly into the air, straight into Luke's lap. That, Percy said, and a lot more. The monsters in the audience were so freaked by the attack they all ran for it. Mrs. O'Leary carried the girls down to the arena floor. "Percy, quick, through the gate!" Rachel called. "The right path is going through there." They raced for the exit with Mrs. O'Leary right behind them. They lost track of how many turns they made. None of them asked Rachel if they were going the right way, but all they could think about at that moment was to get far away from that arena. They didn't stop to rest until they stepped into a room the size of a gymnasium. Percy stood at the doorway listening for sounds of pursuit, but he heard nothing. Apparently they lost Luke and his minions for now. "I don't hear anything coming," Rachel said. "I don't sense any traps in here either. I think we should be good." "Why should we even believe you anymore?" Annabeth demanded. "You led us straight into that death trap. We could have lost Percy back there." "It was the way you needed to go," Rachel said, "and so is this." "She's right, Annabeth," Percy said. "No, I mean really, it's true. There's no way we could have gotten where we needed to go without passing that. There was no way we could have avoided that. Believe me, I know." Annabeth didn't look happy about it, but she didn't reply. Then Percy realized something else. Mrs. O'Leary was gone. He didn't know when she disappeared, and didn't know if she got lost or overrun by monsters or what. His heart turned to lead. "She saved our lives," he said, "and I hadn't even waited to make sure she was following us." Ethan sat down and pulled off his helmet. "You people are just crazy," he said. Annabeth gasped. "Hey, I remember you. You're one of those unclaimed kids in the Hermes cabin." "Yeah," he said, "and you're Annabeth." "You must be the half-blood from my dream," Percy said. "Excuse me?" "The one Luke's minions held hostage. At first I thought it was a friend of ours, but it was you. Luke called you a blessing from Kronos." "How'd you know about that?" "Never mind," Annabeth said quickly. "Why were you even trying to join up with the wrong side?" "Wrong side? Wrong side?" Ethan argued. "There's not even a right side. The gods never cared about us. Why should you sign up with an army that makes you fight to the death for entertainment?" Annabeth asked. "Gee, I wonder." "I'm wasting my breath arguing," Ethan said. "Thanks for the distraction, but I'm out of here." Percy grabbed his arm. "You're not seriously just going to go back into the maze alone, are you?" he asked. "That's suicide." "Look, we're going after Daedalus," he continued. "Come with us. Once we get through, you'll be welcomed back at camp." "You all must be really crazy if you think Daedalus will help you," Ethan said. "He has to," said Annabeth. "We'll make him listen." Ethan snorted. "Yeah, well, good luck with that." "You wasted your time sparing me, Jackson. Mercy has no place in these walls. You could have saved yourself a Tartarus load of trouble." And just like that, he ran off into the darkness. The three of them were so exhausted they made camp right there in the huge room. "Something was wrong with Luke back there," Annabeth muttered. "Did you notice the way he was acting?" "He looked pretty pleased to me," said Percy, "like he spent a nice day torturing heroes." "That's not true. There was something wrong with him. He looked nervous, and he told his monsters to spare me. He wanted to tell me something." "Oh, sure," said Percy. "I can't imagine what it'd be. Hey, Annabeth, sit here with me and watch while I tear your friends apart. It'll be fun." "You're impossible," Annabeth grumbled. "So, which way now, Sacagawea?" she asked Rachel. Rachel didn't respond right away. She became quieter since the arena. Now, whenever Annabeth made a sarcastic comment, Rachel hardly bothered to answer. She was using a stick to trace figures on the floor, images of monsters she saw in the arena. With a few strokes, she caught the likeness of a Drachni woman perfectly. "We just keep following the path," she said. "You mean the same one that led us straight into a trap?" Annabeth argued. "Annabeth," Percy said, She's doing the best she can. Annabeth stood up. The fire's getting low. I'll go look for more scraps while you guys talk strategy. Rachel drew another figure with her stick. It was Antaeus, dangling from his chains. Hey, Percy said. I'm sorry about Annabeth's behavior. She's usually not like this with others. I don't know what's gotten into her today. Rachel stared at him. Are you sure you don't know? What do you mean? Boys, she muttered. Totally blind. Hey, don't you get on my case too, he said. Look, I'm sorry I got you involved in this. No, you were right, she said. I can see the path. I can't explain it, but it's really clear. She pointed toward the other end of the room, into the darkness. The workshop is that way, the heart of the maze, she said. We're very close now. I don't know why the path led through that arena. I'm sorry about that. I thought you were gonna die. She sounded like she was close to crying. Don't feel bad, he said. I'm usually about to die. She studied his face. So, do you do this every summer? Fight monsters? Save the world? Don't you ever get to do just, normal stuff? Percy never really thought about that much. The last time his life felt normal must have been, well, since before he first discovered the truth about the gods, the monsters, and demigods. We get used to it, I guess. Or maybe not used to it, but... He shifted uncomfortably. What about you? What do you do normally? Well, you probably guessed by now that I like to paint, and I read a lot. Okay, Percy thought. So far we're scoring 0 on the similarities chart. What about your family? He asked. From the look on her face, it seemed like he hit a sensitive subject. They're just, family. You said they wouldn't notice if you were gone. She set down her drawing stick. Oh, I'm really tired, she yawned. Is it okay if I nap for a bit? Sure, said Percy. Sorry if... But Rachel was already curling up and using some extra wood as a headrest. She closed her eyes and laid very still. But he got the feeling she wasn't really asleep. A few minutes later, Annabeth came back with more sticks. I'll take first watch, she said. You should sleep too. You don't have to act like that, he told her. Like what? Never mind. He laid down feeling miserable, but he also felt so tired that he fell asleep as soon as his eyes closed. He started dreaming again. This time, it may have been his worst nightmare yet. It had to be one of Percy's worst nightmares in a long time, because this time, he was in a familiar place. A place where he seriously hoped to never visit again in real life or in a dream. He was standing over a familiar cliffside. The pit to Tartarus.
So close to your own destruction, my little hero, and still you are so blind.
He didn't know how, but he recognized that voice from his previous visits here. It was the voice of Kronos. The weird part was that his voice sounded different from before. It sounded as if he were more alive.
I have much to thank you for, Kronos said. You have ensured my rise.
Percy tried backing away from the edge, but it was like swimming through oil. Time seemed to slow down. Percy's breathing almost stopped.
I always pay my debts, said the Titan Lord. Perhaps I can repay you with a glimpse of the friends you've abandoned.
The darkness rippled around Percy, and he saw an image of a different cave. He saw Grover and Tyson being attacked by a giant snake. The snake had Tyson tied up, and Tyson didn't look so good. Grover began to play his reed pipes, and debris started raining down from the ceiling. Just when the whole cave was about to collapse, Percy woke up with Annabeth shaking his shoulder. Tyson's in trouble, he said. We have to find him quick. First things first, she said. Earthquake! They skedaddled for the exit. They made it through just in time to see the debris seal up the exit. You know what? Said Annabeth. I like this way after all. It wasn't long before the interior started changing. Up ahead was a stainless steel hallway with artificial electric lighting, like on some futuristic station. We're close, said Rachel. I can feel it. This isn't right, Annabeth said. The workshop should be the oldest section in the maze. This can't... She faltered, because they arrived at a set of metal double doors. Inscripted in the steel was a large blue Greek delta. We're here, Rachel said. Daedalus' workshop. So much for ancient architecture, Percy said. Annabeth pressed against the symbol, and the doors hissed open. As soon as they looked inside, the first thing that struck them was the daylight. A bright blue sky glowed through giant windows. That wasn't the kind of thing you would expect in the heart of a dungeon. The workshop was like an artist's studio, with 30-foot-high ceilings and industrial lighting. Half a dozen easels displayed hand-drawn diagrams that looked like Leonardo da Vinci sketches. There was a grandfather clock with a body made of glass so you can see the inside. And hanging on the wall were several sets of metal wings. De Immortalis, Annabeth muttered. She studied the nearest drawing. He's a genius! Just look at the curse on this building! And an artist, Rachel said, in amazement. Look at those! Some of the wings looked more advanced than the ones Percy had seen in his dreams. The feathers were more tightly interwoven. Instead of wax seals, wires ran down the sides. Percy gripped his pen. Apparently Daedalus wasn't at home, but the workshop looked like it had been recently used. The laptops were running their screensavers, and a half-eaten blueberry muffin and a coffee cup sat on the workbench. Percy walked to the window. The view outside was amazing. He recognized a huge white summit and fields in the distance.
The Garden of the Gods,
said a familiar voice. Footsteps came down from the spiral staircase. With his weapon drawn, was not who they expected. Quintus? Annabeth said. What have you done with Daedalus?
Trust me, my dear, Quintus said. You do not want to meet him.
Look, Mr. Traitor, she growled. I did not go through the trouble of escaping a dragon lady, a three-bodied man, a crazy sphinx, an army of Telkine, and a giant just to run into you. Now where is Daedalus?
You think I'm an agent of Kronos, he asked. That I work for Luke?
Well, duh, said Annabeth.
You're an intelligent girl, Annabeth Chase, he said, but you're wrong. I only work for myself.
Luke mentioned you, Percy said. Geryon knew about you too. You've been to his ranch. That's where you got those scorpions, wasn't it?
Well, of course I've been there, Quintus said. And that wasn't even the 50th time I had visited. I have been all over the world. I even had my own chance to step foot on the moon, and no one even noticed.
He walked to the window, not even worried about the kids.
The view changes from day to day, he mused. It always appears someplace high up. Yesterday it was from a skyscraper overlooking Manhattan. The day before that, there was a beautiful view of Lake Michigan. It switched from Chicago to LA and other places like Mount Rushmore, a volcano in Hawaii, a mountain in Alaska, Mount Tam, Brooklyn, Boston, and Cleveland. Ever since the gods moved to America, no matter where the workshop decides to pop up next, it always remains in the States and nowhere else in the world. But it keeps coming back to the Garden of the Gods. I think the Labyrinth likes it here. It's quite a fitting name.
Wait, said Percy. You mean that's not like an illusion out there? Like a projection or something? No, Rachel murmured. It's real. We're really in Colorado.
Quintus smiled. You do have clear vision, don't you? You remind me of another mortal girl I once knew. The Princess of Crete, who...
Enough already, Percy shouted. We didn't come here for sightseeing. Now what have you done with Daedalus?
Young man, you really need some lessons from your friend here on seeing clearly, Quintus said. I am Daedalus.
There were lots of answers Percy might have given him, from I knew that, to liar, to yeah right, and I'm the real Perseus. But then he just said, but you're not an inventor, you're a swordsman.
I've taken that much spare time in my extended life to study more than just inventing, my boy, Quintus said. I am also an architect and a scholar. I also play baseball pretty well for a guy who didn't start until he was at least 2,000 years old. All artists must be good at many things.
That's right, Rachel said. Like, I can paint with my toes as well as my hands.
There, you see, Quintus said. Even mortals have many talents.
But I still don't understand how you've lived this long, Percy said. Is it because time's faster in the labyrinth, or... Suddenly, a horrible thought dawned on him.
Yes, Quintus said. You've finally guessed the truth.
You're an automaton, Percy said. You made yourself a new body. You took the time to study your nephew's idea, and you made it work. But that's impossible, said Annabeth. And you look too real. You can't be a...
Do you know what the word Quintus means in Latin, my dear? Quintus asked.
Well, yes, the fifth, but...
This is my fifth body.
He pushed the tip of his sword into his forearm. Was the guy crazy or something? He didn't show not one sign of reaction. He didn't even twitch. They expected to see blood dripping, but instead they heard tiny ticking sounds and whirring and buzzing they didn't hear a second ago. It was coming from Quintus. They looked closer at his arm, and their jaws dropped. Inside, where Quintus drew a square in his arm, there were... clock pieces? That's amazing, said Rachel. That's weird, said Percy. That's not natural, Annabeth said. You found a way to transfer your animus into a machine?
Oh, I assure you it's still me, my dear, he said. I'm still very much the same Daedalus you've heard about in stories. Our mother Athena made sure I would never forget that.
He pointed at the burn mark on his neck. The murderer's brand, Annabeth said. For your nephew Perdix, Percy guessed. The boy you let die from falling off that tower.
I do regret what I did, Percy, he said. I was angry and bitter, but I cannot take it back, and Athena never lets me forget. As Perdix died, she turned him into a small bird, a partridge. She branded the bird shape on my neck as a reminder, and no matter what new body I take, the mark always reappears on my surface.
Percy looked into his eyes, and he could easily recognize the same intelligence and all the same sadness from all the dreams he had. You really are Daedalus, he decided. But why did you come to the camp? Why spy on us?
To see if your camp was worth saving, he answered. Luke had given me one story. I had preferred to come to my own conclusions.
So you have talked to Luke?
Oh yes, several times. He is quite persuasive.
But now you've seen the camp, Annabeth said. You know we need your help. We can't let Luke find our entrance.
The maze is no longer mine to control, Annabeth. Yes, I created it. In fact, it is tied to my life force. But I have allowed it to live and grow on its own. That is the price I paid for my privacy.
Privacy from what? She asked.
The gods, he said, and death. I have been alive for 2 millennia, hiding from death.
But how can you hide from Hades? Percy asked, and he has the Furies.
They do not know everything, he said, or see everything. You have encountered them yourself, Percy. You know this to be true. A clever man can hide for quite a long time if he works hard for it, and I have buried myself very deep. Only my greatest enemy has kept after me, and even him I have thwarted.
You mean Minos, Percy said, the Ghost King.
He hunts for me relentlessly, Daedalus said. Now that he is a judge of the dead, he would like nothing better than for me to come before him, so he can punish me for my crimes. After the daughters of Cocalus killed him, Minos' ghost began torturing me in my dreams. He promised that he would hunt me down, and I did the only thing I could. I retreated from the world completely. I descended into my labyrinth and decided this would be my ultimate accomplishment. I would cheat death.
And you did, Annabeth marveled, for 2,000 years. She sounded kind of impressed despite the horrible things Daedalus had done. Just then, a loud bark echoed from the corridor. It was Mrs. O'Leary. She licked Percy's face once, then almost knocked Daedalus over.
"There's my old friend," Daedalus said. "My only companion all these lonely years."
You let her save us," said Percy. "The whistle actually worked."
"Well, of course it did," Daedalus said. "You have a good heart, Percy, and I knew Mrs. O'Leary liked you, and I wanted to help you. Perhaps I feel guilty as well."
Guilty about what?
"That your quest would be in vain."
"But you could still help us," Annabeth said. "You have to give us Arione's string so Luke can't get it."
"Ah yes, of course, the string," Daedalus said. "I told Luke that the eyes of a clear-sighted mortal are the best guide, but he did not trust me. He was so focused on the idea of relying on a magic item, and the string still works perfectly. Not as accurate as your mortal friend here, perhaps, but good enough."
"Where is it?"
Annabeth asked. "With Luke," Daedalus said sadly. "I'm so sorry, my dear, but I'm afraid you're several hours too late."
With a chill, Percy realized why Luke had been in such a good mood in the arena. He had already gotten the string. His only obstacle had been the arena master, and Percy took care of that for him by killing Antaeus.
"Kronos promised me freedom," Daedalus said. "Once Hades is overthrown, Kronos will send me over to the underworld, and I shall reclaim my son Icarus. And I will make things right with poor young Pertix. I will see Minos' soul cast into Tartarus where it cannot bother me again, and I will no longer have to run from death."
"That's your brilliant idea?" Annabeth yelled. "You're going to let Luke destroy our camp, kill hundreds of demigods, and then attack Olympus? You're going to bring down the entire world so that you can get what only you want?"
"Your cause was already doomed, my dear. I saw that as soon as I began to work at your camp. There is no way you can hold the might of Kronos."
"That's not true," she cried.
"I'm doing what I must, my dear. The offer was too sweet to refuse, and I am sorry."
Annabeth knocked a laptop off the table. "I used to respect you. You were my hero. You built amazing things. You've solved so many problems, but now I don't know what you are. Children of Athena are supposed to be wise, not just clever. Maybe you are just a machine. You should have died long ago." Instead of getting mad, Daedalus just shook his head and said,
"You should go and warn your camp now that Luke has the—"
"Someone's coming! I hear footsteps," Rachel warned. The doors were pulled open by two Lastrygonians. Kelly dragged Nico inside, followed by the ghost of Minos, who looked almost solid now.
"There you are, old friend," he said.
Daedalus's eyes widened.
"What is the meaning of this?"
Luke sends his compliments, Kelly said. He thought you might like to see your old employer, Minos.
This was not part of our agreement, Daedalus said.
No, indeed, Kelly said, but we already have what we want from you, and we have other agreements to honor now. Minos requires something else from us, to turn over this fine young demigod. He'll be quite useful, and all that Minos asks in return is your head, old man. Just the head, nothing attached, really.
Daedalus's jaw clenched. Treachery!
Get used to it, old man, Kelly said.
Nico, are you okay? Percy asked. Nico nodded. I'm sorry, Percy. Minos told me you were in danger. He convinced me to go back into the maze. You came back to help us? He asked, like he couldn't believe it. I was tricked, Nico said. He tricked all of us. Where's Luke? Percy growled at Kelly. Why isn't he here? She smiled like they were sharing a private joke.
He's busy preparing for the assault, but don't worry, we have more friends on the way. In the meantime, I think I'll have myself a little snack.
No. Annabeth jumped behind Kelly ninja style and stabbed her in the back. The demon witch dissolved into yellow vapor. Mrs. O'Leary attacked one giant while Daedalus killed the other. Minos raised his hands and said, Spirits of the dead, to my aid! Spirits of soldiers appeared on either side of him. Nico cleaved his sword into the stone floor like butter. The room shook and the windows shattered. No! The Ghost King and his army was sent straight back into the underworld. Daedalus told the kids to strap themselves into the metal wings and fly out before more monsters came, and also to fly low no matter what. He decided to stay behind so the monsters wouldn't follow them. They all jumped out the window and flew across the field on their metal wings. Percy kept his wings straight as possible, just as he remembered from his dreams, and passed it on to the others. Minutes later, a big explosion came from the workshop. Greek fire filled the whole window, and they couldn't tell if Daedalus and Mrs. O'Leary made it out. Then Percy felt his back getting hot and extra sweaty. We better land now, Annabeth yelled. These wings won't last forever. So they swooped down to the Garden of the Gods. Percy saw that Annabeth was right. The metal feathers were already melting. Percy looked back at where Daedalus's workshop had been. The smoke had already cleared up, but the windows had completely vanished as if nothing happened. Being the son of Hades, Nico had sensed that Daedalus wasn't dead and that the Labyrinth was still intact. That had Annabeth convinced that Luke's army would still use the maze to break into Camp Half-Blood and that they had to get back. She was also convinced that the maze was the quickest way back. Percy didn't want to say it, but he was hoping that maybe, just maybe, they would find Grover and Tyson along the way. After throwing away the wings in the nearest dumpster, they decided they needed a ride to find a new entrance to the Labyrinth. Rachel grimaced at a nearby limo driver as if she were about to do something she would regret. I'll take care of our ride problem, she told them. How? Annabeth asked. Just trust me. She marched over to the limo driver. Percy couldn't hear what Rachel was saying to the driver, but it seemed like she was trying to talk him into helping them, and he refused. Then Rachel said something else that made his eyes widen. Whoever he was speaking to on the phone, he quickly told them he'd call back. Then Rachel asked him to wait for her, and she walked back to the boys just as Annabeth came back from the bathroom. Annabeth told them she managed to contact Chiron using an iris message, and that Chiron mentioned that the camp was going to need all the help it could get. A minute later, they were cruising down the road. Percy didn't understand why the chauffeur would just agree to help them if he didn't even know them, and Rachel was refusing to volunteer the info. They drove through Colorado Springs for about half an hour, and then Rachel sat bolt upright. I think I saw something, she exclaimed. Get off the next exit, she told the driver.
so they took the next exit and pulled over. Rachel thanked the driver, and he didn't even ask for money or anything. She led them about 100 yards away from where they stopped. Then she pointed to a doorway in a hill, an old mine entrance that was boarded up with wood. Sure enough, the Delta symbol was printed on the side of the doorway. However, Rachel had seen something so tiny all the way from the highway, they had no idea. Percy touched the symbol and the wooden beam sank into the ground. For better or worse, they were back in the labyrinth. The dirt tunnels turned to stone instead of red bricks, as if the labyrinth were no longer perfect now that the heart of the maze had been collapsed. To Percy's surprise, Rachel and Annabeth started up a conversation about architecture as they walked. It turned out that Rachel had gained some of her own knowledge of architecture during art classes. So that left Percy to hang back with Nico in uncomfortable silence. Percy thanked Nico for coming back for them, and Nico finally explained that he was trying to get Daedalus' soul to bring back Bianca, and not Percy's. The whole idea of any mortal soul avoiding death for that long, that's just not natural, he said. It hasn't been easy, you know, having only the dead for company, and knowing that I'll never be accepted by the living. Only the dead respect me, and they only do that out of fear. You could be accepted at camp, Percy said. You could have friends. He stared at him. Do you really believe that, Percy? He didn't answer. The truth was, he didn't really know. Nico had always been a little different, but since Bianca's death, he'd become so scary. He had his father's dark eyes, and his same look that made Percy suspect that he was either a genius or a madman. And the way he banished Minos, it was kind of impressive, but it made Percy uncomfortable. Before he could figure out what to tell Nico, he bumped into the girls. The tunnel continued straight ahead, but a side tunnel teed off to their left, a circular shaft carved from black volcanic rock. What is it? Percy asked. Is this the way? Annabeth asked Rachel. No, Rachel said nervously. Not at all. So, why are we stopping then? Percy asked. There's something evil down there, Rachel said, and very powerful. And the smell of death, Nico added. Percy wasn't sure how that smelled, but he smelled something very familiar which brought back bad memories. The smell of eucalyptus trees. There was only one place where Percy smelled that before. He and Annabeth exchanged glances, and they both knew where the tunnel led to. Luke's entrance, she said. The one to the Titan's palace. I have to check it out, Percy said. No one else has to come. Percy, no, please, Annabeth begged. I'll be quick, he promised. Besides, I don't want to risk you guys getting captured again. Then, at least take this, she said, and she lent him her baseball cap. Thanks, he said, and he disappeared down the tunnel. As Percy walked, he remembered the last time Annabeth and him had parted ways in Mount St. Helens, and she gave him a kiss for a good luck. This time, all he got was the hat. Before he even reached the exit, he saw more telekines. Luckily, there were only two of them, and they were both focused on a boy standing between the two of them. Percy couldn't tell who it was with his back turned, and the boy was holding something long and gold. Percy had to remind himself he had to stay hidden. He did not want to walk into any more fights, not while he was needed elsewhere, but he managed to step quietly out of the tunnel. As he stood there, he heard a faint sound of swirling wind off to his left. There stood the same black marble fortress he'd seen in his dreams. He could still hear Atlas groaning in the distance, still laboring under the weight of the sky. There! One of the Telkine shouted. The boy lifted up the golden stick, and Percy saw that it was the same gigantic scythe from Hephaestus' forges. Careful, fool, the Telkine scolded. One touch of the blade and it can separate your soul from your body. Once the master reclaims his old weapon, we shall be rewarded beyond measure.
And you, young half-blood, shall be there when he awakes.
Percy finally understood. They rebuilt Kronos' old weapon so he could use it again once he would be completely restored. Percy ran to the fortress. He hated the idea of ever needing to go back into that creepy place ever again, but he knew what he had to do. He had to stop Kronos from rising. This may have been his only chance.
He dashed through a dark foyer and into the main hall. He kept going until eventually he came across another hallway where something at the other end was glowing with gold. Kronos' sarcophagus! The room was so silent, not even the braziers were lit, which didn't seem right. Luke wasn't here. No one to guard the coffin. Nothing. It was all too easy. The whole coffin gave off an aura of extreme cold, like walking into a freezer. Percy drew Riptide and took a little comfort from the familiar weight in his hand. But something else bothered Percy. Something about the presence of that coffin just didn't feel right. Whenever Percy became aware of Kronos' presence before, his evil voice spoke in his mind. Why was he silent now? And what exactly would Percy see inside? Kronos had been shredded to 1,000 pieces by his own scythe. How could they make him a new body? He had no answers. He just knew that Kronos was about to rise and had to strike him down before he got his scythe. Percy touched the lid, which was surprisingly cold. In the middle of the lid was an inscription carved in a language even older than ancient Greek. Percy couldn't read it exactly, but he knew what it said. It said, Kronos, Lord of Time. He pushed back the gold lid, and it fell to the floor, a little louder than Percy hoped. He lifted his sword, ready to strike, but when he looked inside, he couldn't comprehend what he was seeing. Laying in the coffin was the body of the very person Percy did not expect to see inside. It was Luke. He was dressed in white and his eyes were closed, and for some reason a piece of his chest was missing. There was a clean black hole about the size of a bullet wound, right where his heart should have been. Percy knew he should have just finished the job, but he was too stunned. He didn't understand. As much as Percy hated Luke, as much as he betrayed him, he just didn't get why Luke was in the coffin, and why he looked so dead. Then the voices of the Telkines were right behind him. Percy completely forgot he only made it this far from being invisible. He put the cap back on and hid behind a column. The Telkines were coming in. Percy's invisible jaw dropped. The boy who was with them was Ethan Nakamura. He helped them finish the scythe.
What happened to the lid?
The first Telkine growled.
Careful,
said the second.
Perhaps he stirs. We must present the gifts now.
No, Percy yelled. He knew it was a stupid thing to do, but Percy revealed himself.
Trespasser,
the Telkine growled.
Quick, boy, you must pledge your service, like we talked about.
No, Ethan, please, don't do this, Percy pleaded. Help me destroy him. His expression was something like pity. I told you, Jackson, you shouldn't have spared me. An eye for an eye. Ever heard that saying? I learned what it means the hard way when I discovered my godly parent. I'm the child of Nemesis, the goddess of revenge, and this is what I was made to do. He touched the coffin and said, I renounce the gods. What have they ever done for me? I will see them destroyed. I will serve Kronos. The building rumbled. A wisp of light rose from under Ethan's feet and descended into the coffin. The hole in Luke's chest and his scar disappeared. He opened his eyes, and they were no longer blue. They were gold. He leaped out of the coffin with ease. His smile alone seemed enough to make anyone freeze. Where his feet touched the floor, the stone started to freeze. He looked at his arms, as if satisfied that they were his.
This body has been well prepared.
His voice was no longer Luke's voice. It was deep, ancient, and evil.
Don't you think so, Percy Jackson?
Percy couldn't move. He couldn't answer. Kronos threw back his head and laughed.
Luke feared you, the Titan's voice said. His jealousy and hatred had been powerful tools. For that, I thank you.
The telekinesis gestured for him to take the scythe. Finally, Percy found his nerve and lunged. He brought down his blade, but Kronos' skin deflected the blade like it was made of pure steel. Then he flicked his hand, sending Percy flying across the room and slamming against a pillar. Just as he was getting up, Kronos had already grabbed his scythe. Percy wasn't sure how he didn't notice before, but each side of the blade had a different color. One was steel, and the other was bronze. It was like Luke's old sword, Backbiter, designed to kill the mythical and non-mythical.
Ah, much better, he said. Backbiter, Luke called it. Inappropriate name, I should say. Now that it is reformed completely, it shall indeed bite back.
Then Percy could only think of one thing left to do. He ran for his life. There was no question about it. This wasn't Luke, not anymore. This was the king of the Titans. This was way beyond Percy's league. He knew he couldn't survive fighting him. He just ran. But as soon as he made it halfway down the hall, his legs felt like they were pushing through water in a pool. Time slowed down around him, and he knew it was the power of Kronos. His presence was so strong, it could slow down time itself.
Run, little hero, run,
Kronos teased. He was right behind Percy. No weapon in the world could stop him, no amount of celestial bronze. "Percy, duck!" Rachel shouted. Her hairbrush flew right past him, and it hit Kronos in the eye. He yelled. For a moment, he sounded like Luke again, full of surprise and pain. Percy was now free, and they headed for the exit. Annabeth barely got a good look at Luke just before Percy grabbed her, and they ran straight out of the fortress. They were almost back to the labyrinth, but the telekines were catching up. Then a building-sized boulder rose from the ground, blocking their path. It was Nico, using his father's powers. The boulder tilted and toppled right on top of the fortress. The labyrinth entrance closed in front of them before they could see what happened next, but with the intimidating howling sound of the Titan Lord on the other side, they didn't want to stick around. They didn't stop running until they could no longer hear the roar of Kronos. Finally, they were so exhausted, they stopped in a tunnel of wet white stalactites, like part of a natural cave. Percy couldn't hear anything behind them, but that didn't make him feel any safer. He could still remember those unnatural golden eyes staring at a blank space, and the feeling that his limbs were slowly turning to stone. Rachel stopped and gasped for breath. "I can't go any further." "You did good back there," he told Rachel. She blushed. "Well, I didn't want you to die. I mean, you owe me too many favors. How can I collect if you die, Well, that sucked," Nico said. Then he explained to Percy how the girls convinced him that Percy needed their help. Then Percy told Nico that even though he saved their lives, he still gave himself away with the boulder technique. "If Kronos didn't know who you were before," Percy told him, "well, he does now." "Big deal," he muttered. Percy just let it drop and figured Nico was just trying to hide how scared he was. Who could blame him? They didn't even notice at first, but Annabeth had been tearing up the entire time they were running. Now she was curled up on the ground. "What was wrong with Luke?" she sobbed. "What did they do to him?" Percy explained to her what he had witnessed. No, that can't be," she sobbed. "He couldn't." "He gave himself up so Kronos could rise," Percy said. "I'm sorry, Annabeth, but Luke is gone." "No," she insisted. "You saw when Rachel hit him."
He looked at Rachel. You hit the Titan Lord in the eye with a blue hairbrush? Rachel looked embarrassed. It was the only thing I had. But you saw, Annabeth insisted. When it hit him, just for a second, he was dazed. He came back to his senses. Okay, so maybe Kronos wasn't completely settled in the body or whatever, Percy said, but that doesn't mean Luke was in control. Do you want him to be evil? Is that it? Annabeth yelled. You didn't know him before, Percy. I did. What is with you? He snapped. Why are you defending him all of a sudden? And after everything he's done to us? He abandoned you, for crying out loud. Hey, knock it off, both of you, Rachel said. Doesn't anyone ever realize arguing never helps, ever? Shut up, mortal girl, Annabeth yelled. If it wasn't for you... Whatever she was going to say, her voice broke, and she buried her face in her hands again and sobbed miserably. Percy wanted to comfort her, but he didn't know how. Plus, his mind was still stuck on the fact that Kronos was out there somewhere, hunting them down. We better keep moving, Nico said. He'll send more monsters after us. So Percy convinced Annabeth to get up, despite she was still tearing up. Just when he was about to ask Rachel to find a new path to New York, he froze. He wasn't sure how he didn't notice it sooner, but he recognized it immediately. It was Grover's hat. After all they had gone through on this quest, Percy couldn't stand the thought that something might have happened to Grover. Then Percy just noticed some footprints on the ground, but not just any footprints. Hoof prints, along with some extra large sneaker prints. They were here. It had to be recent. Percy followed their trails without any hesitation. In just seconds, they stopped in another cave. And there was Tyson, sitting by a river, cradling an unconscious Grover in his lap. Tyson, what happened? Percy panicked. Tyson explained about the giant snake attack, which Percy remembered from his previous dreams. Then he mentioned how Grover got bonked on the head during the cave-in. Percy splashed some river water on Grover's face, splashing him awake. Where? Percy? You're okay! I told you we'd be alright! Percy made quick introductions since Grover and Tyson hadn't met Rachel. Ooh, you purty, Tyson told Rachel, which for some reason made Annabeth roll her eyes. Then she broke the silence when she took interest in their location. I think we're in Carlsbad Caverns, she said. Maybe an unexplored section. Carlsbad is in New Mexico, she said. Grover, that's where you felt the presence of Pan the first time, right? That was true, of course. They can never forget Grover's little episode back in the winter in New Mexico. Maybe we should try that entrance over there, Percy suggested. They crossed the river, and just seconds after walking through the entrance, they started feeling the power of Pan emanating from further down the cave. Most of them had been in the presence of gods before, but this felt different. Percy's weariness fell away, as if he'd just gotten a good night's sleep. The walls littered with crystals further down the cave, and beautiful plant life was growing around them. When they finally reached a dead end, they found the most beautiful underground garden ever. At least 4 animals stood around it, but they were animals that shouldn't have been alive. There was something that looked like a cross between a wolf and a tiger, a thylacine, and was that a dodo bird? There was also a man-sized rodent, like the mother of all moles, and a real woolly mammoth. They all gathered around a Roman-style bed in the center of the cave. Laying in the bed was a really old satyr who sat up as the kids stepped closer. It was Pan, the Lord of the Wild. His puffy hair and beard, and even his goat leg fur were all as white as snow. The horns in the back of his head were so enormous, there was no way he could have hid those things under a hat like the way Grover did. Grover fell to his knees in front of the bed. Oh, Lord, Pan! The god smiled at him, but there was sadness in his eyes.
Grover, my dear satyr, he said, I've waited a long time for you.
I got lost, Grover apologized.
Pan chuckled. It was a wonderful sound, like the first breeze of springtime, filling the whole cavern with hope. Percy didn't realize until too late that everyone else was kneeling like Grover. "This is the most beautiful place I've ever seen in my life," Annabeth said. "It's better than any building ever designed."
"I'm glad you like it, my dear," Pan said. "It is one of the world's last wild places. My realm above is gone, I'm afraid. Only pockets remain, tiny pieces of life, but this place shall stay undisturbed for a little longer."
"My lord," Grover said, "please, you must come back with me. The elders will never believe it. They'll be overjoyed. You can save the wild." Pan reached for Grover's hand.
"You are so young, Grover, so good and true. I think I have chosen well."
"Chosen?" Grover asked. "I don't understand."
"I have slept for many eons," the god said forlornly. "I wake fitfully, but my waking is shorter each time. Now we are near the end."
"What? No!" Grover cried. "No, you're right here."
"My dear satyr," Pan said, "many before you had refused to accept my passing, and I love you for that. But sadly, you have only delayed the inevitable. My dark twilight sleep must end."
"No," Grover trembled. "No."
"You must accept the truth, Grover. Your companion Nico understands this."
"He is dying," Nico said. "He should have died a long time ago. This is more like a memory." "But gods can't die," Percy said.
"They can fade," Pan said. "Grover has mentioned this. When everything they stood for is gone, when they cease to have power and their sacred places disappear. The wild, my dear Grover, is so small now, so shattered that no god can save it. My realm is gone. That is why I need you to carry a message. You must go back to the council and tell the satyrs and the other spirits of nature that the great god Pan is dead, because they must stop waiting for me to save them."
"No, please, no," Grover whimpered.
"Be strong, Grover," Pan said. "You have found me, and now you must release me. You must carry on my spirit. It can no longer be carried by a god. It must be taken up by all of you."
Pan looked straight at Percy, with his clear blue eyes. Percy realized he wasn't just talking about nature spirits, he meant half-bloods too, regular humans, everyone.
"Percy Jackson," the god said, "I know what you have seen today. I know your doubts, but I give you this news. When the time comes, you will not be ruled by fear."
He turned to Annabeth.
"Daughter of Athena, your time is coming. You will play a great role, though it may not be the role you imagine."
Then he looked at Tyson.
"Master Cyclops, do not despair. Heroes rarely live up to their expectations. But you, Tyson, your name shall live among the Cyclopes for generations." "And Miss Rachel Dare."
Rachel's eyes widened when he said her name, like she was guilty of something. But Pan only smiled, and he raised his hand in a blessing.
"I know you do not believe you can make amends," he said, "but you are just as important as your father."
I... Rachel faltered. A tear traced her cheek.
"I know you don't believe this now," Pan said, "but look for opportunities, and they will come."
Finally, he turned back to Grover.
"My dear satyr, will you carry my message?"
I can't."
"You can," Pan said. "You are the strongest and the bravest, and your heart is true. You have believed in me more than anyone ever has, which is why you must bring the message and why you must be the first to release me.
I don't want to.
I know, the god said, but my name, Pan, it originally meant rustic. But over the years, it has come to mean all. The spirit of the wild must pass to all of you now. You must tell each one you meet to find Pan and take up his spirit. Remake the wild a little at a time, each in your own corner of the world. You cannot wait for anyone else, not even a god, to do that for you.
Grover blinked back tears and took a deep breath. I've spent my whole life looking for you. Now, I release you. Pan smiled.
Thank you, Grover, my dear satyr, my final blessing.
He closed his eyes, and the god dissolved into white mist, dividing into 6 little wisps of light. Each of them flew into the heroes' mouths, but it was most likely that most of it went into Grover's. The animals gave them a sad look, and they all turned to dust. Grover cried on Percy's shoulder, and the heroes were alone in a beautiful cave with an empty bed. In less than half an hour, with the power of Rachel's senses, they managed to find an exit leading back to Times Square. Percy led the way into an alley to get a nice echo and whistled for his Pegasus, Blackjack. In no time at all, Blackjack and 2 of his buddies swooped down from the sky and landed in front of them. They all saddled up except for Rachel, who knew for herself that as a mortal, she couldn't enter Camp Half-Blood. Then Rachel decided to apologize for not explaining things earlier. She told them why she acted uneasy when Pan mentioned her dad, and how she got the chauffeur in Colorado to agree to help them. It was because her dad was the owner of a land development company called Dare Enterprises. She mentioned it was a company that bought undeveloped land and used them to make room for ugly subdivisions and shopping centers, all of which just made Rachel feel guilty after seeing Pan's death. Rachel, look, it's cool, Percy said. You can't blame yourself for that. Look, Rachel, you were so brave back there, and you did an awesome job leading us through the maze. That's all that I'm going to judge you on. I don't care about whatever your dad does. Her smile came back slowly, but a lot happier. See you later, Percy Jackson. Go save the world for me, okay? And call me. She walked down the street and disappeared around the corner. Then Percy just noticed Nico still hadn't saddled up. Nico, aren't you coming? He asked him. Oh, just go without me, Nico said. I don't even want to go back to that stupid camp anyway. Nico, we're going to need all the help we can get, said Percy. Please, Nico, Annabeth pleaded. Please? He shuffled uncomfortably. Then he just said, fine, for you, but I'm not staying. When they finally made it back, they told Chiron everything as fast as possible, about Quintus being Daedalus, Kronos rising, and Pan. Then Chiron told them that Kronos' vanguard would still try to break in through Zeus's fist, and the campers had already set up defenses. So they headed down to the area, and Percy saw the biggest military operation he may have ever seen at the camp. Everybody was heavily armed, but this time it was not for capture the flag. The Hephaestus cabin had set up traps around the entrance to the Labyrinth. Annabeth went to join her siblings, who set up a command tent at a safer distance and were planning strategies. While they waited, Percy kept thinking about what happened to Luke, but he couldn't hold it in anymore, and told Chiron what he saw. Merging the divine form in the mortal? I can't see how this could be done without Luke's body turning to ashes, Chiron said, but perhaps it will limit Kronos' power. Chiron, if he leads this attack... No, my boy. I would sense if he were drawing near. No doubt he planned to. But I believe you inconvenienced him when Nico pulled a boulder on top of him. I could never imagine a child of Hades with such capability. A lump formed in his throat. I'm sorry, Chiron. I know I should have told you. It's just...
I understand why you did it, Percy, Chiron said. You felt responsible. You sought to protect him. But if we are to survive this, Percy, we must trust each other. We must...
He was interrupted by a slight tremor underneath the ground. Everyone stopped what they were doing. Clarice ordered everyone to lock shields. Then, a burst of debris exploded from the labyrinth. Then a whole bunch of monsters popped out all at once. Begador fired the catapults while Tyson kept reloading, but it still wasn't enough to squish all of them. Then, without warning, Campe shot out from the tunnel. She carried Ariadne's golden string around her waist. Chiron fired his arrows, but Campe's reflexes were so good, she deflected all of them. Then she made one arrow bounce back to Chiron.
Percy, go! He cried. Don't worry about me. Go help the others.
And so he did. He ran to Annabeth just as Campe readied herself for another strike. "This might be it," she said. "It's been nice having you at my side, Seaweed Brain." "Ditto," he said. Together, they drew their weapons and charged. But Campe was so fast she smacked their weapons out of their hands. Before they could retrieve them, she pinned them both down to the ground with her claws. No help was coming for them. Everyone else was either down or too busy with their own problems. They knew they were out of options. Then, from their left, something howled. Something big and pitch black slammed into Campe, sending her sideways. It was Mrs. O'Leary, with Daedalus on her back.
"That's a good girl,"
he said. Campe was just about to get up and attack again when... splat! A huge boulder met her face and she crumbled to dust. All that remained of her were her 2 green swords and Ariadne's string. In the direction where the boulder came from, to their surprise, was the 100-handed one himself.
"Briareus!"
Tyson cried.
"Yay!"
A cheer went up from the campers, but their enemies weren't done yet. One of the Drachni women yelled, "Slay them! Kill them all! Or Kronos will flare us all alive!" "No!" Grover screamed. Then, it happened. Grover's mouth opened up, and a loud sonic scream came out like a screaming banshee. As one, the forces of Kronos dropped their weapons and ran for their lives. One last tremor caused a cave-in which blocked up the labyrinth entrance. Percy helped Annabeth to her feet, and they went to help Chiron. But he convinced them he'd be alright and told them to go help the campers.
"There are more serious injuries to attend to. I'll be fine," he said.
Luckily, there was a river in the woods, and only Percy could control water, so naturally, only he could put out the forest fires. While they combed the woods, they found Nico lying unconscious. One of the campers saw him summoning zombies from the underworld to fight off some Drachni women, and it apparently drained a lot of energy out of him. Percy trickled a canteen of nectar into Nico's mouth. He coughed a little and opened his eyes. He stared at all of them like he was trying to remember who they were. "Daedalus?" he croaked.
"Yes, my boy,"
the inventor said.
"I made a very bad mistake and I came to correct it. Oh, and it just so happens I found Briareus here, running around in the maze while I was on my way here,"
Daedalus explained.
"It seems he had the same idea to come help, but he got lost. And we both came to make amends." "Yay, I knew you'd come, Briareus,"
Tyson said happily.
"I did not know at first," Briareus said, "but you reminded me of who I once was, young Cyclops. You are the hero."
Tyson blushed, and Percy patted him on the back. "We knew that a long time ago," Percy said. "But Daedalus, the Titan army is still out there. Even without the string, they'll be back. They'll find a way sooner or later, with Kronos leading them."
"You're right," he said. As long as the labyrinth is here, your enemies can use it. Which is why the labyrinth cannot continue.
But you said the labyrinth is tied to your life force, Annabeth said, so as long as you're alive...
Yes, my architect, Daedalus agreed. When I die, the labyrinth will die as well. And so before I go, I have a present for you, little sister.
He produced a sleek silver laptop computer from his bag. It looked just like one of the laptops they'd seen in the workshop. On the lid was the blue delta symbol.
All my work is in here, he said. It's all I could manage to save from the fire in the workshop. Notes on projects I never started. Some of my favorite designs that I could not make time to develop over the last few millennia. And I did not dare review my work to the mortal world, but perhaps you will find it interesting.
He gestured for Annabeth to take it, and she kept staring at it like it was solid gold. "You're giving me this?" she asked. "But this is priceless. This is worth... I don't even know how much."
Small compensation for the way I acted, Daedalus said. You were right, Annabeth. Children of Athena should be wise, and I was not. And someday, you will be a much wiser and greater architect than I ever was. You can take my ideas and improve them. It's the least I can do before I pass on.
"Wait, pass on?" Percy asked. "But you can't just kill yourself. That's wrong."
Daedalus shook his head. Not as wrong as hiding from my crimes for 2,000 years, he said. Genius does not excuse evil, Percy. My time has come. I must face my punishment.
"You won't get a fair trial," Annabeth said. "Minos is one of the judges of the dead."
I will take what comes, Daedalus said, and trust in the justice of the underworld, such as it is. That is all we can do, isn't it?
He looked straight at Nico. "Yes, that's right," Nico said.
Will you take my soul for ransom, then? Daedalus asked. You could use it to reclaim your sister.
"No," Nico said. "Bianca's where she wants to be. It took me this long to accept that. I will help you release your spirit."
Daedalus smiled. Well done, son of Hades. You are becoming very wise.
Then he looked at Percy and said,
Oh, and one last favor for you, Percy Jackson. I cannot leave Mrs. O'Leary alone, and she has no desire to return to the underworld. Would you care for her?
He looked at the massive black hound. He wasn't sure if his mom's apartment would allow dogs, especially dogs the size of a truck. But he just said, yes, of course I will.
Well then, I'm looking forward to searching for my precious son, Icarus, again. And Perdix, I must find him and tell him how sorry I am.
Annabeth rubbed tears out of her eyes. Nico took a step closer to Daedalus. For a second, Percy was afraid Nico would kill the old inventor on the spot. But he simply said, Your time has long since come. Be released and rest. A smile of relief spread across Daedalus's face. He froze like a statue, and his flesh burned off his artificial body, revealing the machinery inside. Then, the statue burst into flames and disintegrated. Mrs. O'Leary howled in pain. Then the camp received one last tremor. It might have been possible that every major city across the country could feel it too, as the ancient labyrinth collapsed from the inside, never to be entered again. They could just hope the remains of the Titan strike force had been buried down there. Percy and Annabeth looked around at the carnage on the battlefield and the corpses of heroes that risked their lives to save their home. Come on, Percy said. We've got work to do. Now that the danger had passed, the Council of Cloven Elders wasn't going to wait another minute to hear about Grover's story. So while the other campers went to treat the wounded, Percy and his friends went to support Grover. Chiron, who was sadly too injured to walk, was there too. He would have to stay in his wheelchair for a few weeks until his legs were strong enough to take his weight. Silenus wanted to exile Grover immediately, but Chiron persuaded him to at least hear about the evidence first. So the quest group explained what happened in the Crystal Cavern and what happened to Pan, and described the weird sound Grover made which drove the Titan's army back underground. "It was panic," Juniper insisted. "Panic?" Percy asked. "Grover summoned the power of the Wild God." Chiron explained to him that during the first war with the Olympians and the Titans, Lord Pan let forth a horrible cry that scared away the enemies. He said it was a massive wave of fear, and that's what Grover did on the battlefield. He also mentioned it was where people get the word panic from. But Silenus still refused to believe anything that Grover and the quest group said. "We must continue the search," he said, "and exile the traitor. Who would believe this ridiculous young satyr anyway?" "I would," said a familiar voice. Everyone turned to see Dionysus. "Miss me?" he asked no one in particular. "Well, I for one did not miss this place, even for a second. On top of that, I'm afraid I've arrived with bad news, my friends." He told them that some of the minor gods had recently went to join Kronos' army, including Morpheus, Janus, Hecate, Nemesis, and more. Then he commanded Grover to repeat his report. When Grover was done, Mr. D nodded. He agreed that the nymphs and spirits should stop relying on Pan to solve their problems and should start thinking for themselves. But Silenus still insisted on exiling Grover, and so did Marion and Linnaeus. But Chiron voted against it, and surprisingly, so did Mr. D. "Ha ha! 3-2, Silenus said. "Yes," said Mr. D, "but unfortunately for you, a god's vote counts twice, and since I voted against, we are tied." "This is an outrage," Silenus shouted. "The council cannot stand at an impasse." "Then let it be dissolved," Mr. D said. "I don't care." Silenus angrily left the grove, with the other two satyrs right behind him. All the other nymphs and satyrs stood around, murmuring uncomfortably. "Don't worry," Grover told them. "We don't need a council to tell us what to do. We can figure it out for ourselves." He told them again the words of Pan, how they must save the wild a little at a time. Then he started dividing the satyrs into groups, which ones would go to the national parks, which ones would search the last wild places, and who would search all the big parks in the big cities. Annabeth looked at Percy. "Well," she said, "it looks like Grover's growing up pretty fast now." There were too many goodbyes that night. It was the first time Percy actually saw burial shrouds used on actual bodies, and it was not something he wanted to see again. Among the dead, Lee Fletcher from the Apollo cabin had been downed by a giant's club. Castor from the Dionysus cabin had been impaled on the battlefield. Percy now felt ashamed that he'd seen him around camp for 3 years and never even bothered to learn his name. He'd only been 17 years old. His twin brother, Pollux, the only other kid from the Dionysus cabin, tried to say a few words, but he just choked up and lit the shrouds. Within seconds, the fire sent sparks up into the stars. Later the next day, Percy found Tyson on the beach with Briareus. Tyson was giving Briareus directions to the Cyclops forges. He mentioned that Briareus wanted to help the other Cyclopes. He wanted to teach them ways they had forgotten and to show them how to make better armor and weapons. Also, Briareus said, "I don't want to be lonely anymore." "I doubt you'll be lonely down there," Percy said, a little wistfully, since he'd never been to Poseidon's kingdom. "They're gonna keep you real busy down there." "Busy sounds good," he said. "I only wish Tyson could come with me." Tyson blushed. "I need to stay here with my brother for now. You'll do fine, Briareus." The 100-handed one shook Percy's hand.
Goodbye for now, Percy Jackson, he said. Something tells me we will meet again soon, and I look forward to fighting at your side.
He gave Tyson a big octopus hug.
Thank you, Briareus, he said. Thanks for everything.
After saying goodbye, it felt good to have a regular dinner after spending weeks in endless tunnels, filling up on granola bars. But when Percy went to leave some offerings to his dad in the brazier, he noticed Nico walking towards the woods. Percy remembered how he lost Nico on winter break just by running into the woods. He couldn't let that happen again, so he quietly followed him. After a few minutes of walking, he caught Nico in the distance, talking to the ghostly form of Bianca. She smiled at him, and then her image faded. "We missed you at dinner," Percy said. "You could have sat with me. You know you can't miss every meal." "Look, Nico, if you don't want to stay in the Hermes cabin, maybe Chiron can make an exception and put you in the big house. There's plenty of spare rooms." "I'm not staying, Percy," he said. "But you can't just leave. It's too dangerous out there, especially for children of the eldest gods. You need to train." "I train with the dead," he said. "This camp isn't for me." "Percy, I think there's a reason there's no cabin for children of Hades. He doesn't have a throne on Olympus. He's not welcome. He doesn't belong there. I don't belong here." "Where will you go?" Percy asked. "I got tons of questions, like, who's my mother? Who paid for my school? Who was that lawyer who got us out of the Lotus Hotel? I know nothing about my past. I gotta find out." "Makes sense," Percy admitted. "I hope we don't have to be enemies." "I'm sorry I was mad," Nico said. "I should have listened to you about Bianca." Percy fished something out of his pocket. It was the little mytho-magic Hades figurine Nico had abandoned when he fled camp back in winter break. Nico hesitated. "I don't play that game anymore. It's for kids." "It's got 4,000 attack power," Percy said. 5,000, Nico corrected. "But only if your opponent attacks first." Percy smiled. "Well, maybe it's okay to still be a kid every once in a while." "Thanks," Nico said. "Now, I got a lot of things to invest." Percy still wanted to argue. Part of him didn't like it, but part of him also knew he was right. Nico would have to find his own way. "Well, okay," he said. "Keep in touch, Nico." He trudged off into the woods and disappeared behind the trees. The rest of the summer seemed strange, probably because it seemed so normal. Daily activities continued: archery, rock climbing, Pegasus riding, playing capture the flag, campfire songs, and playing practical jokes on other cabins. Everyone tried to keep as far away as possible from Zeus's fist. Percy didn't notice at first, but at some point, Mr. D had healed Chris Rodriguez. Mr. D couldn't decide if he did it because Chris reminded him of losing one of his sons, or that he believed Chris deserved a second chance. Or maybe because it seemed to actually make Clarice happy. When Percy noticed that, he couldn't help but feel happy for them. July 4th finally came, and the Hephaestus cabin launched fireworks above the beach. Percy made arrangements to leave Mrs. O'Leary at camp. Chiron promised she'd be looked after, and Percy and Tyson would take turns visiting her during the year. Annabeth seemed to be avoiding Percy. He wasn't sure when that started, but it kinda hurt. He was really relieved that she survived her quest, and he wanted to talk to her more about Kronos. But now, he couldn't do that anymore without bringing up Luke, and that was one subject he couldn't raise. She would shut him out every time he tried. The rest of the month wasn't much. In fact, it seemed to just pass in the blink of an eye. Finally, it was August 16th, the last day at camp. At 10 o'clock, Percy stood on the top of Half-Blood Hill, waiting for the camp van that would take him home. Percy had hoped Annabeth would ride into Manhattan with him, but she only came to see him off. She'd arranged to stay at camp a little longer, so she could tend to Chiron just until he was fully recovered. Then, she would head back to her father's place in San Francisco. "There's a private school up there that I'll be going to," she said. "I'll probably hate it, but..." She shrugged. "Well, call me, okay?" "Sure," she said, half-heartedly. "I'll keep my eyes open for..." There it was again. She couldn't even say his name without opening up a huge hole in her heart. "Annabeth," Percy said, "what was the rest of the prophecy?" "You shall delve into darkness of the endless maze," Percy remembered, "the dead, the traitor, and the lost one raised." "We did see a lot of ghosts on the quest," he continued. "We saved Ethan Nakamura, who turned out to be a traitor. Pan was the lost one, and we raised his spirit. You shall rise or fall by the Ghost King's hand, which turned out to be Nico. He made the choice to help us, and he got rid of Minos." "And the child of Athena's final stand," Annabeth said. "I was scared it was talking about me, but then I remembered Daedalus was a child of Athena too." "Yes," Percy said, "that makes sense now. Daedalus died to destroy the Labyrinth. But what was the last part?" "Destroy with a hero's final breath," she said, "and lose a love too worse than death." She blinked a tear in her eye. "That was the last line, Percy. Are you happy now?" "Oh," he said, "so... Luke?" "Percy, I swear I didn't know who the prophecy was talking about. I didn't know if..." She faltered helplessly. "Luke and I, for years, he was the only one who really cared about me. I thought..." Before she could continue, a blinding light appeared next to her. "You have nothing to apologize for, my dear." "Hera?" Annabeth cried. The goddess smiled. "You found the answers as I knew you would. Your quest was a success." "A success?" Annabeth said. "Luke is gone. Daedalus is dead. Pan is dead. How is that a success?" "Those others are better off," Hera said, "and our family is safe, all thanks to you." "You're the one who paid Geryon to let us in the ranch, weren't you?" Percy said. "I wanted to speed you on your way," she said, "but you didn't care about whatever happened to Nico. I'll bet you wouldn't even care if he had turned over to the Titans." "Oh, please, hero. The son of Hades said it himself. He does not belong. No one wants him around." "Hephaestus was right about you," Percy growled. "You only care about perfect families, not real people." "You watch your tongue, son of Poseidon," Hera warned. "I guided you on your journey much more than you know, and more than any Olympian ever dared. I was at your side when you faced Geryon. It was I who let your arrows fly. I let you land safely on Calypso's island. I opened the way in the maze that led you straight to the Titan's palace. Annabeth, my dear, surely you can see how I've helped. I would suggest a sacrifice for my efforts." Annabeth stood as still as a statue. She could have just simply thanked the goddess. She could have promised to throw some barbecue in the brazier for her and forget the whole thing. But she clenched her jaw so tight, she looked even more angry than she had when she faced the Sphinx, like she wasn't going to accept an easy answer, even if it got her into serious trouble. Percy realized that was one of the things he liked best about Annabeth. She was about to say something to the goddess that she was probably going to regret for the rest of her life. "Percy is right," she growled. "You're the one who doesn't belong. So next time, thanks but no thanks." Hera's sneer was worse than an empousai's. Her form began to glow. "You will regret this, Annabeth Chase. You will regret this for the rest of your short, monster-invested life." They shielded their eyes as the goddess turned into her true divine form and disappeared into a flash of light. I'm sorry, Percy," Annabeth said. "I should get back." Percy thought about Mount St. Helens, Calypso's island, and about Rachel, and how suddenly everything gotten so complicated. He wanted to tell Annabeth he really didn't want to be so distant from her. Then Argus honked his horn down the road, and he lost his chance. "You'd better get going," she said. "I'll keep in touch. Take care, seaweed brain. Annabeth, he called. But she kept running. Without looking back, he headed to the van, on his way back to the mortal world once again. 2 days later, it was Percy's birthday. His mom threw a small party at their apartment. He never really advertised the date, because it always happened right after camp, so usually none of his camp friends could come, and he didn't have that many mortal friends. On top of that, Percy felt like getting older didn't seem like anything to celebrate, since he had that big prophecy about him destroying or saving the world once he would turn 16. Now he was turning 15. He was running out of time. Paul Blofus came over, but that was okay, because Chiron had called the school and took care of everything. He convinced everyone at the school that Percy had nothing to do with the band room explosion. Now, Paul and the other witnesses were convinced that Callie had been a crazy firebomb-throwing cheerleader, while Percy had simply been an innocent bystander who panicked and ran from the scene. Thankfully, he would still be allowed to start as a freshman at the school next month. If he wanted to keep his record of getting kicked out of school every year, he would have to try harder. Tyson came to the party too. As usual, the mist automatically made him look human, so he didn't have to worry about freaking out Paul. Sally baked an extra blue peanut butter cake, just for him. While he helped Sally with the candle, Paul asked Percy to talk with him in the kitchen. "I heard your mom signed you up for driver's ed this fall," Paul said. "Yeah, it's so cool, I can't wait." He'd been dying to start driving forever, but he guessed his heart wasn't in it anymore, and Paul could tell. In a weird way, he sort of reminded Percy of Chiron sometimes, how he could look at you and seem to be reading your thoughts. Maybe it was because they were both teachers or something. "I'm guessing you've had a rough summer," he said. "You've lost somebody important, or girl trouble?" Percy stared at him. "How did you... Did my mom..." "I promise she hasn't said a thing," Paul said, "and I swear I won't either. I just know there's something unusual about you, Percy. I may not know the full detail, but I was also 15th once, you know. And I'm just guessing from your expression, well, you've had a rough time." He nodded. He had promised his mom he would tell Paul the truth about him, but now didn't seem like the right time. Not yet. So he just told Paul about his friends that he lost at the camp, without mentioning the battle or death parts, or the fact that it was a demigod training camp. "I'm sorry to hear that," he said. "Yeah, and, I guess... the girl stuff?" "Well, Percy, I kind of feel bad giving you one extra thing to think about," Paul said, "but I wanted to ask you something." "Yeah?" "Girl stuff." Percy frowned. "What do you mean?" "Your mom," Paul said. "I'm thinking about proposing to her." Percy almost forgot he was holding a cup. "You mean marrying her?" "Well, yes, that's the general idea. Would that be okay with you?" "You're asking for my permission?" "Well, I don't know if it's permission so much, but she's your mother, and I know you're going through a lot. It wouldn't feel right if I didn't talk to you about it first. You know, man to man." "Man to man," he repeated. It sounded strange saying that. He thought about how his mom smiled and laughed more whenever Paul was around, and how he had gone out of his way to get Percy into high school. He found himself saying, "Yeah, that's a great idea, Paul. You should go for it." He smiled really wide and said, "Cheers, Percy. Now come on, your cake's waiting." He was just getting ready to blow out his candle when the doorbell rang. It was weird because the building had a doorman, but he hadn't called up for anything, and they weren't expecting anybody else. Sally opened the door and gasped. It was Poseidon. Poseidon, she said. What a surprise." "Hello, Sally," he said. "You look as lovely as always. Is Percy home? Hello, Sally?" Paul called from the hallway. "Who's there?" "Oh, hello," he said to Poseidon. "Oh, Paul," Sally said nervously. "This is Percy's father.
Oh, really? Paul said. Well, it's nice to finally meet you, sir. I'm Paul Blowfish.
Poseidon raised an eyebrow.
I'm sorry, did you say blowfish?
No, Blowfish, actually.
Oh, I see, Poseidon said. Well, that's too bad. I like blowfishes. I am Poseidon.
Poseidon, like the god of the sea? Paul asked. Interesting.
I've gone by other names, but I do prefer Poseidon.
He turned and smiled at Percy when he entered the hall.
Ah, Percy, there you are, my boy. And Tyson. Daddy!
Oh, no, sorry, he's not mine, Sally told Paul. Long story.
I couldn't miss Percy's 15th birthday, Poseidon said. You know, if we were at Sparta, Percy would have already been considered a man.
That's true, Paul said. I used to explain that to my students in history class.
Anyway, Poseidon said, Sally, would you mind if I borrowed Percy for just a moment?
He led Percy into the kitchen and asked,
Are you all right, son?
Yeah, Dad, I'm fine, I guess.
Chiron gave me a call and filled me in, Poseidon said. But I wanted to hear it directly from you. Tell me everything.
And so he did. Poseidon seemed like a pretty good listener, because his eyes never left Percy's face. His expression didn't change the whole time. When Percy was done, Poseidon said,
So Kronos is indeed back. It will not be long before he's fully formed.
But he's possessing a mortal body. Can't you just destroy him? Percy asked.
Poseidon looked troubled. Mortal perhaps, but there's something different about Luke. I don't know how he was prepared to host the Titan's soul, but he will not be easy to kill, and yet I fear he must be killed if we are to send Kronos back to the pit. I will have to think on this. Unfortunately, I have other problems of my own back home in the sea.
Percy remembered what Tyson had told him at the beginning of the summer, about the old sea gods attacking.
Indeed, the battle first came to me personally, Poseidon said. In fact, I cannot stay long. Even now, the ocean is at war with itself. It is all I can do to keep hurricanes and typhoons from destroying our surface world. The fighting is very intense.
Let me come with you, Percy said. I can help.
No, son, Poseidon said. You'll be much needed here, which reminds me, that incident on Mount St. Helens. Typhon is slowly stirring. The eruptions are continuing. It is very likely that soon, in a few months, perhaps a year at best, he will break loose of his bonds.
I'm so sorry, Percy said. I didn't mean...
It's not your fault, Percy. That would have happened sooner or later with Kronos awakening the ancient monsters. But beware, if Typhon stirs, it will be unlike anything you've ever faced before. The first time he appeared, all the forces of Olympus were barely enough to battle him, and when he breaks free completely, he will come here to New York and march straight for Olympus.
That was just the kind of wonderful news Percy wanted to get on his birthday.
Oh, and before I go, I have something you'll need.
He reached into his pocket and brought out a sand dollar.
Happy birthday, son. Spend it wisely now.
Spend a sand dollar?
In my day, you could buy quite a lot with a sand dollar. I think you'll find it still buys a lot if used in the right situation.
What situation?
When the time comes, Poseidon said, I think you'll know.
Percy took the sand dollar, but something was really bothering him. Dad, when I was in the maze, I met Antaeus, and he said he was your favorite son, and he decorated his arena with skulls, and...
He dedicated them to me, Poseidon said, and you're wondering how someone could do something so horrible in my name.
He put a hand on Percy's shoulder.
Percy, lesser beings do many horrible things in the name of the Olympians. That does not mean we approve the way our sons and daughters act in our names. It usually says more about them than it does about us. But knowing what you went through these past months, all for the people you cared for, no one has ever made me a more prouder father than I am now. That is why you are my favorite son.
Percy smiled, and at that moment, just being in the kitchen with his dad was the best birthday present he ever got. Then his mom called from the living room, "Percy, the frosting's getting dry."
I better let you go now, Poseidon said. Good luck, son, and enjoy your cake.
Just like that, he turned into mist and was swept out the window with a warm ocean breeze. It took a little work to convince Paul that Poseidon had exited down the fire escape, but since humans can't vanish into thin air, he had no choice but to believe it. Percy made a wish, and they ate blue cake until they couldn't eat any more. Just to pass the time, and so the party didn't have to end so soon, they played a bunch of old board games like Sugarland and Jumanji. Tyson never played board games, but he turned out to be really good at them. He kept getting closer and closer to the end while everyone else kept getting sent further back or losing turns. When Percy finally got tired of playing, he went to his room and no one stopped him. He set his cake on his nightstand and pulled out his camp necklace from his pocket. There were 3 beads now, representing his 3 summers at camp: a trident, the golden fleece, and the latest one of the Labyrinth. He wondered what next year's bead would be, if he lived long enough to get it, and if the camp survived until next summer. He looked at the landline on the dresser and thought about calling Rachel. His mom had asked him if there was anyone else he wanted to have over tonight, and he thought about Rachel, but he didn't call. He had no idea why that made him almost as nervous as the door to the Labyrinth. Then he looked at the pictures of his friends on his desk. He knew Grover couldn't come because he was too busy helping the nature spirits. He wanted to take his chances and see if Annabeth would come. But he knew she had to help take care of Chiron, who was still injured, and the camp was all the way on the other end of Long Island. With his luck, she was probably already on the plane that would take her home to San Francisco. Then Percy remembered something else was in his pocket. Despite all the times he had changed pants for the past 2 months, Percy had kept Calypso's moonlace seed in his pocket to remind himself to plant it when he got the chance. 2 months in a pocket, and so many life-threatening situations to deal with, and the seed was surprisingly still safe? He looked out the window, in the direction of the ocean, and he remembered Calypso's last request. "Plant a garden in Manhattan for me, won't you?" Luckily, there was a full moon out, and he remembered her telling him how it could only be planted at night. He stepped out onto the fire escape and stuck the seed into his mom's planter box. He didn't have any water on him, so he took his chances with a bit of nectar from his camp canteen. He thought it would be a while before it started growing, but then a full-grown moonlace flower magically popped out right before his eyes. "Just as I promised you, Calypso," he said to the horizon. "Nice plant," Nico said. He sat on the steps as if he just appeared out of thin air. "Sorry," he said. "I didn't mean to startle you." That's okay," Percy said. "I mean, what are you doing here?" "I've done some exploring," he said. "I thought you might like to know. Daedalus got his punishment." "You saw him?" "Yes," said Nico. "My father had some ideas that will punish him and make modifications to the underworld at the same time. Daedalus will be building overpasses and exit ramps in the fields of Asphodel for all time. It'll help ease the traffic congestion. Truthfully, I think the old man's pretty happy with his new job. He's still building, still creating things, and he gets to see his son Icarus on the weekend." "That's great," said Percy. "But that's not the real reason I've come," Nico said. "I found out some things. I want to make you an offer, a way to help you survive fighting Luke. If I'm right, it's the only way you'll ever stand a chance." Percy took a deep breath. "Okay, I'm listening." Then Nico just seemed to notice the piece of cake through the window. "Is that blue birthday cake?" he asked, sounding hungry. Percy wondered if Nico ever had birthday cake, or an actual birthday party in his life. "Why don't you come inside and have some?" Percy offered. Sure, I guess." "Sounds like we've got a lot to talk about."
Icarus! Icarus! Father? Icarus! Father! Father! You and I have some catching up to do, my son. Hang in there, my lord. The ship's right there. Hang on. Should I go give the orders to sail for Manhattan, my lord?